Defining Duke is brought to you by Factor. The weather is getting hot out there. I am sweating profusely as I sit down to record this. Fortunately, Factor has allowed me to only sweat in my podcast chair and not in my kitchen, so I can spend more time enjoying the weather and not cooking, grocery shopping, or doing the dishes. Fortunately, I don't have to meal plan or prep anymore, and I can still follow the Defining Duke way of health is wealth by subscribing to Factor. Factor makes it easy for me to eat clean 24/7 with fresh, never frozen prepared meals that are so delicious you wouldn't believe that they're actually good for you. What are you waiting for? Head to go.factor75.com/Duke120 and use code Duke120 to get $120 off. That's code Duke120 at go.factor75.com/Duke120 for $120 off. Defining Duke is brought to you by Chime. Look, no one likes to wait on a paycheck. Good thing there's Chime. Now you can get your paycheck up to 2 days early with direct deposit. But Chime is more than just getting paid early. It's also an award-winning mobile app, checking account, debit card, and optional savings account. That's why I like Chime. My girlfriend introduced it to me, and it's helped me save a lot of money over the years. So what are you waiting for? Well, hopefully not your paycheck. Get started with Chime today. Applying for a free account takes less than 2 minutes. Get started at chime.com/Duke. That's chime.com/Duke. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank or Stride Bank, N.A., members FDIC. Early access to direct deposit funds depends on the payer. Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support the show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today, and welcome to episode 74 of Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast. Today is a very special one. As many of you know, the Xbox Bethesda game showcase for 2022 is soon upon us, and it's only right that we assemble the supercast for a predictions episode. So as always, I'm joined by my lovely co-host who's sporting an interesting t-shirt this week, Lord Cognito.
You know I'm all about acquisitions, right, Maddie?
Yeah. Will one to existence?
It's one of my favorite acquisitions, you know? So, they calling me Lord Acquisition these days. So I might as well just play right into it, man. It's one of my favorites. We'll have lots to talk about as we go on. But look, man, we got the Xbox 2 in here. This is royalty, one of my absolute favorite podcasts. Good people, good friends, and I am very excited to talk games with them.
Absolutely. So joining us, number one, is Rand Thor 19. Rand, how are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm surprised you introduced me first, since I'm the interviewer of the one and only Jez Corden on the Jezcast that drops every Friday, Saturday. But it's good to be here with you guys. It's good to be here with Mr. Lord Acquisition himself, right? It's funny because me and Jez were talking about acquisitions earlier in the DMs. Who'd you say Microsoft should buy, Jez? Today?
We're getting started.
You should get excited about it. Okay. Talk about this.
You want to get into this already?
No, I'm just... Well,
there is a section in the script.
We got to set it up so they can clip the show already, so they can just tune in for the first 30 seconds.
That's true. Let them go in for the kill and get rid of the annoying people right off the bat. Jez, who are we buying?
Well, I was just kidding around because I've been playing Scarlet Nexus a lot, and I don't know if you've seen me on Twitter recently. I don't know. I got really sucked into this game randomly, and I said they should buy Bandai Namco. And they should allocate all of Halo's budget to the JRPG division. And
I like where your head's at. I'm right there with you.
Allocate all of Halo's budget to Scarlet Nexus 2. I think that'd be better use of the money.
At this point, yeah, all $10,000 they've been lent for their project. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this show's going to operate a bit differently. I just want to let everyone know the plan for the future of DD, because it's going to be a more aggressive one than you're used to. So we're posting this video on our usual schedule. So patrons will get this Let me check my calendar here. June 2nd. Then it'll go out to free feeds on June 5th. We wanted to do it here so we could have a week of our predictions being out there. I almost knocked over my protein shake. Our next episode, we will not be doing the patron exclusive access June 9th because we want to make sure we have our reaction episode out as soon as possible. We don't want to wait. So we're going to record our episode June 12th. That'll be out June 13th. That'll be the next DD. And then we're planning on doing another DD June 15th and going back to our usual schedule, getting back on that as soon as possible. So that's what we're doing moving forward. So if you notice a gap in DD content, we'll still have DDU. We'll be active on the Patreon feeds there, but you'll miss a little DD. But we wanted to make sure the release cycle, this was my choice. I wanted to make sure the release cycle for what's happening with Xbox, the biggest part of their year so far outside of the Activision acquisition, was properly accommodated. So that's what's going on there. Without further ado, though, let's just get into what we're playing as of lately. We're going to trim some of the questions and we put them more in our prediction section. This won't be a full news episode like usual. So let's start off with one of our guests. Rand, you've been really gaming it up, haven't you, man? So let's talk about what you've been playing.
Gaming it up.
Man, I'm going to get clipped. But, it's fine because talk about this on podcast. I haven't really been gaming that much recently. In fact, Cog knows, I've been delving into my other hobby, which is book reading, which, as you see, Jez shaking his head there.
He's rolling his eyes hard.
Even though Jez just read a World of Warcraft book.
Oh,
right?
You gotta read good books.
Oh, okay, sure. So for anybody listening, I have started the First Law trilogy by Joe Abercrombie. It's sort of grim dark fantasy, very much like Game of Thrones, Song of Ice and Fire. So first book, Blade itself, I finished, and I'm currently reading the second one, Before They Are Hanged, and it's pretty incredible. So that is where most of my hobby time is going this past week. So
I respect it.
Does it
I
have
read
pictures?
manga personally.
No pictures. This isn't manga. This isn't Berserk.
Manga? How dare you pronounce it like that?
However we say the word, I don't know. Manga, I guess.
There you go.
Yeah, no pictures, Jez. I'm sorry. Did the World of Warcraft book have pictures?
Didn't need them because it was literary
I
genius.
didn't need them.
Messy.
Cog, are you much of a reader? I don't know about that with you.
Used to. Well, I've cooled down on all that stuff. I just get sleepy. I just
nighttime activity.
Yeah, it's just like, oh man, so it's been hard. I've actually tried audiobooks as a result. It depends, and it's kind of hit or miss. But yeah, that's it for me. But as far as my gaming, if I'm up,
please,
yeah, man, Destiny's back. The Leviathan is haunted. I'm excited. I get to see some of my favorite content, and then they had a dungeon that just dropped. I'm probably going to attack that this week. It's hearing positive things about it, and it's been an interesting season. It's been cool. It's been short, but I am concerned about the longevity of this particular season, especially coming off the Witch Queen, which was really good content. So we'll see. And then I fired up Flight Sim, man. I was, a little Top Gun mood.
By this. Yeah.
Yeah, so I figured it out. Like a huge download, by the way. You gotta go to the marketplace to get it. But listen, the game is still beautiful. Absolutely love it. I'm still terrible at it. I'm still, basically doing all the trading stuff and the challenges to get the, the flight stuff. The only thing I would say is, when you use I don't use the cockpit view. I use the F-14, all that stuff. Of you, it's really beautiful. The only complaint, which I didn't realize is a big complaint in the Microsoft Flight Sim community, is that people really wanted to take off and land from carriers, and it's not really there. So there's a big pushback. We waited this long for this, and you couldn't even get. So I heard the content was delayed or whatever. So hopefully it's sold on those guys. Yeah, people want to get their Maverick on, man, official. But other than that, no, it's cool. It's cool. I want Flight Sim is one of them games that thank God it got quick resume because it takes so long to. It's one of those games that once you start getting back into it, you're like, all right, I like this, and that's my relaxing game. That's my last game of the day. I can.
That's your book.
Yeah, that's I can end it, do a little flight, and be done.
Nice. Interesting setup there. Jez, you're playing real video games. Let's get into them.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier I've been playing Scarlet Nexus. It's weird because I test xCloud for work, right? And for whatever reason, Scarlet Nexus for the longest time has been like my go-to game to test xCloud. First, because it's like an action game and it's just easy to find in the list. I don't know why. I've just been using Scarlet Nexus, but I never really got past the first couple of levels. I just sort of jump on, mess around with it, and like, oh yeah, it works, and then jump off. And I thought, man, I actually have to go through and finish this because I was playing on xCloud on my PC recently, and I was just kind of stunned, like how good it's gotten. 1080p, 60 frames per second, and like no latency detectable whatsoever. And I was just like, man, I just started playing it because of xCloud and how good it was, and it just felt native. And then I just forgot that I was playing via the cloud, and then I got sucked into the game. Like, the story's a bit mental. I don't have a clue what's going on. I'm like 20 hours in. I just don't get it at all. Yeah, and I don't have a clue what's going on, but the combat's really fun. You can like you can throw objects around and crit people and all kinds of different abilities. You could throw at all kinds of enemies and stuff, and the enemy designs are just crazy. Like,
yeah, I remember the leg with the plant or something like that.
Yeah, like a walking cabinet and fighting weird flying, I don't know, mannequins and all kinds of weird shit. Like, and the characters in the game are just like whatever. They don't seem that bothered by everything that's going on. So I'm just sort of going with it. So. I'm enjoying my time with it anyway. But yeah, I haven't really been playing much else besides that. I did dabble with Diablo Immortal a little bit earlier before the servers exploded.
That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, I mean, people are saying it's all pay to win and stuff like that, so we'll see how far I can get in that before I hit the pay to win wall, because I ain't paying to win in any game.
Of course.
Whatever. I've also been
playing on your phone,
Online.
or are you playing on PC, I'm guessing, right?
Well, I played it a little bit on my phone. Like, it does work with an Xbox controller on a phone, but the touch controls are pretty good too. You can you can adjust the graphics too. You can set it to 60 frames per second and put it on ultra, and it looks really great on my Samsung Galaxy Fold. But man, it'll chew through your battery in about 5 seconds if you put it like that. So like, you can dial it back to 30 frames and make it look like a PS1 game if you want to save your battery.
Makes sense.
But I'll probably end up playing it on PC, I guess, with the Xbox controller when it launches tomorrow after we're recording.
Right on.
But yeah, I guess we'll see if it's actually worth sticking with, because the people are already talking about paywall for stuff and gems and loot boxes and the British government's. Yeah. So Belgium's banned the game already. For loot boxes, and the British government's released a report about loot boxes being gambling this week, so it might get banned in the UK as well. So,
wow,
it's interesting times. But yeah, that's about it. I've also been playing. Speaking of pay to win, I've been playing EVE Online a little bit lately as well.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know why. I got some emails about like some upcoming content for it, and I was just like, I've always been curious about EVE Online. Because you always see those trending news stories about like thousands of players, ships involved in like these intergalactic wars that cost like hundreds of thousands of dollars in real money. Because all these ships get destroyed and stuff, and the ships cost real money. And
really? That's high risk.
Yeah, it is.
So funny.
So like like some of these like stories that come out of EVE is like crazy, like espionage and people losing real life, the value of real life ships and wow, the real life value of in-game ships, I guess. But I don't know. I don't know if I can get into it. People call it spreadsheets in space because it's all about trading and politics, and it's a bit deep. It's very hardcore when it comes to simulation. It really takes the definitions of sim to the next level. So I don't know if I'll penetrate that game, but yeah, that's pretty much it really. I'm waiting for some new stuff.
You'll want that game? Just making sure I heard the right word.
Penetrate through mystique,
I see what you're doing, Maddie. Continue.
Cog just moving it along.
Dirty-minded.
Moving on.
I've been playing Sniper Elite 5. This was a day one Game Pass drop this past week. I've played all the Sniper Elite games, so I was definitely going to get in on this one. I'm just surprised at how good it is. Like, the last two I played, like I really liked V2. They came out on the Xbox 360 is when I first experienced it. Like Sniper Elite 3 felt really confined for its time. 4 didn't feel like it evolved enough. 5 feels like it did. Probably my favorite mechanic in this game that I got to talk about right away is the invasion system. I think it is so awesome because the maps in Sniper Elite 5 are huge. And what happens is people will invade your world as a Nazi sniper. And you'll have to, like, while you're crawling around these levels, timing your shots with explosions and trying to be quiet, you're keeping an eye out for a player who's running around the map trying to snipe you. And it's this cat and mouse game that I'm sorry, I got to slander Deathloop here. I know it's got to happen. No, it's got to happen. Deathloop's multiplayer mechanic is the same exact thing. The difference, though, is the levels are so confined that I feel like it hurt the overall game. In this game, everything's wide open. So, like, having an invasion mechanic like that, it's tense because the levels are so big that they could be anywhere. You can use this focus system that, kind of dims your vision, but you can see the map and get an idea of what direction they're coming from. It's very general, so it's not a dead giveaway. You can use a phone on the wall and you can, like, pick it up and call to the Germans. And as you're speaking German, it'll mark them on their map for a little bit of time so you guys can find each other. If you camp for too long, which I tried to do on someone, it'll mark you and say you got to go move. So you can't just hide and wait for someone. You got to move a little bit. Yeah, you can't camp. They're like, no camping. You can turn this off, but I don't. I love this. I think it adds so much to the game. Because otherwise, I think with the bigger levels, that's something I was looking for. Sniper Elite 4 was a step in that right direction, but these are really wide open. There's a lot of interiors. There's a lot of traversal. There's a lot of tools. They finally, I don't know if this was in Sniper Elite 4. I don't remember. But they had like suppressors that you could put on your weapons. I don't care if it's World War II and it doesn't make sense. They needed it. You could use subsonic bullets to mute your sound. Like, you're never truly muted, but you can do things to shrink the audible range of the shot you're taking. And it's just such a, like, the core gameplay loop's still there though. Like, take a shot, you have to account for the wind, the bullet drop. When you hit them, X-ray camera, it's so good, man. So, like, the core loop has always been there, that rocks, but everything around it, I think, has been improved. And honestly, it's like my favorite third-party day one drop from them. A lot of people were saying to me when I put that on Twitter, they're like, well, that says a lot about Game Pass. It does. A lot of their third-party day one drops were broken, and some of them underwhelming. For me, probably the best one before this was the first one they did, Outriders. So it's been a while since they've had a really good one in my eyes, but I'm liking it. And also, I've been playing it in co-op, so you can drop in, drop out whenever. My friend has just been hopping in with whatever level I'm on, so he's done like missions 2 and 6 with me. There's 10 in total. So that's also really cool that he doesn't have to be at the same part of the story I am. And there's other modes you can do, like online survival. I think there's a multiplayer mode. I probably won't mess with that at all. I just really like the single player component of Sniper Elite, but this has been a lot of fun, and I really do recommend people check it out, especially those who have Game Pass. This is one of those moments where, I mean, it does have a lot of multiplayer systems, so I get why they put it in Game Pass, but it's kind of that single player experience that I've been looking for in Game Pass, where I'm like, okay, cool, like, it's quality. I've encountered one bug where a Nazi was able to, like, see me through a wall and he kept shooting at me, so I had to reload. But the saves are very generous in this game. They're auto-saving every couple of minutes. And you can even check some of the stats for the autosave, like what's the aggression level when you're loading that, so you know exactly what state you want to load in. So yeah, there's a lot of like safety measures, I'd say, for potential pitfalls in the game that you may encounter. But yeah, really, really like it. It's a lot of fun. Highly recommend go download it on Game Pass. Not that big of a download, and a lot of fun, whether co-op or single player. I've done both. And this one, definitely feels like the best in the series so far. They try to tell a story. Just keep this in mind that, this is not a part of the Sniper Elite formula. I'm not really against it, but it's nothing crazy because you kind of know what to expect. You're there for the gameplay. This series has never, in my opinion, told a very compelling narrative, but they try here, and you'll notice up close and personal how Carl Fairburn, your wonderfully voiced main character, is much more detailed and beautiful compared to everyone else around him, which makes sense because everyone else around him, you're shooting from like miles out, so they don't need to look pretty because you're capping them from deep, so it doesn't matter. But when they put them in the cutscenes, you're like, oh. So that's one thing. Just expect the game to not look great in its character models. The environments look good, Carl looks good, but it's really great. Again, highly recommended.
No doubt.
So Maddie, how would you, so I've played Sniper Elite 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
Kind of getting a little sick of the formula. I still think I'm going to try out 5 because I have heard a lot of from people I trust that the game's solid and really good. And I'm going to check it out.
Okay.
But how would you feel if they took the Sniper Elite formula and went to modern times?
I would love that. Yeah,
and I think like a Splinter Cell-ish kind of thing.
Exactly.
Where it's
yeah.
Like I feel like that would be huge instead of relying on like, hey, it's okay to kill Nazis, so whatever. Let's bring it to the modern times. I think that would be awesome.
I completely agree.
That's when they have my attention.
Yeah. Because I'm a World War II junkie. I should mention that does have a little bias in there. Like I love that time period. So I like how they get creative in exploring it. The fact that they've been able to make 4 or 5 games within that time period is kind of fascinating to me, and make new stories for it and new inventions that the Nazis are working on to win the war. But I think for people coming in who are maybe tired of the formula, you're not going to get like that Hitman 3 level of like reinventing the formula. One thing I do think this game is missing is disguises. I feel like that's long overdue, and it'd be really cool to like dress up as different types of Nazi soldiers and infiltrate stuff, because that's a lot of what you're doing. You're infiltrating constantly, but the game's about never being detected while you're doing that. And they give you a proper amount of tools to do so. I just think this would be a cool tool in general. Like if you were to shoot, like in Hitman, if you were to shoot someone and put on their outfit, it's covered in blood, they'll know that you killed someone. They'll be like, what's going on there? Whereas in this game, I feel like the same thing could apply. And I do think there are limitations now that they're just hitting where whatever they do next for Sniper Elite, they should change the time period. They've done a lot of cool locations with like France, Italy. It's time to do something different, whatever that may be. So I'm with you, Rand. It's again, you'll notice some familiar things, but I feel like the surrounding pieces have been improved enough where it's worth the dive. So I don't know if you'll love it, but I've always been a sucker for it. But I've also been critical of 3 and 4. V2 was the one I really liked, but otherwise I was getting tired of it. And I feel like 5 really opens things up. Oh, with that in mind, just last thing I want to say, if they're going to improve anything, they need to just give them a damn jump button, because there's a lot of like invisible walls and collision barriers attached to objects. You have to very much like PS2-esque, like walk all the way around to get to the other side of a barricade. It's like, I just wanted to vault this thing. So kind of limited exploration in some instances. That can be annoying. It can feel very old, but otherwise much improved entry.
No doubt.
All right. We got 3 warm-up questions I wanted to do before we dive into all of our predictions. First one comes from Rude Days 93. Hey, Cog and Maddie. With Sony seemingly doubling down on VR with the PSVR 2 and Microsoft going in the direction of xCloud and game streaming, what do you believe will have the bigger future in 10 years, VR or game streaming? Have a I just woke up from a damn good nap type of day. I want to start off with Mr. Codename Keystone over there, who may have dropped a little something. What do you think? Do you believe the future is game streaming in 10 years, or is it VR turning into AR?
I think VR will have this sort of audience still, like enthusiasts, and I think it'll remain relatively niche until they can like justify strapping some massive thing to your face for the casual audience. It's never going to be anything more than a sort of hobby, sort of niche kind of thing. Whereas game streaming obviously has potential to go far more broad. Like I've been speaking to people at Xbox lately, and they've seen double-digit growth just from putting Fortnite in xCloud. So it's not even a discussion for me. I don't think it's comparable. It's like 2 different universes of where they could go. Like cloud streaming is going to be more affordable. It's going to be more accessible. It's going to have more games. It's going to be better in almost every single conceivable way. Whereas VR is by and large controlled by Zuckerberg. right now, and no offense, Cog, and and it's that whole just nobody wants to wear a massive computer on their face thing, and so they can solve that aspect of it. It's never going to be more than niche, It's kind of like I've got a Quest here. I'm my parents' house right now, staying here like from my girlfriend. I've visited my family in the UK, come back from Germany from my girlfriend's place, and they've got a Meta Quest here, Meta Quest 2. They use it for Beat Saber, and that's about it. Like as a sort of exercise tool, but it's never for fun. It's always for like exercise or, well, basically that's it. They only use it for Beat Saber, and it's and even then they don't barely use it for that too. So it's just not convenient enough, I think. But xCloud, the whole point of cloud streaming is to add convenience. So in that context is why I think, cloud has a much brighter future than VR, but I could be wrong. I could be very wrong.
How about Mr. Zuck over there? Cog, how are you feeling about
I wonder how he feels about this. It'll take over the world. Yeah.
Listen, man. No, valid points. I see where Jez is going with it. I think, to me, it's not close yet. And the reason why I feel so is because just recently, Meta just partnered with Microsoft on Azure, but on an AI level, you know what I'm saying? But it's still Azure is the backbone, and we're still seeing, a lot of these strategic partnerships with Azure, even Sony. People recognize that in order to move forward in this day and age, you're going to need some type of cloud tech, some type of cloud streaming, and they are fully invested. So we can't take away anything from Microsoft in that regard. As far as VR is concerned, yeah, it's still, I'll be honest, I'm still in that nurturing, niche growing phase. Obviously, Meta was the first to, the Quest 2 was kind of like the first to kind of get it a little bit mainstream because of the non-tethered wireless part. But then you have the high-end thing that is very expensive, that it may alienate people on price. And then the other aspect to the people who are not invested in the ecosystem is, I speak to Addict all the time. Like, they just want games. They just want more games. So I think Meta knows that. And I also think keep a lookout for PSVR 2. They actually welcome them into space because at the end of the day, more adoption helps it get out of that niche bag. But yeah, I got to be brutally honest. Of course, streaming is just way far ahead right now. And the barrier for entry is less. So, and people keep partnering. All the big majors keep partnering. So that's what's going on right now. That's the reality of it.
Yeah, I feel like it's got to be, VR has to be in that space where like you can take these glasses, I can just slide them on, and suddenly I'm in the virtual world.
Yeah, like the AR joint. Yeah,
right. Like it's got to be like what we saw in the movies. Like it's got to be that easy. A press of a button on the side of your glasses, like a scouter in Dragon Ball Z, and you're like suddenly seeing everyone's power levels. Like you need something like that, in my opinion.
True that.
For me,
give me a brain implant.
Yeah.
Oh my god. He want the microchip.
Yeah.
We could bypass headset completely and just like in Scarlet Nexus. I could just imagine.
Don't make me
game.
link my Facebook account. We're good. So, no, that's good.
Yeah. Coming soon.
Defining Duke is brought to you by Factor. The weather is getting hot out there. I am sweating profusely as I sit down to record this. Fortunately, Factor has allowed me to only sweat in my podcast chair and not in my kitchen, so I can spend more time enjoying the weather and not cooking, grocery shopping, or doing the dishes. Fortunately, I don't have to meal plan or prep anymore, and I can still follow the Defining Duke way of health is wealth by subscribing to Factor. Factor makes it easy for me to eat clean 24/7 with fresh, never frozen prepared meals that are so delicious you wouldn't believe that they're actually good for you. Look, y'all know I've gotten back into the gym this summer. I'm back on that grind after some health concerns, and you can choose from Factor's Calorie Smart and keto options with built-in portion control as a great tool to help you get fit for the summer. On top of that, you have the option to change it up and select any plan size between 4 to 18 meals. So there's a lot of customization here. What are you waiting for? Head to go.factor75.com/Duke120 and use code Duke120 to get $120 off. That's code Duke120 at go.factor75.com/Duke120 for $120 off. Defining Duke is brought to you by Chime. Look, no one likes to wait on a paycheck, especially when you got bills due. I know some of you are canceling Game Pass, so maybe you have less bills due, but you get the idea. Good thing there's Chime. Now you can get your paycheck up to 2 days early with direct deposit. Sounds good to me, because that's 2 more days to save, pay bills, and generally feel good about your money situation because you canceled your Game Pass subscription, so now you're saving an extra $15 a month, right? But Chime is more than just getting paid early. It's also an award-winning mobile app, checking account, debit card, and optional savings account. That's why I like Chime. My girlfriend introduced it to me, and it's helped me save a lot of money over the years. So what are you waiting for? Well, hopefully not your paycheck. Get started with Chime today. Applying for a free account takes less than 2 minutes. Get started at chime.com/Duke. That's chime.com/Duke. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank or Stride Bank, N.A., members FDIC. Early access to direct deposit funds depends on the payer.
Rand, how do you feel about this? Do you believe streaming is the future?
Oh, he's
or
big on
VR?
both. Let's hear Rand.
Yeah, I'm totally big on streaming, and I'm totally big on VR. I think, I agree with everybody here for the most part. I think streaming has the chance to. You just look at other forms of media and how streaming has basically dominated the market when it comes to music and it comes to movies and television. Microsoft sees it as the future. So 10 years from now, they probably made the right bet. Cloud streaming will be the thing that kind of potentially takes Xbox to the next level, getting those countries that normally don't play games or at least play Xbox, like India and Africa and places. So it has the best chance of expanding the video game market because, Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, they all talk about like the small console market, right? Only 250 million. It's like, how do you actually expand past that? And it's like, well, console streaming is a great way to do it because now you can have people play these games for a really cheap entry cost. However, the one thing I'll say about VR, there's a part of me that's like, you know what? Don't say that it has no future, because if somehow they were ever to figure out, or if they could Ready Player One it, right? Where it became that big, well, then you might have a conversation. But it's like, do you trust the current companies to be able to build something like that? Because I've seen those meta videos where what was the thing we were laughing at, Jez? That video, the social space thing. What was it called?
Behave, be nice.
And we were just like,
I gotta report back.
We were just like, this ain't it. But if they were able somehow, like, it needs to be cheap. It needs to be wireless. It needs to be just a pair of glasses or something you put on your head. But if you could create that Ready Player One aspect, then you're talking about something different. But if I had to like choose right now, gun to head, I think it's cloud streaming.
Yeah, I agree. Excellent. Well, that answers that. Let's move on to number 2 here. This one was interesting. We talked about this last week, Cog. And I really like this perspective here because it is something worth considering if a deal were to go through. Harry Jackson writes, "Howdy Dukes. Reports have emerged that Electronic Arts are seeking a merger with potential partners like NBC Universal, Disney, and Apple being named, all of whom have their own subscription offerings. Could such a deal threaten the place of EA Play and Game Pass? It doesn't get discussed enough, but EA's offerings pad out the Game Pass library massively, particularly for fans of sports games and, since the Codemasters acquisition, racing games. Big single-player hitters like Mass Effect, Dragon Age, and Jedi Fallen Order are in Game Pass through this deal. Should Microsoft be afraid? And if they do part ways, which third party could best fill the void?" I thought this was a really neat perspective. So, Cog, I want to dish it to you first because we did discuss this a little bit. Do you think there's any threat if EA were to be gobbled up somewhere that you say goodbye to EA Play and Game Pass?
This actually, I was going to look for some insight on Jez actually, because, I don't know contractually if that would affect it, if they would be in a position where they would have to, either rescind or when the subscription's up, that's not in NBC Universals, because that was the supposed deal that was supposed to go through, and Andrew Wilson was supposed to report to them, and then I guess it broke down over financials at the very end. So yeah, that's a question. I'm literally going to pass it right to Jez because I'm not sure
I envision
if that would affect it. What you think, man?
I was just going to say, I'll be curious to hear Jez's thoughts too, because I envision it sort of like what happened with Disney, Netflix, and some of the Marvel series that they had exclusively on Netflix while they were making Disney Plus, and how like soon that was going to end, but they remained on Netflix for a little bit of time before then going over to Disney Plus. So I feel like there'd have to be something in the contract to honor a time limit before it's yanked. But again, we'd need to see the black and white on that. Jez, how do you feel? We'd like to defer to you.
Well, I think you said it pretty much. It's like they'd have to honor whatever contractual obligation they have for the duration of that contract, and then afterwards they could part ways, or maybe Apple could just like buy their way out of it, or if it goes even assuming it's say for example Apple buys EA, I suppose they could sue Microsoft to try and get out of it or something. I don't know, but I don't think they would. I think they're just like if a company like Apple buys up EA, it's a long-term play, really. It's not like they're desperate or they need to very quickly build up Apple Arcade, whatever they call it. It's like a long-term play. It's like we can wait this out and then pull EA Play off Xbox and probably all the other games too, and slap them on iPad or some other random junk, whatever they're called.
Oh yeah, now you go get the slander, man. Now it's your turn. See, I had the slander from better. Now you get your Apple slander. Now it's equal opportunity slander from Jeff. Continue.
That's okay.
I give Meta and Apple equal helpings of slander, but they both suck. But and Google as well. But
everybody catching bullets from Jez. Continue.
Yeah. And IBM as well. Screw you, IBM.
Anyone else, sir?
Tencent. But
yes.
All right, we there.
But yeah, I don't know. Would Microsoft need to worry in that context? Like, EA's in a weird place right now. I kind of feel like they've given up the license to FIFA, which is obviously their cash cow. It's their Fortnite, and it's kind of like there's a degree of uncertainty about the future of that franchise. Like, without the FIFA license, does it stay as big as it is?
Yeah.
What does that look like? Do they?
FC.
Yeah. Like, EA Sports FC? No one's gonna remember that, or know about it straight off the bat. They'll just be like, "Where's my FIFA?" Do they get to keep the player names and stuff like that? I don't even know. I presume I would. For EA's sake, I would hope so, because people ain't gonna. The whole sort of FIFA Ultimate Team buying the players is going to mean a whole lot less if you don't have those names and likenesses. So I presume they're still going to put through a deal for that, but. If they, clearly relations with FIFA have broken down, and that sort of creates some degree of uncertainty. So it's no wonder EA is like looking to what its future might be in a world where it can't rely on some of this stuff, I guess. And we've seen EA flounder for years.
That EA, I thought I read this. They in October 2021 renewed a deal with the union FIFA Pro, which would allow a long-term partnership for them to use the likeness of players, even with a name change. So they would have that. Rand, what do you feel
devastating, though,
about where EA is heading, and if EA Play and Game Pass would be threatened, and if it were, what would Xbox do, if anything?
Well, I'm surprised Lord Acquisition didn't say Microsoft should step into the arena,
Oh, God, man, you're just getting beat up this episode.
No, this is good. I like that, but I'll let him finish it. I'll continue.
It's interesting because I think we were live when this news broke. Me and Jez were doing the Xbox 2, and it was like, oh, EA. It was like we saw the article. And it was like EA was gonna merge with Comcast or whatever, NBC Universal. And we didn't know at the time because I didn't read the article because we were live, and it was just like, oh, this must have been something that happened in the past, right? And then like further in, we were reading is, oh wait, no, this like broke down a month ago. I was like, wait, because EA was like said they were looking to acquire, and now it comes out they're looking to be acquired, and you have all these kind of suitors that are kind of periphery around the gaming industry, not like any of the manufacturers, but you got like Apple's, the Amazons, So they're kind of like looking for maybe something outside gaming. But yeah, I guess it would depend who bought them. If Apple bought them, maybe Apple's just like, screw it, we're paying to get out of this deal. We want it on Apple Arcade or whatever. We want it out there immediately. But more realistically, they'll probably just let it, because we don't know. I mean, there could be only a year left on the deal.
Yeah.
Right? And it would just automatically expire anyways. And then if Apple controls EA, they'll just be like, yeah, we're not renewing this. So, I think it just depends on whoever, like whatever their plans would be. As for who could replace EA Play, I mean, there's not that many other gaming companies that have a subscription service. It seems like Ubisoft is kind of squarely in the camp with PlayStation for their classic side, which I think because PlayStation has Ubisoft Classics, it probably, at least to me, says that it won't be part of Xbox Game Pass.
You agree, Matty?
No, but I do still think Ubisoft Plus is going to come to Xbox. It's just that it won't, like the classic games won't be part of Game Pass.
Oh,
like
okay,
Sony was able to
secure that portion,
secure that deal. So I would imagine, like, unless they're playing both sides and they're able to get a deal from both Sony and Xbox, but I doubt it. I would imagine PlayStation will have exclusivity on that.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know who they could replace it. I mean, me and Jez have always wondered what Embracer's long-term goal is. Maybe Microsoft is like, hit us up with that Embracer Pass. Put all the Embracer games on Game Pass. I don't know.
Embracer Pass. I like that.
Embracer Pass.
To get what I like that. To get what Red was saying as far as the EA thing, to your question about it. Yeah, for me, was the expression, why buy the cow when the milk is free? That's how I look at EA, and that's how I look at Ubisoft. In terms of Microsoft being my Duke acquisition phase that I'm on. Like, you don't need to break them. You already had the relationship, and then they kind of fold into the service, right? And both of them, as big as they are, in my opinion, I don't want to say are on the decline, but we can admit they are not the juggernauts maybe they once were for a few years back. So it is too much of a management issue and an investment. It's like, I always feel like, what are you getting out of it from a business standpoint, and looking at the numbers and the metrics, and does it make sense? And I don't know if those two make sense per se, overall for Microsoft. That's why.
Yeah, I think you try to hold on to EA for as long as you can until your first party gets rolling. I say that because I agree with Harry's assessment that you look at some of the months or really bi-weekly announcements of Game Pass and what they're putting in the service, and there are some times that I do think, like, without EA Play, this would look scarily thin. And I do think there's an importance there, and that service has helped pick up some of the, and that's okay, by the way, some of the slacking months of Xbox. That's why they struck the deal. It was smart. And I just think until you can address it yourselves with your own internal studios, that you hold on to that if you can, if you have that option too, if you can renew that. That would be my play personally. If they go, then you're going to have to get creative or hope that everyone's ready to go and get some individual third-party deals rocking and rolling. But I imagine even if they get acquired, I don't think that relationship with EA disappears, personally. I think you can still work something in there on occasion, just maybe not all of EA Play, but we'll see in due time. Number 3, and then we'll get into our predictions. Cody Richter writes, "Hey Duke Brothers, what is a critically bad game that you even agree is bad, but still enjoy and continue to play it? I picked up Ghost Recon Breakpoint a while back on sale to play with a friend, and although the game is nothing special by any means, and even bad in some aspects, I'm 30 plus hours in and closing in on a platinum trophy. What the fuck is wrong with me? Do you boys do this from time to time?" What is it? See, the part here is that, like, most people call the game bad, but you just don't agree. But he's saying it's a bad game and you agree it's bad, but you enjoy and play it anyway. That's the criteria that I think is hard to match. Do you guys play games that you don't like?
World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is in its worst state in like over a decade, but I still play it. I still read the news about it. I still read the lore and read the books, and it's like, what is wrong with me? Why do I keep playing this horrible game that has PlayStation 1 graphics? That has like like clearly diminished budget. The game feels like it's in a managed decline, you know. Like they know it's dying, so they're not investing in growing it.
Right.
And I still play it. So that's mine. Pretty obvious, really.
I'm dying for Raids.
Well, I'll
name Rans for him. It's Halo Infinite.
Oh, damn! After bang bang.
After playing the game in the beta and then doing the review stuff where I played it twice, I don't think I've loaded up Halo Infinite since the second day it launched.
Wow.
Rip.
Because I had already played the campaign twice.
Sure.
Through the review thing, review build, and I was like, I'm gonna wait for co-op. And looking at my watch, co-op still ain't here. 6 months later, and my buddies who play Halo, they get very sweaty, and they're like, it's the same people I played PUBG with. My buddy Magic and my buddy Maka, my buddy Gopher. Gopher hates Halo, so he doesn't play. But like, Magic and Maka are just so much better than me at Halo that it's not fun to play with them because I get destroyed. And they don't want me to play with them because, you know, I'm not as good as them. So it's like, so it's just kind of like I have nobody really to play with. So it's just like, okay, well, that's why I'm hoping for Tatanka, you know, Jez's Project Tatanka thing to come sooner rather than later, so I can get my Halo BR on, so I can join with my comrades and play some Halo. But no, I wouldn't say Halo. I mean, maybe you could say PUBG was critically panned when it came out, and I spent 1,000 hours in it, but like I never thought it was bad. I mean, it performed bad on the Xbox One X. You know, it played terribly, but I loved it so much. I just thinking back on the days in 2017 and 2018, you get on at 8 p.m., everybody's at a party and you're playing to 2 a.m. and it's just the best time ever, and you just never want it to end. Like, I get nostalgia vibes just thinking about that, talking with my guys. But no, I mean, like, I played a bunch of bad games for achievements. Does that count? I played My Horse and Me Too and Barbie Puppy Rescue. I mean, like, legit. I played legit. Like, you see, this is why when I see review scales and when people talk about reviews and they're like, this game's like a 6 and it's like, or like a 5 or whatever, they grade it low. I'm like, no, you see, I actually know what a 1 and a 2 is. I've actually played 1s and 2s because of my, you know, achievement fixation. So there have been plenty of games over the course of the 360 generation and early Xbox One. If it had easy achievements, I was playing it, regardless of how bad the game was. And there's some stinkers. So I would probably have to say, you know, one of those Hannah Montana, whatever, you know, 360 games. Like, I played those games, and those were bad and awful. And I've still played them anyways because I needed to get that next achievement, you know?
That's so funny. Yeah, I don't know if I consider League of Legends a bad game. It's one that pisses me off enough for me to call it bad, and I'd still come back to that. There's ones that I have that I think are bad games, and I don't know if they've generally been critically bad. Like, I think Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin is a bad video game, but it reviewed decently. But I thought, like, by all intents and purposes, it was bad. But I kept coming back to it because there is a charm to it. I love Neo 2. I kind of love their loot cycle, the combat. And to Final Fantasy-ify that was pretty good news to me. And I kept coming back, trying to force myself to love it post-review. Like, maybe I'll make like a post-mortem. Like, I was wrong. I just can't fucking like it. But I still kept coming back to it. I'd probably say, to fit the particular criteria of bad game that I agree is very flawed, but still continue to play at League of Legends. I have yet to test the new patch that increases everyone's health or defense, I believe it is, which a lot of people are very excited about. We will see if that ends up being the fix the game needs, because everyone was just dying like in a flash and it got really annoying. Maybe this will fix it, but like currently my opinion stands. Yeah, that game is not great, but I love MOBAs. It's like the only active MOBA out of Smite, and I've put like thousands of hours into Smite where I'm like, I need something new. Like, I swear to God, I'm like a MOBA addict. Just no one's feeding me. Like, they had Paragon. They gave that up for fucking Fortnite. So, yeah, I'm starving out here.
You play Heroes, man.
I got to connect with the characters a little bit, And
you don't connect with all those great characters like the Warcraft was. No.
Yeah, no? Warcraft. Yeah.
Overwatch? No?
Fake enthusiasm.
I love Warcraft. I played it. See, for me, Warcraft I never touched because I was a big RuneScape guy. I still am. And so to me that was the direct rival. I was like,
oh, you better.
So I was like, don't tread on me.
RuneScape is not a rival to Warcraft. I'm sorry.
Let's tell me the OG RuneScape days.
Let's be real here.
I mean, not anymore. Yeah,
RuneScape a rival.
Yeah, RuneScape got lapped. I'll completely admit that. It's hilarious because when they tried to evolve is when they got lapped. They only came back because they literally did the OG RuneScape release. I think they call it RS3. And they released that, and everyone was like, oh, yo, let's go, RuneScape. I'm like, they just released the same game that we all played when we were growing up, and that's what everyone wanted. It's amazing. It's a game that didn't need to evolve. Cog, what about you? Curious about your answer.
Destiny 2. Destiny 2. Destiny.
Not it. Definitely not it. Nope.
We know it. You don't
it's actually a good game.
Like,
just with content issues.
You can lie to us, but you can't lie to yourself, brother.
Nah, bro, that game is fine. That game is fine. I don't care what you talk about. That game is hot. The problem with the game has always been the content, their silly practices of vaulting stuff, and their terrible multiple monetization models that only Bungie is allowed to get away with, where they're free to pay, but they play for expansions and all that. That's the problem with the game. But the gunplay, the raids, and everything else is fine. But anyway, that's not what I was going to say. So what I was going to say, surprisingly, is 2K, NBA 2K.
Oh, yeah. That was a drug for me. And every season the boys get together and we would either, me and Rand, we played team up before. That was one. But another thing, but actually was the My Player, creating your guy. Because I played basketball, we would go to the park and we were like, yo, it'd be cool if there was a video game we could make ourselves. And then when 2K did it and you compete against others, the thought of it was amazing. The problem is so terrible with the monetization. And you literally get the most garbage stat character. And it literally, this game is a blueprint on how to induce people to spend money every year. They got Jake from State Farm in there. They got Jordans in there. You come in there with a brown pants and a basic shirt, and you go to the court and everybody's got on Air Jordans and their dunk rating is 95 and their jump shot. You're getting destroyed. Of course you're going to spend money. And it's genius that they get away with this. They get away with this every year. Literally, I know people, Maddie, how pathetic this is. When they reserve NBA 2K each year, they put $100 down on VC for their created character. Oh, that hurts.
So this is like a double. I know grown men who do this 2K is raking in the bucks with that franchise. And the sad part about it is such minimal upgrades every year, and they just milk it. And I said, I gotta stop. I'm out. The only thing is, if a friend may drag me and say, hey, if it's out now that Game Pass, it's on Game Pass? Okay, yeah, I'll check it out. Whatever, my 65 overall character with the basic stuff. Because I'm not doing it, bro. It's a dark hole going down 2K. But yeah, 2K, man.
That reminds me of how I felt about NHL. Not as big of a money pit, but that is a game that probably fits this better than any of them. It is NHL. I haven't played any of its latest renditions, but I quit playing NHL because I love hockey more than any sport, dude. This game, it looked terrible. There were glitch goals constantly. You want to talk about minimal upgrades? It was not it. I think it's gotten better over the years, apparently, but I just can't trust it. I am damaged. I have not played since I think 16 or 7. I don't even remember, man. It's been so long. So.
Same deal. And they've got this badge system where you become better at certain proficiencies than other people, and then people find a way to manipulate that. They haven't fixed it. Same old stuff.
Exactly. Well, enough
sports
of all
games
that.
Fans should do a general strike. All sports games fans of all games should just do a general strike, because I'm not someone who likes sports. You can probably tell from the way I look that I'm not the most sporty person in the world, right?
Sporty.
Yeah. But I don't play these games. But all the people that I know who do play them, like your FIFA and all this stuff, all they do is talk about how trash they are and how every year they just recycle the same thing over and over again. So all FIFA players and all NBA 2K players and NHL hockey or whatever, they should all get together and have a general strike and all refuse to play these games till they actually start making them into games again. And they're just sort of these horrible money pits.
Yeah.
I say as I spend $100 on Hearthstone.
Yeah.
Get it.
Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions. The way we're doing this is we're doing bold predictions. We've got every Xbox first party now and in the future laid out before us. We're going to talk about them, their games, make some calls on what will appear in the showcase, what surprises could occur. We've also got all of the Xbox Game Studios leaked projects here. We're going to make some day one Game Pass predictions, maybe even some acquisition predictions. So we have a lot to go over. I wanted to get it started spicy, right? Spicier than we already are right now. Before we get into any company, I want to hear at least one bold prediction from each of us. Who would like to go first? And I'm talking bold, like it's kind of your wild, out there dream pick, if you will.
Okay, I'll give you one.
All right.
And I've been on the train of the opposite end, but Final Fantasy VII Remake announced for Xbox, dropping day one Game Pass the day of the show.
That is bold in the day and age of PlayStation timed exclusivity.
I don't know. Like the last 2 years, I was just like, I don't think it's coming. And I do think if it doesn't show up at June, this showcase, it's never coming. Right? But I don't know. I sort of feel like there's a chance that it does show up. And if it does show up, it'll be Game Pass related.
Again, Jez.
You know what I mean? No, I'm just saying, like, Maddie wanted bold, right? I wanted something at least that has the chance of being true. That chance of being true. So,
Very bold, Rand.
Very bold, Rand. Oh my God, so bold.
You know, I mean, what's Jez gonna say? Persona 5 Royale coming to Xbox?
Let's hear Jez. He's judging. Let's hear how bold.
Or did
Jez
I take your
is.
pick, Jez? Did I take your pick?
Oh, you didn't take my pick because I thought these were predictions, not leaks. That's a joke. That's a joke.
All right, we're getting a lot of articles. We're gonna be on Twitter. Here we go.
Nah, it's a joke. I just got this running joke with Rand that like his predictions have a mysterious habit of coming true for some reason.
It's not true. I get things wrong all the time. So.
Talk to him, Jez.
Well, bold predictions. Sticking with the theme of JRPGs, I'm gonna go with what Rand said. I honestly, I'm a sort of cynical and negative person. I don't know if anyone follows my content, sort of gets that impression of me. So when I make predictions, I can't help but sort of ground them in things that I expect. So a bold prediction from me wouldn't be very bold, I think, if I was being completely honest. But what bold prediction for me would be, I want to see presence of Japanese anything at the show. Whether it's like Final Fantasy VII Remake, Persona, like I would love to see Microsoft really put its money where its mouth is and sort of cut through whatever barriers they've got that are stopping us getting JRPGs and just sort of fix it, because we've seen like Grassroots, we've seen Yakuza, we've seen Dragon Quest, blah, 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 but there's still this just cloud of uncertainty over the whole genre, Japanese games and JRPGs in particular, So I really want to see them cut through that narrative and really deliver on that front. And I would hope, that prediction turns into something that's more of a hope than prediction, but...
It's a bold prediction.
I predict that there'll be some major Japanese presence at the show. I would hope.
Okay.
I have no information, but I would hope.
I know you'll specify when you do. Cog.
Unlike Rand.
Yeah, right. Just like
I'm not the one who has to write for Windows Central. I just make things up, and sometimes they turn out to be true.
Mm-hmm. Uncanny accuracy. Anyway, look, man, just gotta stole my thunder a little bit, but yeah, I my bold one is I want them to really go out and address a deficiency, and the deficiency is either on the two front for me. It's either with the JRPG or the fighting game aspect, right? Now I can go real pie in the sky with the fight game, but I ain't gonna go there just yet. But
this is bold, man. This is where you're allowed to be wrong.
Yeah, I want to be in the realm of reality somewhat. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, yeah, NetherRealm, of course, but I don't know if that's in reality right now. So I gotta go back to my roots, man. I still feel we heard about this, the Super Game Initiative and all this other stuff, but I gotta go back to my roots, man. Like they say it's popping right now. Sonic's doing well. They've got the zeitgeist with the movie. We got the. I'm not gonna say acquisition, but I'm gonna say more like more of an extension of the partnership, more of a. Okay, we're going to be housing more things with Super Game. You know what I'm saying? And these are some of these original classic things. And then you see Xbox associated with it. And I would love to see, like, I guess what I want is kind of like the JRPG stuff, but almost like a reimagining of some classic, Sega properties that Xbox is going to be helping or assisting them with and in launches. And of course, if Persona is part of that whole, spiel, yes, that would be the cherry on the sundae, for the Sega Kid stuff, because they gotta get Atlas to start playing nice. But yeah, that's where I'm at. But what about you, man? What's the bold? Where you going with it?
I'm gonna do really bold, just because I wanna have some fun here.
Let's go.
Again, I said I think this is the place we can be wrong. The rest I have more accurate ones, but I'm gonna say this is a big hole at the end of this year. I'm gonna say Avowed's ready for the end of the year. For a 2022 release.
Jez?
Bold.
Jez, is Avowed ready by the end of the year, sir?
What's that look? What's that look?
That's a different look. That was a different
look. That's my pick. I think when they made this delay, this is my denial prediction. Really,
yes,
it is such a gigantic delay that they made it knowing they'll have an answer soon. And so that answer is Avowed. Avowed will come out in 2022 at the end of the year.
Wait, it's dropping this year?
Yeah, they're dating it. They're dating it. They're going to be like, we'll see you November of 2022. And I'm going to be like,
wow, you outside.
Yeah, that's a bold prediction, sir.
I'm getting bold. I was thinking about it at the gym the other day. I was like, this. Yeah, I like how that's what I'm thinking at when I'm getting my pump on. But I was like, that'd be really awesome. Obviously, it's pie in the sky. That's the point of the section. I was like, that'd be cool.
Fair enough.
That'd be cool. So, I'm thinking, like, what would send people over and be like, oh, okay, who cares about that delay anymore? We got over here. And maybe we'll still have that moment. I'm thinking, like, from a first party front, something we know that we didn't expect. Okay. Maybe they date it. They do a little bait and switch. Like, we're going to drop it 2022, and they never plan on doing that anyway, just to give us false hope. That could also be a thing. But I'm predicting they put a 2022 date on Avowed.
Wow. Interesting. I mean, I like where your head's at. I know you're a big fan of Obsidian, so it's like, yeah, if I can't have my Starfield this year, then I want my Avowed.
Get a little selfish, yeah.
I'm so surprised nobody came out with, like, we're gonna see Banjo this year, or we're gonna see an exclusive Star Wars game or an exclusive Marvel game. Like, we all kind of kept it like a little bit realistic. I mean, I guess there's a chance Avowed could be ready. We don't really know for sure, although Jez might. No, I like that, Maddie. I like that.
Thank you.
Confidence.
Thank you. Yeah, fool's confidence.
Confidence.
I'm going to change mine. I'm going to change mine then.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Get the articles ready.
Handheld.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. They come out with out.
Maddie, no, you can't be excited because it's going to be a cloud streaming only device.
True.
So,
yeah.
Oh,
I'm
what's wrong with that?
He doesn't want it. He needs local playback.
Native.
Nah, Native's old hat, man. It's old hat, man.
Come on. I got files.
We're in the cloud streaming. We're in the cloud streaming era now. I don't install games anymore. If it doesn't stream, I don't play it.
He got bougie with it. He got bougie with his install.
Wow.
Okay.
You're egoing your hard drive just like that? That's crazy.
So he's going to handheld. Okay.
I like that. I like that one.
No doubt. I like that.
Okay, so some bold ones to start us off. Let's move into territory that's a little uncertain. I want to also cross this one on the list, and then we'll get into the true first party. Activision Blizzard. Obviously, we know the deal is still pending. do we see any acceleration of the deal in the front of like a day one Game Pass with maybe Modern Warfare 2 or Diablo 4? Do we see them at this showcase at all, or do they try to steer clear until the deal is done? What's your guys' read on this one? Because I'm relatively unsure on this. I don't know. I feel like it could go either way. I feel like MW2 would make a lot of sense for this fall for day one Game Pass if they could get it to happen. But again, that's going to be a lot of money. So what do you guys feel about Activision Blizzard at this showcase?
I think Modern Warfare 2 is 0% chance coming to Game Pass at the end of the year. And is 0% chance showing up at the showcase. But I do kind of feel that Diablo 4 could be there.
Okay. Now, why do you feel this way in particular?
It's just a feeling, a gut feeling, right? Diablo 2 Resurrection was there last year. So I sort of kind of feel like maybe they already have the agreement in place before this all went down that like Xbox was going to co-market Diablo, right? And Diablo 2 Resurrection was just the first step. So we know for sure that Diablo 4 is next year, right? There's no chance of it coming this year?
Yeah, I think it got a pretty significant delay with Overwatch 2. Overwatch 2 is the one that got the split launch, and then Diablo 4, I think they just put into unforeseen future. There's like, it's not coming out this year. And that was at the beginning of, was it this year they announced that? Or was it last year?
Yeah, but I don't know if they gave dates and they just said like it's been delayed. But either way, I do think Diablo 4 could show up.
I think it's fair.
And that might be the only thing from Activision that shows up there.
See, I think Call of Duty is going to show up because I noticed during the PlayStation, they were doing some type of conference thing for financial, and I noticed that in their marketing rights for a bunch of games, like they had Avatar there, but Call of Duty was missing, and I was just like, okay, maybe Xbox got it this year. I don't know, maybe why they would if they knew they were going to eventually have it because they'd be a part of Xbox, but. It's possible no one has the exclusive marketing rights. It was just like maybe reading between the lines there, but I feel like COD might show up. That would be something I'd
PlayStation has the rights.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Sorry,
I think it's PlayStation. You can play the Modern Warfare 2 beta like a week early on PlayStation.
They didn't put that marketing out.
I think there's a rumor going around that Modern Warfare 2 has an exclusive PSVR 2 mode or something.
Yeah, I did hear that.
Oh,
too.
really?
So, the rumor is
I didn't know that.
The rumor is that Call of Duty, the next two Call of Duty games have PlayStation marketing. So this year's game and then 2024's Treyarch game. So
okay, cross that off the list then.
Yeah.
Jez?
Yeah, I agree with Rand about Diablo. Diablo 4 is shaping up really nicely. From what I've heard, people are playtesting it right now, and I've only heard good things about it. So I actually think that could be a bold prediction, like a full-blown Diablo partnership. Get Diablo in cloud, because obviously Diablo is a perfect cloud game,
Yeah.
Wait, are you saying day one Game Pass for Diablo 4, Jez?
I don't know, but that'd be a bold prediction, right?
That's a bold prediction.
Day one Game Pass for Diablo 4 would be a huge get. And I think it'd be worth it. I think it'd grow. I think it'd grow Diablo. I think it'll grow xCloud. I think it'd be worth it for everyone involved. And I think they should definitely do it. And Microsoft should give me a cut for the great idea.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
I agree. I'm such a Diablo fan. Love it. Yeah, I got too much to add. I don't think sadly, I don't think the Modern Warfare and the COD stuff is going to be in play. Obviously, with the marketing rights and things of that nature. So it's going to be a while before that. And yeah, I've been screaming, the Diablo thing as well. I think it's a perfect fit. It's a perfect fit and cooperative. The questing aspect of it. It's been a while. I've got the fever for Diablo. It's been a minute since I played 3. I've always been a fan of it. And it's the perfect streaming game, like Jez said. It really hits all the check boxes for Microsoft. And if they could somehow do it, and if it's ready, man, that would be a nice. Again, is it Starfield level? No, but that's a big, nice. Especially if they could release it this year, potentially. That's a nice feather in the cap for Microsoft. I like it.
100%. Yeah, I'd be plenty happy with that. That fits the co-op mold that they're always big on. So
Jez got his hand up. More.
Okay. Let's say here's one thing you might see from Activision over the next couple of weeks: a new Crash Bandicoot.
Oh, really?
I don't know if it would be at the Xbox show, but yeah, that's
interesting. So they're keeping with that after the fourth one.
Yeah, and I think it'll be. It won't be Crash as you expect it. Put it that way.
Well, there were those leaks about a Crash Wumpa League. Remember before in 2020?
What is Wumpa League?
Yeah, what is
it was basically like if you go, I'm gonna go to Google right now and type in Crash Wumpa League because it was something that was like.
What does that mean?
What is that? Wumpa. What's that?
Yeah, like there's Wumpa League teased again, new Crash Wumpa League emotes and gadgets discovered. Wumpa League changed to Crash Bandicoot. Like this was stuff that
What the hell is Wumpa League?
So Crash
like
Bandicoot.
If you said it's going to come back in the way that you didn't expect, then that sounds like it.
So there's an article from last year because I remember reading about this. It says Crash Bandicoot Wumpa League leak suggests game has missed its planned release date. A new leak related to an off-rumored Crash Bandicoot Wumpa League multiplayer game hints that it might have been delayed by the pandemic. It's just basically talking about this. There's some hints that the next Crash game is some sort of multiplayer brawler of some kind. And that, like you said, you can just Google it, and there's a lot of stuff that comes up. So,
all right,
yeah, I mean, that would fit the Jez mold of not what you'd expect from Crash. So that certainly is where I put it. I thought it'd be like a new protagonist, and it's a multiplayer party game.
Interesting.
Yeah, that'd be a good one to see. So maybe we could expect that. That could fit into Game Pass nicely. They love their multiplayer.
Game Pass is probably a PlayStation game.
Yeah, it's possible. Wouldn't be
surprised. They got the deals for the Crash games. So
yeah.
All right. Anything else we want to throw in there for Activision Blizzard that's crossing your minds?
Maddie, what if instead of Avowed this fall, you got Diablo 4 instead?
Maddie,
I'd be mildly okay with that.
Mildly okay.
Mildly
okay.
I'd put my nose up at that. That's not my single player RPG in an open world that I was looking for this fall. I just think Avowed's the right answer. I also have another answer in mind, but we'll talk about the developer shortly.
Okay.
343 is up next on our list. They're working on Halo Infinite. Do we see Tatanka here, the rumored battle royale? Do we see season 3, maybe a tease of the Forge? Do we see campaign content, perhaps? What's the read here, gents? Because this is the one that I think is uncertain. I feel like you got to remind people it exists when it's kind of beaten down bad, but you don't want it to eat up too much showcase time as well. What's the priority here for Microsoft with Halo Infinite?
So now I have not made my prediction video yet. So these thoughts are subject to change until I make that video, probably next week. I think Halo skips the show.
Ooh,
I think Halo no shows.
I was feeling that too. It's funny you say that. Yeah, I was feeling that as well.
Mainly because I don't think Project Tatanka is ready to show. And I don't think they show up with a co-op trailer. I think, I wouldn't say they get laughed out of the building, but like, if you're going to have a significant update for Halo, it's got to be more than just like play co-op for a single player game that launched
like what we know
7 months ago.
That Lone Wolves energy.
Yeah, so, but it would make sense if you could, okay, here's co-op, here's Forge, and then they end with like Project Tatanka and it's launching this point in time, but I don't know. I just have this feeling like Tatanka's not ready or they don't know when it's going to happen. So Halo just won't be there. I guess you could say that's a bold prediction. Halo Infinite, your big game that just launched 7 months ago, is not going to show up at your show. I don't know. That's kind of what I'm feeling. It's kind of what I'm feeling.
Jump in, man. It's just every indication from 343 just seems that they need more time for everything.
Yes.
It just everything. Nothing comes easy. It's always, we're waiting, we're working, we're sorry we missed this deliverable. We're sorry.
Priority zero.
But we're gonna give you the most extensive patch notes, the most, I will say, like, whoever does their like updates for what's going on is excellent. Like, that team gives you details on their thought process, but it's just like, yeah, there's a part of me that's like that does agree with Rand, like, up to what they've shown so far. Is it really ready? The Tatanka thing, and I would love it to be there, but all indications to me seem like, I don't know, man. What I would hope, and then this is just pie in the sky cock right now, and who knows what their bandwidth is or whatever. Like, I'm at the point, y'all. I'm just be honest, Maddie. Like, not that this Halo was a good game. Infinite was a good game on its core. The issue just comes down to the content. But I'm at the point now where it's like, maybe we could have them do something else.
Oh, you're thinking, okay.
Maybe it's time to, I know certain affinities come on, and y'all guys can correct me, with the Tatanka stuff and all that. I'm that's all I can do. I'm just hoping that at some point they're free from this burden, because I still feel that it's not their baby. That's Bungie's baby, and they've done a tremendous job trying this time, really, but the deliverables are just too much. So that's the hope. I don't know if that would happen now, but how cool would it be? You just see a splash screen and 343 name was something else. like that would be cool
start.
to me.
A fresh start would be nice for them, I think.
We've given them their homework assignment multiple times, and it's always something incomplete here. It's always something.
I'm not ready to give up on them yet. I get where your head's at, and I think it would be nice to see them work on something that's not multiplayer based, like a true single player game that has a start and finish. I think could do them some good, so they know how to complete something, right? Like, I feel like that's something they've really struggled with when you look at Master Chief Collection, Halo 5, now Infinite. Completion's a problem with them. So, like, give them something that has a beginning, middle, and end. It's not endless, because they just seem to struggle with that. So I get your mindset there. I just think, like, the core there is too good to walk away from now.
Not to walk away. Yeah, not to walk away.
But, like, you got to get it somewhere first. Like, complete the co-op, Forge, get a couple modes in there. Then if you want to, that's fine. Start pulling people off. But I feel like you got to, and I don't think that's what you were calling for, but that's just how I feel like you got to keep it. You got to complete the vision before you really transition over to something new. But I'm with Rand. I just don't think this one, I wouldn't be shocked if it showed up, but I think there's more stuff there that we could prioritize than Halo, which we know, and maybe doesn't have something nearby ready to show, which I think is important for a live service game. That's the other thing. If you're going to show something, I think it's got to be near. They just launched their new season at the beginning of May. It'll only have been about a little bit over a month by that point in time, so I think it's fair to say, but Jez has been mighty quiet. What's the read on 343 Halo Infinite?
Look at that smile. Look at that.
He's cooking.
He's like, codename Tatanka is going to be there.
He's cooking.
I think Rand's right. I think Halo is going to skip E3, probably. Ooh. I think Tatanka's probably further off. I think, like, their optimistic was Season 3, but I think they were also giving themselves up to Season 4 to get it out, and it looks like Season 4 is probably where it's going to land. You were saying, like, Karg was saying, like, I don't mean they should walk away from Halo, but maybe they should. Maybe they should walk away from Halo.
I know you didn't. You and I talked when we were reviewing, and I know you weren't crazy on it at all, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I just think, like, it's gotten to a point with Halo where they can't satisfy fans of the core fans, and they can't modernize it to bring it up to meet modern expectations. The lore is really bloated. You have to read books to understand what's going on. It's sort of like, it's a mess, They've kind of let it run away from them a bit, and to sort it out would be an absolutely monumental effort that I don't think anyone is sort of well suited to do right now. Like, look at Star Wars as an example. If it wasn't for, like, Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau and stuff, Star Wars would be a complete catastrophe right now. Like, it really would. After the 3 sequel movies, like, it was a mess. It was an absolute mess.
It was bleak. It was bleak for sure.
Yeah, it was bleak. And it's only been, like, since Mandalorian and stuff like that they've managed to rein it in and sort it out. It needs someone like a really true fan who has a vision to fix that franchise, because I don't think 343 has it, frankly. Yeah. I think they should just take all that money, give it to Gears of War.
Oh, but
Give it to Gears.
Rand, get him. I knew the backhanded slander was going to come in favor of Gears. I knew it was coming.
He's just upset that Gears never got a TV show like Halo, and that nobody talks about Gears anymore.
Batista is like, he's right there.
Yeah,
he's right there for Marcus Phoenix. But I don't know, man. Like, what they could do, right? When the Activision Blizzard deal closes, they could take 343 and just shut it down. Bring all those devs. What? Just bring all those devs over to Warcraft and fix the franchise that might have a future. Warcraft might have a future. Halo doesn't. Halo has no future.
Man, you got to step in. This is he's crossed the line.
Wow. Do you think that's a good idea, Rand? I know Rand thinks that's a good idea.
Geez, Jez, what have you done? There's going to be people listening to this that don't realize that this is like a big joke between me and you on our podcast.
Nice.
I think you're being serious right now.
I am not joking.
He's joking, everybody.
It's not a joke. I am 100,000% serious. It's not a joke. Shut 343 down. Bring those devs to Warcraft. Save Warcraft. Hell, save StarCraft. Any Blizzard franchise. Put those devs on Hearthstone, for God's sake.
Why don't you just once the Activision Blizzard deal closed, why don't you just have 343 make StarCraft games? Have them make StarCraft Ghost.
Do it. I honestly think at least they should make it as a side project to take a break from Halo or something. StarCraft desperately needs a shooter. It just makes so much sense, whether it's id Software or 343 or one of the Call of Duty studios. Make a goddamn StarCraft shooter. Someone, please. It just makes so much damn sense. Reportedly, they cancelled one a few years ago. Not even StarCraft gross. It sounds like they've been trying to make one, but for whatever reason, they haven't been able to. But
Jez, you mentioned side project. Would a bold prediction be 343's at the show, but they don't show Halo Infinite? And they show that other game that you kind of mentioned on Xbox 2 that you were fairly certain that they're making.
Yeah, so 343 is working on something besides Halo Infinite, according to my documentation. I don't know if it's Halo or if it's something else. One would presume that it is Halo, right? But what if it isn't? What if it's Gears of War? Yeah, Gears of War Infinite. Nah, I don't know what it is. I have no idea. I just know they're working on something. But
imagine they're making the Marcus Phoenix collection that everyone's been talking about. Oh no, them on another MCC project. Everyone would run for the hills.
What if they're working on Banjo?
A
Banjo FPS. That'd be interesting.
I like the idea 343. But let me ask you this: do you think if that's the case, do you think they would get flack for how dare you work on another project when the first one they finished?
Give them something. All I'll say is this: give them something new that hasn't been worked on before, because I feel like the task of living up to something has overwhelmed them. Give them if you're gonna give them a Marvel, give them Punisher, right? Give them something that doesn't have a video game, that is an IP that people know, so they don't have to work to grow it. They're just okay, we're making this thing for something that doesn't have any prior video game content. Let them start from the ground up. I think that's what you got to do. I could totally see some splash screen announcements this showcase just in general. I feel, I still hold the mindset that this is the one you swing hard for and you pre-announce some stuff. I'll talk about one I have in mind later. But
okay.
Because I want to keep this company by company. Let's move to Arkane. Prey, Dishonored, Deathloop, Redfall. They got 1,000,001 IP. Redfall is practically a guarantee based off the delay message. We're going to get a deep dive gameplay on that. They said in that they were going to see it soon. So I imagine it's safe to assume it will be at the showcase. Do we see anything else from Arkane? Do we see that 1-year exclusivity of PlayStation expire and Deathloop hits Game Pass day one in September so everyone can suffer together or not?
Hey now.
Oh yeah, Rand, you like that game, right? What? How do you feel about where Arkane's at? Do you think there's more than Redfall at this show?
No, I don't. I think the only thing that shows up is Redfall, with the outside chance of them having a trailer for Deathloop. But I guess that really depends on the contract situation with Sony, if they can actually show it. I think we'll get a decent chunk of gameplay for Redfall. You know, maybe a couple minutes, 2-3 minute trailer game, but all gameplay. It won't be CGI like the reveal trailer. Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, would they be ready to show anything else? I don't think so.
I think with the delay in mind, if you show something that's coming even later, it kind of gives that Elder Scrolls 6 energy of like, that's way off. You know what I mean? I think you hold it. You don't got to force that kind of announcement when you know something's around the corner for them. At least that's my read. Like, it's different with 343 where they just launched the full product and now they're doing support where they could do something new and announce that. But I think with Arkane, you should probably keep all eyes on Redfall, because as much as I love them as a developer, like, everything they've done has not lit up the sales chart. So you just need to try to make Redfall this big thing, in my opinion. And this is like a co-op game. It's going to be day one on Game Pass. Like, it stands a chance to be their biggest game, their biggest launch, at least in player count. And I think that could be huge for them. So I feel focus on one thing at a time for them.
Let me ask you this, Maddie.
Oh.
We get a date? I mean, outside of like a 2023 at the end of the trailer, do we get like a February 28th, 2023 type thing?
That's the question, isn't it? That's the thing I've been thinking about for Starfield and Redfall. I think, Cog, I asked you this as well in one of our episodes. I was like, I know they got delayed significantly, but do we see them dated? And I'm so split on it. Like, I just don't think they do it. I don't think they risk it. Yeah, I don't. No, you don't.
We just came from the precipice of destruction. We just went through.
I'm back on the edge. I'm back on the edge.
No, Maddie, no. Stay away from that date.
I was saying, yeah, that's what I was saying. I think you stay away from it overall. I think you set up dangerous expectations. I do think there's a punctuation though if you show the gameplay and be like, this is the date. I will say I think Redfall has the better chance of a date than Starfield. That's my read of the situation. But I don't think you see a date at all. Do you guys agree?
Yeah, man, all I'm saying is if they put a date, do you know how many mismanagement tweets we gonna see? People talking about mismanagement. If they don't hit another date, the last thing they need to do is hit it. That's just my opinion.
No,
man.
Be absolutely sure. I agree.
Yeah, you got to be careful. But I defer to the Xbox 2 here. Do you need to see dates from Redfall? I'm curious.
You're going to get an Arkane
I'm in the minority. Maybe I'm influencing everyone, and maybe everyone does not agree.
You'll get a Deathloop date. You won't get a Redfall date.
What if you get a date? What if you get a date for a beta?
That's a good one, because they were doing alpha tests, right? They had some leaks for that, so that's a good one.
I mean, would you want to do a beta for this 4-player co-op? I mean, it kind of seems like maybe you would.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe
you got a Back for Blood that.
And maybe you could still like have it come out this fall, like have a beta come out at the end of the year and have people play it and give feedback.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't think Arkane's ever done a public beta, but this is their first game like this. So maybe they do need to take the feedback from a wider audience.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I don't know. But
Lawbreakers has just made me so hesitant of any type of beta, just for the fear of destroying the game from over betafying it. It's like, I'm right there with you. I'm like, this makes sense. But then you risk the kind of perception of like, here's like a half-measured, half-baked version of the thing we were going to ship to you this fall, potentially, or this summer. It was the date for it. So, yeah, I feel like the beta is something you do like a couple weeks from launch. It's like it carries over once it's all done. Like maybe you do something along those lines, like a marketing beta, not the actual full beta. If I'm Xbox, that's what I'm looking at. But I'd be down for a beta personally. I could see that happening.
Jez,
I don't think they'll do a beta for Redfall, or they'll certainly not announce one. I think we'll just see gameplay for both Starfield and Redfall and sort of get a better idea about what it is, especially Starfield. We're definitely going to see Starfield. I would bet money about that.
I was willing to put money on Starfield coming out this year too. So,
oh god.
Oh, so Maddie, you have no idea how many times Jez said in the podcast or in the DMs, 100% lock, 100% lock.
I don't blame him
because you know what I would do? I'd be like, Jez, you know, like, what if Starfield does get delayed? You know, we're in the era of every game's getting delayed. You know, they announced it so early. Maybe they run into problems, and Jez will be like, no, absolutely not.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, all right.
Something had to be off because that seemed like a rain or shine type of date.
Because Bethesda broke their own rules about announcing launch dates that they weren't sure about. So I'm gonna blame Microsoft's mismanagement on that. Damn you, Microsoft! It was probably someone at 343 that decided that. I don't know.
Hey, we're talking about Bethesda Game Studios. Let's unless anyone has anything we want to throw into Arkane beyond Deathloop, Redfall, any other predictions? None.
Prey 2.
That would be nice.
I would like Deathloop to be there, Maddie.
I think it'll be there. Look, you know, do you see an expansion for it though? Do you see like any new DLC like that's specific to like, you know, the relaunch of it a year later?
It's just the nature of that contract, man. We we don't know what they had in place with Sony and when it actually ends, and maybe that's just being prohibitive for when they could show or talk anything. But yeah, that's the key if we see it there, because it released. What was the official release of was it like September? When did it release?
September.
Yeah. It would be interesting if they could even talk about it until then.
That could be that. Now you say that, I could see that being a Game Pass Twitter announcement, like kind of surprise.
It could come, but like surprise later when contractually. That's my guess. That's my guess.
All right, so let's move into Bethesda Game Studios, developers of Fallout, Elder Scrolls, and Starfield. We do have a write-in here from Beloved Emperor that I want to shine a light on, maybe shift our conversation a little bit. Hello, Atlas Maddie and Respawn Cog. I've seen discussions that the delays of Starfield and Redfall might cause Xbox to pre-announce a big upcoming project like a Fallout spinoff from Obsidian or inXile many years earlier than they otherwise should. Now, I'd cry for a Banjo remake or a New Vegas one, but wouldn't that be adding to the problem that Xbox community is already in? A plethora of announced projects that are years off, and we still need to see gameplay for each one. Thoughts? Thanks for the great content each week. P.S. I hope you both are having a great day, and I also can't wait for all the showcase coverage from the pair of you. Also, Cog, don't forget, Leviathan's Haunted.
Salute.
All right. Destiny stuff. So, gents, any pre-announcements from anyone, particularly Bethesda?
I don't think it's kind of strikes the wrong sort of message if like you just delay a game pretty significantly, high profile, and then you're out here pre-announcing more games that are millions of years away. Like everyone's already thinking like Elder Scrolls 6 is like 3, 4, 5 years away. You know, Starfield's delayed, and you know, is it really appropriate for them to announce even more games that are even further out? I don't think so. So I think like Bethesda's going to be all over Starfield, and I don't think maybe like they'll do an after show where they just say something like Fallout doesn't end with Fallout 76, just to remind us that there is a life of Fallout outside of 76. But you know, I think we talked about it in DMs, didn't we? Like what can they do with the Fallout franchise? Like the whole industry has this labor shortage right now where they can't find enough devs to make the games they've got to make and that are in production now, let alone look towards these games that don't necessarily have studios attached to them. So no, for me, I think it's all Starfield all the time.
Starfield?
Yeah. That's what I'd say. Suggest.
Yeah, I was all excited just to hit me with the reality pill. And then I'm like, yeah, he right. It's because what it is that the perception is just too strong, especially with them right now, that they didn't meet this big deliverable. And I'm gonna be honest, Rand, like, you know, I feel Phil kind of fell on his sword for them. I'm gonna die on that one. You know, I think Microsoft had the intention of these games being ready and then kind of got, I don't say blindsided, but like last minute, you know, they're not going to meet these release dates. So in that vein, I think it's up to them to restore confidence in Starfield, to show, hey, this is the game. Here it is. This is why we're taking that extra care, showcase it, and it's my most anticipated game from them this year. So yeah, they got to do that. I think Jez is right in a sense too, because if you start announcing stuff far out and the perception is like, man, you ain't even meet the ones that you didn't even meet the release dates you said you was going to do. So what's that going to be? 4 years from now? 5? What is that? So I agree. I will give you this though, Maddie. I'll throw you a bone.
Okay, throw it to me.
If it was possible that they could somehow give you some type of one of your beloved franchises in a form that's easy to do, maybe something smaller, maybe, but I'll defer to you on that. That's where I just want to see Starfield. I just want to see it. That's all I'm going for. I'm not coming in expecting to see Elder Scrolls or anything else. But Starfield, I need to see it, and it needs to instill confidence. This is why we waited. We want more extra polish with this thing, and I think if it shows well, it'll go a long way with restoring a lot of the public sentiment and the confidence in them right now.
Yeah, I'm in agreement that I think this is the big one of the show. I really wonder, though, do you start with it? Do you end with it? Because it seemed like last year, I thought you end with Starfield. They started with it and they ended with the surprise announcement of Redfall. And I feel like you're going to keep that same energy of like the just one more shocking surprise, if you will. Although I don't think Redfall was super shocking, but just like, a new thing, a new IP from exclusive to Xbox. Kind of originally decorated their 2022. So does Starfield really, I think it's a guarantee we see the gameplay. Does it start the show? It's got to be one of the bookends, right? Like I feel like it can't just be like, by the way, here it is in the middle of the show. Rand, how are you feeling about it? Beginning, end?
I was actually going to say the same exact thing, Maddie. I was going to be like, we haven't even talked about what ends and what starts the show, right?
That is true.
And Starfield could do either, in my opinion, although I think it's a little bit, honestly, I'd rather not have it end the show, because I'm much more a fan of when you end the show with something previously unseen or previously unknown.
The shocker. Yeah.
So I would rather have Starfield open the show again, or realistically, halfway through the show, Todd Howard comes out.
Forza Horizon 5.
Forza Horizon 5 ended the show, really, like, because it gave that big 7-minute demo.
Yeah. Maddie's favorite segment.
And then it went to Redfall. But, like, I'm talking, you give it the Halo position. Remember, because Halo Infinite was, like, right in the middle of the show. Maybe that's what you give Starfield, where it's, like, halfway, and, Todd comes out and he's, like, says what he needs to say about it, maybe apologizes for the delay or whatever. We see gameplay of it. I know people are talking about maybe we won't see too much gameplay, like a little teaser. I think we see a significant chunk. I don't know if it's the Todd Howard 10-minute demo that people want, but I do think we probably get a trailer that's probably like maybe 3 minutes long or something. Now, the interesting thing, though, Maddie, was I thought when we were talking about bold predictions, the thing I thought for sure you were going to say was that they were going to announce or show something from a new Fallout game at the show.
Oh,
I don't know if you've been listening to the Xbox too, but I've been on this kick of like, okay, like what if you show at the end, you show Starfield gameplay, but then Todd's like, but wait, there's more. And boom, you roll a trailer and you have I can't remember the guy's name now for whatever reason. And he just says war never
Ron
changes.
Perlman.
Yeah, Ron Perlman. And it's like an overview of a destroyed Chicago, and it's just Fallout Chicago or Fallout 5 or whatever, whether it's a spinoff or whatever. And then you end, and everybody knows, okay, Fallout, there's a new Fallout coming, something brand new.
Yeah.
I thought for sure you'd be on that train, because otherwise you're not getting Fallout 5 or Fallout until 2032 at this point. So
he might be. Eddie, something to say?
A couple things.
Lord Duke Bethesda, let's go.
to me, I think I feel the obvious stinger, the surprise announcement that you could conclude a show with, if the rumors are to be believed, even if it's literally on a piece of paper that there's just a contractual agreement between, say, Obsidian and Xbox and Bethesda, that you're going to do a new Fallout game, just a stinger kind of announcement right at the end showing that. And by showing that, I mean like a title card. Kind of like what they did for Outer Worlds 2. Like, it's coming, it's happening, and just letting people know the future of that franchise. Same thing with Fallout. Like, we got more coming. To me, that didn't feel bold. Like, I know that sounds ridiculous, but I just feel like it's so obvious that they need to do something with Fallout that's new.
So bold, Maddie, because like, Obsidian's got Avowed next year, and then they got probably Outer Worlds 2 in 2025.
Then Pentiment.
So like, you're looking at like what, Fallout, whatever would be New Vegas 2, in what, presumably 2028, 2020, like. So you're announcing a game that essentially be 6 years out.
Elder Scrolls 6, brother. Come on. Look, same energy. It's coming. It's coming.
Jez, how do you feel? Look at he's shaking his head.
Poor Jez.
Yeah. Jez is a Fallout fan, though.
What you do, you take all of 343's devs, and put them on Fallout.
Hey, they're not the best RPG devs, I imagine, but they can shoot a gun. So
they make the shooting good.
Yeah, that'll be good.
I Fallout's like, it's so strange because it's such a huge IP, and to have nothing to show for it except Fallout 76 expansions, that's wild, really.
Wow.
It's crazy. But at the same time, it's like, it's kind of cool that, Todd was like, well, I want to make this space opera game, I mean, if we weren't getting Starfield, we'd be getting another Fallout, But they wanted to do something different and go off in a different direction. And I think that's really cool that they were able to do that, frankly. Because, you could make a Fallout in space, but it would be a bit weird, I think. I mean, they got the UFOs flying around and stuff. But I don't know. But I think it's cool. And yeah, I'm a big Fallout fan. I got a Fallout 4 poster up there on the wall.
Yeah.
And I think it's but it's a shame thinking about where's my Fallout, where's my Fallout?
Let's just say now would be a pretty good time for them to do something with the franchise, like a remaster.
I would, yeah. Oh! Exclusive, Maddie! No, Duke Bethesda spoken. You heard it first. You heard it here first.
I just think
it's going down.
It's probably gonna get clipped. Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. That
who's making this for Master, sir?
Well, Bethesda Game Studios has a lot of teams. They do. They got 4. So
wait, a remaster? So Fallout 3? They're gonna remaster Fallout 3?
I think that would be I think a update of a Fallout game has to come outside of 76. And I refuse to believe that, because you got to remember, like, Bethesda is the company that is like announcing this delay, right? So this hurts them, and they got to have something to plug that holiday window that they're leaving completely vacant now. And I feel like if you've got those remasters tucked, now would be a good time. And I got a pretty strong feeling on that.
Plural. Did you hear that? He said remasters.
Yeah, he infiltrated the building. Let's go.
I did not. I just have a pretty good feeling about it. It's one of those situations where, again, you look at the vacancy that's created there. You look at the timeline of the franchise. You really look at what's been demanded, what's coming, what's unannounced, and I feel like it's obvious. I feel like it's got to be something they're working on. And again, you got the A team at Maryland working on Starfield. Of course, everyone's there's cross collaboration across the entire Bethesda brand. So you got people like Tango working on Fallout, or I'm sorry, not Fallout, but Starfield even. That's how it works. But like, that's the primary team for that. We know the primary team for 76 is Austin. Now they've brought in a support studio in Double 11 to help with that. They're bringing in, I think it was just announced, there's another support studio helping with 76. So they're offloading a lot of the 76 work to not Bethesda talent. So that's freeing up Bethesda hands, probably for Starfield to, have an all hands on deck moment. But I imagine they're not just twiddling their thumbs in the meantime. And I really, really struggle, and this is my fanship talking, I really struggle to believe that they as a company believe they need to ride 76 as long as they have without no new entries. I've been proven wrong that they're going to continue to support 76. I bent the knee on that because I thought that game was dead in the water based on the roadmap. Then they got 2 supporting developers. I'm like, okay, I was wrong. But I feel like that doesn't mean that it cancels out what should be coming, which is whether 3, New Vegas, 4 with an update, something along those lines. I feel like they've got to have something ready this fall. That would be a pretty, that'd be a prediction of mine.
And do you think it's more the mindset is to kind of reinvigorate, fans of the Fallout series just in general before the preparation of a new potential title? Or?
Yeah, I think it's that. I think let's be honest. I think it's free money. I think it's it's a really easy buy in there. It's one of those situations where we talk about what games are going to be exclusive. Remember when Bethesda was acquired, and I feel like this is one of those moments where you take some of PlayStation's money, you let it go over to PlayStation, and just remind people what they like about Fallout. Because what's happened now at 76, I say this with all due respect, is it's become like this game that everyone kind of senselessly defends when you attack it, because everyone who's playing it are the only people who absolutely love it, and it's not a lot of them, but there's enough there to keep the game alive. But that's what happens now. So like when I say something negative, like mad people come for me, it's like, oh right, because there's only like 18 of you playing this game now, and the rest of us are waiting for a new Fallout game. And I refuse to believe that Bethesda themselves thinks, yeah, most people are going to choose this over a single player Fallout game. I think most of us, 76 has its positive aspects to it, like Wastelanders, which came 2 years after, 3 years after, 2 years after launch. But I think they understand as a company, like this is not what makes Fallout sell. Like Fallout as a single player game sold 20 plus million copies, not as a multiplayer game. So I think it's just obvious business here. I think it makes a lot of sense. The window's there, the time that it takes to make something like this is not as long as a full-on project. I just think too much stuff lines up. This, to me, is a pretty easy call to make this fall.
I know what Fallout game's going to appear at E3.
343.
Fallout Shelter 2.
I knew he was going to say Fallout.
Yeah, imagine that one.
They actually, I only found this out recently, but they actually have a Fallout Shelter 2 called Fallout Shelter Online.
It's only in China,
it's
right?
Only available in China, yeah.
Wow.
And it actually looks pretty cool. It's like a Fallout Shelter MMO.
Yeah. It's pretty popular.
But it's only available in China. Yeah, I want it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I want it.
I don't know why they keep it.
Maybe that's
over
the
there,
announcement. They're bringing that to the West.
No.
I would jump off a roof. That'd be slap in my face. I would take that personally.
So Maddie, you
guys
would be
even
disappointed.
Have phones?
You would be disappointed if we watched the showcase and there's no Fallout anything, no remasters, no nothing. You'd be like, what's going on here?
Yes.
Okay. I'll be thinking of you when I watch the show then.
Yeah.
Short and sweet.
Just say your prayers for me. I'm going in with high expectations.
Oh, you're going in.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in for
Okay.
Let's talk about more realistic stuff. Obsidian Entertainment, they got a lot of stuff in development. Avowed, Pentiment, Outer Worlds 2, Grounded, approaching its 1.0 release. A lot of these games in active development. Jez, I know you've reported on Avowed in its state. We've heard that Pentiment is possibly coming at the end of this year. Grounded, again, approaching its 1.0. It's available now in early access. You can play it on Xbox, and that's looking really good. So Obsidian could have a really strong presence at this show. What do you gentlemen expect, and how much of it? We can go across a number of games here, but I think the big question mark is Avowed, the 2022 game. We got to see gameplay, right?
A 2022 game. I like how you threw that in there.
Yeah, he's slick.
It's a 2022
This
game.
episode has to age well when I'm correct, right? That's what's
Okay.
You riding on this one.
What if Avowed doesn't come out to 2024 though, Maddie?
Oh God. Then I'm gonna look really stupid. That's what's gonna happen.
What if they're like, man, we were gonna plan it on coming out in Q2 or Q1, but now Starfield's coming out.
Stagger it, yeah.
We gotta
That's
move
possible. That's really possible. You're right.
I think Obsidian's gonna. I think they're gonna show 3 games.
Let's go.
And in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it was back to back to back, like kind of they did it before.
Yes.
I would imagine Grounded's gonna be there.
Yeah.
1.0 release, pretty popular. Avowed, I think, is a lock to show off their gameplay. I think it's a lock. I think if there's one game that you can be like, outside of like Starfield and Redfall, like from Xbox Game Studios that's locked to show up. It's Avowed. And yeah, I don't like Josh Sawyer's game. I guess it really depends on when it's launching. If it's launching between now and like E3 next year, I think it probably shows up as well. I'm still iffy about whether or not that comes out this year, but yeah, I think there's a good chance they have three showings for 3 games.
That'd be awesome. Jez, do you agree? Do you concur?
Yeah. I mean, sounds good to me. I believe Rand that Avowed is probably a lock. I saw, I reported that I saw gameplay of it, and I showed the gameplay to Rand, so I'd have someone who would verify for me.
Yes, I've seen Avowed, indeed.
Tell me more, Jets.
Tell us.
So,
I mean, it looked like a colorful Skyrim, at least to me. It was very alpha though, so it was kind of like, I don't know what it's going to look like in final form, but those hand movements for those spells, they seem pretty cool.
Is it very Ghostwire Tokyo like, where you're just like pulling the string? That shit was awesome.
Not that complicated.
Oh, okay.
But then this was older video, right, Jez?
Yeah, it just it has all the pillars DNA, the same enemies, some of the same spells, interactive world. There was a clip where the dude's burning down a door with a torch and kicking a dude.
2022. Come on,
yeah,
stop it.
Kicking a dude Sparta kick style, and his model goes ragdoll slamming into a wall and stuff. It looks really cool.
This game's gonna be great.
But that footage is really old, and it looked really good, like considering it was like pre-alpha footage. So, but I think Rand's assessment that it looked like a colorful Skyrim is like right on the money. It looked like the Outer Worlds team does Skyrim to me.
Dude, say less. Say less.
I'm Gucci. That's what I need to hear.
I'm in.
But the locations that I saw, they were sort of outdoor, bright and colorful, sort of lush, kind of foresty kind of place. So the game's set in the Living Lands, like at least part of it is, which is an area of Pillars universe. You can look it up on the Pillars wiki or whatever. And but there might be like darker areas, like the original CGI teaser. Like it looked like a pretty dark game, which is why I was surprised how colorful it was when I saw some of the alpha footage. But maybe they're still working on the color palette and stuff like that. Maybe it will be a little bit more less vibrant.
A dialogue by chance?
I did not. This demo was 100% combat focused that I saw. I didn't see any sort of dialogue or questing and stuff like that. It looked like the footage was entirely from testing spells and abilities. They showed off like stealth gameplay, like a dude with daggers going in, dropping a backstab. There was like a ranger. Yeah. There was archery gameplay, dude with a bow and arrow shooting, magical arrows Skyrim. And stuff.
And guns too, right?
Super Skyrim. Yeah, guns as well.
Wait, what?
Well, guns are in the Pillars universe.
Oh, that's I never
like
played
muskets.
Pillars,
Yeah, muskets.
School muskets. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, so like not like machine guns or anything.
Yeah,
but like
so I was thinking. I was like, wait, why is anyone using a bow and arrow at this point?
Yeah, like 1700s. Yeah. Like 1700s sort of muskets that take like half an hour to reload, that kind of thing. But yeah, I'm really excited for it, and I think that'll be there. Pentiment, I have no idea like what the kind of scope they're going for. They describe it internally as like an indie game. It's like an indie sized project. But they said that about Grounded, which is, to be fair,
growing
has a vast amount of content for an indie side of game. Do
you think indie is in reference to the starting team? Because I know Grounded started off as 13 people in that range.
Yeah. I don't know, budget or scope or the sort of way they build it or something. I don't know, but they refer to it as an indie darling specifically. Who knows how much that game has grown in scope, and it's like what Rand said. Like, imagine if Avowed gets delayed because it overlaps too much with Starfield's new launch date, and they expand Avowed scope as a result of that. Or
yeah, you and I talked about that. I remember that.
Yeah.
Wait, so are you saying that Avowed's not coming out in 2022, Jez? Are you just the dagger right into Maddie right now?
Don't do this. That's a bold
I have no
pick.
idea. I think there is a chance that it could launch this year. Like, why not? It looked pretty decent from what I saw, but I have no idea how big they're trying to make it. Yeah, maybe it could launch this year. Maybe you get your wish.
Yeah, I feel on the money this year. This year I got a different energy. I feel like the smartest man on planet fucking Earth right now. I feel like I'm gonna nail all of these. You were looking at a man with a fool's confidence right now. Cog, what's your read, man? I know this is your team. You're wearing the shirt. How are you feeling?
This is it. This is Xbox's #1 studio. I don't care how you feel. Listen, man, since they've been acquired, you want to talk about management. They've been able to produce some quality, even when I was skeptical, grounded. And I'm like, I have to admit, I don't even like, those sandbox kind of survivally. And I'm like, this is really fun and good for a person like me as an introductory piece. So I see a grounded, the expansion of that, them moving forward, that's going to come, and to see that small team of them there's really succeed is really cool. But Avowed is what we're here for, and to me, this is lessening the blow of the lack of Elder Scrolls in the immediate future, right? And to hear Jez talk about it has me so excited. The universe has me so excited. When I think about the color palette and stuff of an Outer World, it was a game that I slept on and didn't think it was going to be as good. And their writing is just top notch. Just great storytelling, humor, fun. They immerse you in the world. I highly recommend people to play the Murder at Iridados DLC.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. Hilarious. Yo, brother. So to me, they could do like, Ren, the way I feel about Obsidian, like, they're by Respawn. Like, as soon as they came, they haven't made one whack game on Xbox to me. And I don't feel, I know we hear a lot of mismanagement talk. No one's talking about this team. And since they've hit the ground running, since they've been part of Xbox. Yeah. Because I keep hearing this narrative, you know what I'm saying? And they've been knocking it out the park. The thing that's intriguing to me, I know Rand don't really care for the smaller joint, but I am excited for this Josh Sawyer's thing. And was it Pentiment?
Pentiment.
Pentiment, people, until they've played a game like Disco Elysium, I know right now playing little indie games is not the thing right now. If it's not AAA, it's not the thing. I understand. But if you actually give this game a chance, it is phenomenal. And if it's any resemblance to Disco Elysium on any level, because Jez, correct me if I'm wrong, some type of maybe detective aspect or very strong narrative-based kind of game in that vein. With Sawyer, people are sleeping, man. Like, Obsidian, bro, they are the #1 draft pick. They are holding it down. They don't get enough credit. I know we got Coalition. I know we got Playground. I don't want to be disrespectful to the other teams, but they are my #1 pick, and they, to me, are the #1 reason why I'm excited for this show. Right. And I can't wait, man. If Avowed looks... Completely. Yeah, here's the thing. The last point I'll say, and this is for Rand. The only negative you could say potentially about Obsidian is that maybe like they don't have the graphical fidelity of a Coalition and whatever. If Avowed ends up looking amazing, watch out. Watch out now.
Why is that for me?
Yeah. That's for you, because I know how I think you'd be slandering them a little bit.
I have never slandered Obsidian.
You're a Ninja Theory guy.
Yeah, I am a ninja.
You're a ninja.
But I've never ever slandered Obsidian ever.
Okay, I just want to be. But I know where your heart is. Rand is a Hellblade.
Yes.
He's a #just1Hellblade guy with that fidelity that he needs to send it. I know. But if you look at the body of work since they've been brought in, I just think it's unmatched right now. But I'm still excited for Hellblade, of course. But that's what I got to say. I'm pumped for Obsidian, man.
I think Pentiment is a pretty safe lock because Josh Sawyer has been tweeting a lot about how he really loves how the game's shaping up and he's feeling great about it, which I think is always the best sign. Silence is a killer in this industry. If you're not talking about your game, either you're trying to hide it or you can't announce it yet. And the fact that he hasn't announced it and he's still like, I really like this thing, is awesome. I trust Josh Sawyer's hand immensely. So I feel like if he's feeling good about it, they got to be feeling good about it as a team. And I think this is definitely going to be one you see that could fill out. When I envisioned this show kind of concluding in the same way that last year's did, where we get that roadmap afterwards and we see like every month and all the day one Game Pass games and the potential exclusives and how it's decorating the whole second half of the year. And I feel like this is one of those like gap fillers that it shouldn't be treated that way, but I feel like it's going to be put in between two bigger games maybe to sort of spread the wealth. And I feel like this could fit into this year. I remember talking to Jeff Grubb about it, and I remember him saying summer potentially, but he said it could also be winter. It could be like December. So it's in that window. And I mean, look, you want to put Obsidian on the map. Let's just go back to the bold prediction. You want to put Obsidian on the map. Avowed. Pentiment. Bang. Bang. Just both in the fall. But I think we're going to see one of the two for sure. I think Obsidian's releasing something this year. I think that's fair to say. All joke predictions aside, Avowed's got to be in this show. I think that's one that should be ready to be seen by the public, right? You know, with when it was announced, I think it was 2020, we saw that first trailer. They said at the end of last E3 that they'd be showing us gameplay soon. Cog, you know, I looked like a fool out there saying, we're going for the Game Awards. It's going to be there. Nothing. It's got to be at this show unless something happened. But then you look at Jez's report, the timing of that, I feel like that fills a gap where like this should be good to display on a public showcase. And then, yeah, I think no one's going to argue with Grounded 1.0. Do we hear any updates about Outer Worlds 2? I know that may be a foolish question, but I just want to gauge things before I move on to the other part of their potential future.
No, I don't think we see hear anything about it. I'm surprised they announced it last year.
Yeah,
I was like, man, they're already announcing Outer Worlds 2 and they still got Avowed.
I feel like it was a statement announcement. Like you're not going to get this. You know what I mean? That kind of
good, Jeff.
Didn't Jeff Grubb explain some kind of story about why they announced Outer Worlds 2? Like they mixed up footage or something? Like they were meant to show Avowed and then they didn't or something. So they announced.
I didn't even know that. Oh, wow.
Like there was some kind of miscommunication. Am I imagining things, Rand? Or is
No. I heard something similar. Like there's some miscommunication and supposed to be Avowed, but ended up like submitting Outer Worlds 2 or something. I don't know. I heard something similar.
The trailer for Outer Worlds 2 was hilarious. One of the best trailers I've ever seen.
See what I'm talking about?
Funny.
That writing, that humor. No, it doesn't better, baby.
Josh Sawyer is a genius. I think Josh Sawyer is one of the best assets Microsoft has right now. And they will be incredibly foolish to lose him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think Outer Worlds will be there. Although that's shaping up pretty nicely as well.
About New Vegas 2? I know we lightly glazed over
Doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist. How about whatever code name they're using internally for a Obsidian developed Fallout project? What if they just splash screen Fallout? Do we see Obsidian announce the future
Fallout
of Fallout?
Britain?
Yeah,
why not Fallout Britain?
Sure. At this point, I'll take anything. I'm very heavy on the Fallout Americana only, but I will take anything at this point. Did we see anything?
Didn't Britain create America?
Oh,
well, let's cut that out. Let's cut that out. Rand, do we see any Obsidian Fallout magic here at this show?
Man, I would have said if you would have been like, "Hey, we're gonna see Outer Worlds 2 last year," I would have said no, but then it showed up. And now you're asking me, we're gonna see Obsidian's Fallout game that presumably won't happen until 2028, 2027. I'm gonna be a party pooper. Matt. Okay. I'm going to say you're not going to get Avowed this year, and you're not going to get Obsidian Fallout this year.
Poor Maddie.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry.
I'm starving. Sorry, we got those Fallout 3 New Vegas remasters. It's fine.
I just don't see it. I just don't see it. Who knows if they're even
it's a stretch.
Are doing the project. It's just kind of, I think it's too early. Because that's the one thing people are mad about Xbox is they announce projects too early.
Fair.
Right? And if you're going to announce an Obsidian Fallout game that is coming out after Outer Worlds 2, I mean, you're talking about something that's at least minimum 5 years away. So, but I understand why you would want to, because like Fallout, like Jez said, so huge. And you want to let people know that there's a new game coming but Fallout 5 is too far away, and Fallout New Vegas 2 would be too far away. So it's like you're kind of stuck in this place of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Right on. Okay. Well, then, anyone else got anything to say on New Vegas 2, or shall we skip to the next one?
Maybe Obsidian is porting Fallout Shelter
2. Imagine that. All right, let's move on to the Coalition. Their future is both clear and unclear, right? We know they're working on another Gears of War game. That's Unreal Engine 5. But we've heard rumors about a Gears collection. We've also heard they're working on a smaller game of some kind. I don't know if it's like a part of a series or anything. I actually don't know much about it at all. Do we see an appearance of the Coalition here? I don't think we see Gears 6, but the biggest rumor right now has been the remastered collection of Gears of War.
Rand's biggest prediction. Yeah, Rand, tell us.
Man, oh man, oh man. I would want to say that the Coalition's smaller project shows up if it's next year. I guess it depends on when the game's coming. I'm of the I don't think the Gears collection exists. So I'm gonna say Gears collection doesn't show up.
That's big. That's big, Rand. That's big.
You know what? I'm just gonna say I don't think the Coalition shows up. I don't think Coalition has anything to show, because I think I want to say this may change in a couple days when I actually make my prediction video, but I sort of think the other project is 2024 and Gears is maybe 2025, 2026. So I don't think they show up. I don't know. There's a part of me that looks at the Gears collection. I'm like, this doesn't make a lot of sense. The only sense it really makes is from a PC angle, because Gears 2 and 3 aren't on there. But it's like the game's are already enhanced and back compat 4K 60. Unless like you're going to Demon Souls it and make it look so incredible with like ray tracing everywhere and 120 frames and stuff, I just don't feel like a Gears collection makes a lot of sense.
Sure.
So like I'm just going to say I don't think the game's real personally.
Okay.
But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we'll get a Forza and Gears. It'll be Forza and Gears this holiday, Cog, with Halo. Forza.
It's very possible. That was a moment in Duke history when Cog broke that to me after the Starfield delay. That potential reality and the face palming. I was losing my mind in real time. Cog, you seem to be hurting about potentially no Coalition. So are you hoping that they're there? Maybe
I'll make it quick. Look, I'm hurt because I know how important they are. To me, they are the foundation of Xbox Game Studios. I'll give them their respect, and they don't get enough credit for the graphical fidelity that they put into their games. And Gears, I got it. It's as much slanderous as Jez has been tonight. I have to give Gears its due as far as when it comes outside, what it does. Rand's making some good points. I don't know if it makes sense. I don't know if collection makes sense either. I don't know what the demand is there for that. I understand the thought process of a test game on Unreal Engine 5. I can clearly think that Gears 6 ain't going to be there. I'm just going to throw it to Jez because I want Jez to give me hope on one of my pie in the sky dreams, which is probably not going to happen. Gears Tactics 2, right, Jez? Come on, give me some hope, baby. Give me some hope.
Oh, man. I can't see it. I think Gears Tactics just performed very poorly. And they're probably just even though it's their own fault it performed poorly because it needed a management layer. And it sucks because there's a huge gap in the market for high quality XCOM likes right now since Firaxis is working on some Marvel XCOM which no one cares about. No one likes Marvel. Come on.
Red, get your boy.
Yeah, well, I could you know how he feels about this. You should have heard him last week on the show when he was talking about the Marvel. Xbox turned down Marvel. Jez was like, yeah, they should have. Marvel sucks. It's like,
old man. Old man.
You're lucky I like him.
I don't know.
I deal with this. But give me some hope.
Yeah.
What you think with Coalition, man, Jez?
I have no idea. Like, all we know is that they're working on a smaller project. They're a huge studio. I was actually like amazed how big the Coalition is. Like, they've got hundreds and hundreds of devs, and it's like, what are they working on then? Like, so
didn't they help with Halo Infinite apparently closer to its launch?
I think they've been helping pretty much all of their devs. Like, when I always hear this, that like when a studio has trouble with Unreal Engine, it's like, call up the Coalition, you know, stuff
sense.
like that. So like they've got a huge amount of engineering capital in the Coalition, obviously, and they made that Matrix demo for Epic, which that's right. Absolutely just stunning visuals. I mean, the frame rate wasn't amazing, but it's like you've just never seen vehicular deformation like this, so granular and detailed. It's crazy. But maybe they're making a Matrix game. I don't know.
That'd be cool. I like that.
That'd be cool. I like that.
Yeah. I feel like
idea.
I sit in the camp of, I think like the Gears collection just makes sense because I would agree with everyone, but I just feel like with the existence of the Ultimate Edition, it calls into question Gears 2 and 3 and why they are sitting on the 360 when I think those are the two that really skyrocketed the series, especially Gears 3. And I think this all-in-one collection for your other multiplayer tank, maybe it's not the same size of Halo in popularity, but I think it's still well worth the dive where if you could do a cleanup job on 2 and 3 and then put Ultimate Edition with 4 and 5 inside the one package, I would be totally for that. So I don't know. I buy in a little bit to the idea of it. I don't know if it's real or not either, but I could see this being something that they leap for. Because I think their ability to react is in such a small window now with what could appear this fall, unless something happens to be ready. And I feel like this is one that you could get out the door if they were working on some type of remaster collection. Like, I think that's an easy answer alongside day one Game Pass gets for the delays of Starfield and Redfall. If they're even looking to answer those, by the way, I don't know if that's a priority for them. I imagine it would be, but that'd be my read on it. Otherwise, I think it's likely they don't show up at all. If there's no collection, they don't show up at all.
Yeah. Well, this collection thing is going to be a big point of contention.
Yeah.
Whether or not.
I think I'm just like, I don't think it's real because I don't want it to be real. I don't know. He talks about it on Xbox too. I'm not excited to replay Gears 2 or 3. Like, and to make it something like a significant thing, like you would have to really make sure Gears 2 and 3 look phenomenal. Otherwise, people are just going to be like, these are in back compat and they look really good. Like, it has to be something significant. And it's like, who's making it? Is the Coalition? Is this their small project that, Jez and Jeff Grubb talked about?
Yeah.
Or is it a different studio? Like, I don't know. I guess I'm just not a fan of the idea at all. So I don't want it to be true.
Okay.
That's kind of like where I'm from. Is like, I just don't want it to be true because I don't care for it.
Okay.
That man tie of the
I want banjo to be true for my banjo bros. Like, I want my banjo bros haven't gotten any banjo. But my Gears bros have gotten all the gears they could potentially handle and more coming. So it's just like,
I get it. I'm right with you on banjo. We'll talk about banjo in a little bit, actually. Let's move on to Compulsion Games. They made We Happy Few. They're working on like a Project Midnight, which is possibly COG's answer to the Just One movement. I believe, Jez, you also reported on this one, if I recall correctly. What are the chances that Compulsion appears and announces something? This is a team that I feel like my eagerness to see something from them might overrule my rationality of when they will be ready, because I do want to see what they're working on. They're one of the teams that I'm like, don't sleep on them, because We Happy Few, I feel, was such a wonderful idea that took the procedural generation route because of budget purposes, and that this was if they had a lot of money, like they probably do now, that this could be a really fine studio for Microsoft. Obviously, time will tell on that, but I would love to see more from them. I just don't know if I feel confident putting my money on it. So if anyone would like to talk me off the ledge or onto it, I'm open to it. Jez, again, I think did you write about this game?
Mm-hmm.
I think that was mine, wasn't it, Rand?
Oh yes, it was.
Yeah, it was.
Imagine having so many scoops. He's like,
on
was that
podcast, Xbox 2, remember? Feature that other guy.
Yeah.
Love you, man.
Yeah, Midnight is like, I don't know that much about the gameplay aspects and details of it. And by the way, forgive me if I speak weird now. It's getting pretty late here. But like, from what I understand, it's a third-person action game, female protagonist. It's a dark fantasy setting. The antagonists seem to be like harpy monsters, birdmen kind of thing. It seems it takes a lot of inspiration from Americana, Deep South, sort of swamps and sort of folklore from around those kind of states, wetlands and stuff like that. From what I understand, anyway. Yeah, so and you can sort of imagine what it could look like if you look at the art style from We Happy Few and stuff like that. And I was spoken to people at Xbox about like Compulsion and that, like they always felt like Compulsion had this X factor, and it's like you say, they have the X factor but not the budget. But now they do have the X factor and potentially the budget and the support to sort of construct a game sort of more coherently. So I feel like We Happy Few was a bit of a mess of a game. It had like different sort of design goals all pulling in different directions, and it didn't really make sense as a finished product. They didn't really know what they wanted to do with it. But hopefully, like with this, they'll come up with something that's a little bit more focused. And from what we've seen of it, it sounds like it could be really cool. But will it be announced this year? I don't know. There's a load of stuff they could announce, and I ultimately have no idea the timelines of some of this stuff. I have no idea if it's moved past the concept art phase. It could be that they've spent the last few years building up the studio and, improving their pipelines and, training or something. I don't know. And that they've only just started at Midnight. I have no idea.
Rand, you've been team don't pre-announce things. So based off the stage this could be in development, do you think this is one that maybe you pull the trigger on a little early to see like, hey, what is Project Midnight? What is Compulsion working on? This kind of under-discussed Xbox first-party studio that was acquired in 2018.
I'm going to say it shows up. I'm going to say it shows up in a CGI trailer form. Just an announcement thing, maybe just a regular trailer, but CGI, no gameplay, and probably no date, if I had to guess. So, I think it was rumored that it was scheduled for next year. I think because I remember after E3 next year, Jeff Grubb listed all the games that were like tentatively scheduled for 2023.
Yeah, and
I believe Compulsion's game was one of them.
It was.
But a lot of things happen between now and then. So, there's the chance it could get pushed. But yeah, I do think we see it. And I think we see it in CGI form.
Cool. COG. CGI or no CGI? As in it doesn't show up at all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I would hope it shows up, man. I'm dying just to get even on a conceptual level. And I'm not a person that gets mad when a studio shows CGI for the first time. When the first announcement, I don't have a problem with it. I would love to see, this world Jez is discussing, and I think it's a unique take, kind of, was it Louisiana folklore, deep South kind of vibe, female protagonist, potential African-American female protagonist I'm hearing. So that excites me. I have some good friends over there at Compulsion. They broke the fact that it was a kind of, third person kind of a view, which was huge for me because I just want to see Xbox kind of make those type of games. Yeah. I don't know the scope, how big the scope is. I would hope it's big production value, but I don't know. And, I hope it's narrative driven. That's really where I want to see, like, how much of the production value is Compulsion going in with this. That not that even if it's like double A, what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to get upset, but as long as the game's good. But I'm curious to see like how far the scope is, like how big is it truly?
Sometimes not to interrupt you, sorry. Just when I think of this game, I think of the first Hellblade, right? I think of this high quality but very short experience, right? Because didn't one thing they did say about this game, it actually might have been an ILP, but they said there was like a beginning, middle, end. Like they wanted to make something with a finale.
Yeah,
story.
We had Dahlia on Can we imagine from, it was way back when they first, like right around the time they first got acquired, and when she broke that aspect of the third person narrative aspect, that excited me because I didn't think, I didn't know where they were going to go with it. So look, we know the potential, we know how it, what they could do, and a lot of their games. I even like Contrast. I remember it was a PS4 thing, and I thought, launch game. I thought there was some potential there, but it's always been scope, budget, and not being able to fully execute on their vision. So that's where I'm at with it, man. I hope Rand's right. I'm pulling for Rand to be right.
Yeah.
I would love to just see it. That's one of those ones I wouldn't get mad without a date and just a trailer.
Let's move on to Double Fine. They just released Psychonauts 2 in August of last year. Fantastic game, by the way. Came out day one on Game Pass. That's where a lot of their popularity came from, but they've worked on a number of like point and click adventure games. Gentlemen, do we see Double Fine at this showcase? Because they just had, by the way, Psychonauts 2 was their most successful game yet. And so I do wonder if they just take some time to lay low for a little bit. Do they announce anything? I feel like it's too soon for that. So my take is they don't show up, personally.
I mean, I 100% agree with you. I don't think they're ready to show anything. That the studio was like full on Psychonauts 2, like everybody. Yeah. Before they I think split off into making multiple projects. So yeah, I don't think Double Fine's going to be there.
Cog?
I'll jump in. Yeah, I don't see. I think it's too soon. I think it's too soon. I'm excited though with them too. They're in that pocket
for sure.
Yeah, they won me over, but I think it is too soon. That's me being greedy to see any of them at this point. But I defer to Jez.
Jez, anything you want to add?
Yeah, I have nothing on Double Fine right now, so my assumption would be that it probably wouldn't be there. But they could surprise us. Maybe they've got a smaller project, cooking up, or I don't know, revisiting one of their older games or something. I don't know, but
sure. My
assumption would be that they're not going to be there, and we'll probably see them next year or the year after with a bigger project.
That'd be exciting.
That's
right. I'm curious of what they're doing next, but we don't have to sit on them too long. That one's a pretty quick one. This one will require more discussion, I think. The Initiative, working on Perfect Dark. I know the rumors were this was like a late 2023, probably 2024 game, but then they bring in Crystal Dynamics. Then you read the reports on how like half the original team has left the building. It's a really interesting situation for Perfect Dark. And this is kind of a proven moment for Xbox, right? They're building the studio from the ground up. As Jez noted, there's a bit of like a labor shortage, so it's hard to build these studios. And you got to show that like Xbox is capable of not only helping teams that they inherit grow, but that they can grow their own stuff. A narrative that has followed them for a while that they can't do this. So I think this is a big game for them, and they got to show it when it's just right, and they really need to wow. I know the quadruple A stuff will follow it to its grave, but obviously we know that was just a job listing. So Cog, I want to dish it to you on Perfect Dark. What's your read on the situation? Do we see this game from the Initiative at this showcase, or is it too soon?
My gut says no. I agree with you though. I think there's a lot of pressure on them, again, with the perception and now the Crystal Dynamics thing. Then it was obviously Crystal Dynamics, they came out with a statement. I believe the Initiative came out with a statement after the Embracer Group thing that, they're going to continue the project. But, look, I like Daryl Gallagher a lot, but I do feel there's a lot of pressure here. There's a lot of pressure here to execute whatever the vision is for Perfect Dark and to show that Microsoft, with this approach, and again, I know the advertisement of quadruple A was kind of some internal thing and it got out. It wasn't really a public thing, but regardless of what, that was the perception. And yeah, I'm curious. I have faith in Gallagher. I just want to know when they're ready to show and if they execute. But I don't think it's, I'll be shocked. I'll be shocked if it's here this year, but I'll give it to Rand, man. Rand, what you think, bro? What you think with the Initiative? Where you at with it?
I mean, I would like to see the gameplay from this. We've already seen the CGI announcement trailer, right? The hiring trailer. What was that?
That's 2020 Game Awards.
2020, yeah. I don't think we see it this year. In fact, I kind of the opinion that they're going to do exactly what they did with Hellblade, where it's like they debuted Hellblade at the Game Awards, and then first gameplay they went back to Game Awards. I think they debuted gameplay or debuted Perfect Dark at the Game Awards, and I think maybe the first time we see gameplay will be at the Game Awards again.
Good read. Like that.
So like, because you also got to realize that there's Gamescom coming up, and I think Xbox is going to be there. There's also potential for like an XO 2022, right? And any like sort of events Microsoft has next year. So there's always the possibility that they might have it and they just decide to hold it because they have other things they want to show. But no, I kind of felt like Perfect Dark would be at next year's show and not this year's.
All right. I'm sorry, Jez, do you feel like we're going to see Perfect Dark at this show, or do you agree with Rand's take? 'Cause I like where Rand's head is at. I think that's a pretty wise take that, it would just show up at the place it first originated at, but do you feel the same way about Perfect Dark?
I think Rand's correct. It'll show up at the, where it originally appeared. But I don't think that we'll see it at this show. I think that it's still fairly long ways off, probably. I think this is one game that has been like there's a lot of FUD out there about like mismanagement and games having issues, and there's a whole thing about Fable having its scope changed or something.
Oh yeah,
but I think like if there is any game at Microsoft that's had real development issues, it's probably Perfect Dark, and that's like. That's not necessarily to say like the development's been hard, but you can't ignore the fact that like a lot of the founding members of the initiative pretty much left the team, and it seems like there was like a sort of fairly significant internal disagreement over what the project should look like, and it seems like they're on the right path now, but it seems like it's been fairly recently that this had occurred. So my assumption would be that it's probably further out, especially with regards to being in a state to be shown off. But who knows? Could be wrong.
Real quick, Jez, I don't want to keep you too long, but what's your read on Gallagher from what you're hearing? You hearing anything internally on him and the direction maybe?
I don't know. I mean, my assumption would be the game's going to end up just being like Tomb Raider. That's my assumption.
That's A-okay in my book.
Give up me.
Yeah, not bad.
That's why I rather would have read. I'm sorry. I just had to ask.
I think they hired him to make a specific kind of game that Xbox lacks, and that's third-person action game. Like Tomb Raider, like Uncharted, and I would assume that's what it's going to end up looking like,
So they're going to go back because it's already announced as a first-person game.
Oh yeah, he's right. Yeah, he's right.
Yeah, but didn't they say it's going to have third-person elements or something? Like people have been comparing it to Deus Ex, possibly, where it's like in Deus Ex: Human Revolution, it goes into third person in certain stealth sequences and stuff. But I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, that one I'm not really feeling personally for the show. I don't think it's necessary. id Software is next on our list. Developers of Doom. We last saw Doom Eternal in 2020. Rumors of them are working on Quake. Do you guys think id shows up? I'd love to see them appear with like a Quake announcement of some kind, but maybe it's a little too soon to be showing gameplay for that.
Doom. So you're on the Quake reboot train, huh?
Well, no, I'm going based off what I read. I'd like to see them not resurrect something old because I think they've done Doom a ton of great service. I'd like to see more from that franchise, but I'd also like to see them do something new on their own, like a new IP. Or again, I'm big on. You'll notice this throughout the whole show, like them inheriting a DC, a Marvel, a Star Wars IP. Like
Jez's favorite.
Yes,
like dude, them making like a Star Wars first-person shooter,
or inheriting Halo.
Hey, look, everyone said right away that's another thing. If they made a Halo spinoff, like they made a Halo ODST type game, I mean, oh, dude. So yeah, I think there's just a lot of potential in that team. They're excellent. They have great leaders there. Their games are so fun. So I'm not really all in on Quake, but I was never all in on Doom until I played their reboot. So like I trust whatever they work on. If I could just hand pick something, it would definitely be like a brand new IP from them. I'd love to see them try to build something from the ground up on their own. But Rand, you were like, oh, you're on the Quake train. So what train are you on? You're on Doom 3?
I mean, you would think Doom, a sequel to Doom Eternal, is probably out of the cards because of how it ended.
Yeah.
Right. They wrapped up that storyline pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Whatever the DLCs take place, are you talking about those? Because I never played those.
The ancient God, what's it called?
Gods or something?
The Ancient Gods, Part 1 and Part 2. Okay. You haven't played them?
No, I never did. Are they
Dude,
good?
Maddie, you need to play them. I'm not kidding when I tell you it like wraps up the Doom storyline.
Okay, see, I didn't know. Okay, that's a convincing argument there. I'll definitely check it out. I didn't know that at all.
Like to the point where I'm like, I don't know if there's going to be another Doom game anytime soon. Like that's how conclusively it wraps up that story.
Okay, so where do you think they go?
I don't know because it's like I kind of want to see him make something new. You know, I'm not the biggest Quake fan, but then what they did with modernizing Doom was amazing.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just like I just need a modernization of Quake to really kind of enjoy it. And this is the one studio that I really do hope shows up because I love id, and
it is legendary.
I just also sort of feel maybe it's a little bit too soon, but if you're going to show something from CGI, I guess maybe not. I don't know. I don't know, man. Like I want them to be there, but like I don't know what like the breakdown will be between Xbox Game Studios and like Bethesda, right? Because we know Bethesda is going to be there with Starfield, and we know Redfall from Arkane is going to be there. Is that the only studios from Bethesda that actually have something to show? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
when you go down the list and you look at it, and you're like, well, does it have anything? I mean, Doom Eternal came out in 2020, right?
Like right as the pandemic started too, so they've had
right, and then like I think a year later is when the DLCs finally came out, like the two Ancient Gods. So it's only been a year since then. It's like, is that enough time to really do anything? So I kind of feel like it's too early for them as well.
I would be inclined to agree with that. I wouldn't be too caught off guard if they did show up, just based off the timeline we sort of broke down, but I think it leans more towards a no for me as well.
Am I the only one who's played the Ancient Gods? I feel like I am. I feel like not a lot of people play DLC. Because when I've talked about Ancient Gods, every time I talk about it, nobody's played it. It's just like, really?
Maybe that's why they won't do Doom again. No one's supporting that. That multiplayer, I thought battle mode was terrible, but like it
was horrible.
They had the perfect arena shooter formula in Doom 2016, and they just left it for whatever battle mode was. That's why I just hope they work on something strictly single player, because their attempts at multiplayer continuously baffle me. Their games make sense for multiplayer, but they can never catch on. I don't know if it's because the skill ceiling is too high, but I don't know. Jez, what's your read on id? Did they make an appearance here?
I have no idea. Like, I'm always reluctant to because I have fragments information. I'm so often reluctant to plant a flag when I don't have information. And Bethesda in general, the whole ZeniMax operation is something I just have no information on. I don't even have vaguest hints about some of what these studios are working on. So if we have to sort of extrapolate from what they've been doing, and obviously they've been dark since the Ancient Gods Part 2 came out.
Right.
Sorry, you guys can cut that, right?
Ben's got that. Don't worry.
And I did play them, Rand. I did play them, but I didn't complete this. I didn't complete the second one, but I did play them. Yeah, they're hard, man.
They're very hard.
I like that.
But yeah, Quake's a weird IP, man. Like if you look at like some of the classic Quake games, they overlap with Doom quite a lot in terms of their imagery and gameplay and everything. It's like, would Quake have enough of its own identity without some sort of vast reimagining of what it is? Like Doom is basically demons, and Quake is like vaguely also demons, but like maybe slightly more Lovecraftian demons. But it's like, is that enough of its own identity to make sense in current year? So maybe they reimagine what Quake is. Maybe they take it off in a more horror direction, or maybe they double down on the Lovecraftian themes and, you know, make it less sci-fi and more contemporary. I don't know. There's a lot they could do with it. You know, if it was like post Activision Blizzard era, I would say give them the Hexen IP back and do something with that. But I have no idea. You know. Yeah, it is. I think, like, I agree with you, Matty, that I'd like to see it tackle something new, you know.
Yeah, I think they've earned it.
The Rage IP is dead, probably forever.
Pain. So, I can't believe they did a second one, so I'm not going to complain. But, yeah, that's one I'd love to see get more.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see Rage ever again, frankly.
Yeah,
but
I think that's
maybe they'll just do something new. Maybe they'll do something new.
That'd be nice. Yeah. I ain't got much to add.
Speaking
of, just like Quake, just maybe Quake reimagining. That's all I can say.
So let's move on to the next one, which I know, Cog, you'll have a lot to say on. inXile, developers of Wasteland. They just dropped Wasteland 3 in 2020. They are rumored to be working on Jez's Project Cobalt, which we have some details on. This is a team that went out to really fight the battle for Xbox when they were coming under fire about Game Pass and their additions and how their teams are treated. Brian Fargo specifically really saying, like, you will see their investment pay off. And I wonder if that was a little foreshadowing that their investment will pay off when you see our game. I don't know. That's just a little speculation on my behalf. But this is a team that is up there with, like, Compulsion for me of, let's not sleep on them, right? I know they made these really reactive isometric RPGs that I think are amazing. However, now they got the AAA budget potentially, and they can make something special in Project Cobalt. Do we see that? They're in a similar time window for id, which is why I put them together. Of their game dropped in 2020. In the case of Wasteland, it was August, I believe, of 2020. And so they did some DLC afterwards, 2 pieces of DLC, one larger, one smaller. And so now they've been toiling away on this Project Cobalt for, Jez, I forgot how long you had initially reported, but do we see this appear at the show? Because this is another one that I do remain a bit undecided on, but I absolutely am eager to see what they got their hands on, because the way you described it was not like their traditional games, which is what's so exciting.
Yeah, I believe this is a first-person shooter, essentially, like compared to BioShock, but still retaining maybe more of that RPG DNA. You know, maybe it's more Fallout 2 or something. It's like Victorian steampunk kind of game, from what I understand. And, you know, there's been some concept art leak from like ArtStation and some environments that were, you know, very reminiscent of the some of the concept art that I've seen but haven't posted anywhere. I'm going to say there's a good chance we could see this. I'm going to say that it could be CGI. Okay. CGI announcement, teaser sort of thing. Although I have heard that Microsoft's prioritizing gameplay for this show. So they want to keep CGI to a minimum because, you know, all of us always complain about CGI. But I think if they are going to show CGI just for announcements, which I think is completely acceptable, I think Cobalt could be one of them. But yeah, that's my guess.
Yeah, minimizing gameplay sounds excellent in general. I remember talking to Jeff Grubb about that, and, you know, that was kind of like the word that, like, whatever showcase they did wrapped up, and they're like, so we just have a lot of CGI again. Like, how do we adjust to that? So that'll definitely slim down some of the options that we even have on the board here. But Cog, what is your read on inXile? I know this is a team that you really ride for as well as I. Do you think we see Project Cobalt, and what's the gut check for that?
I mean, prior to the events of Game Pass needs to be canceled on Twitter, I would have said probably, less likely. I'm a huge Fargo fan, and I also feel that like he was very staunch. He was extra, like he was in the trenches, you know what I'm saying, with a lot of people regarding their thoughts or misconceptions of what happens being an Xbox game studio. And to me, again, I know it's a small sample size, but like for him to come out that aggressively, to me, shows a lot of confidence in what you're doing. And this is where me and you, Maddie, really align. And, I don't know as a result of that means they're ready to show. Yeah. But I will say as a result, he's super excited about what they're doing. And Wasteland 3 is a criminally slept on gem. It is really excellent. Me and Addict did a lot of Let's Plays in co-op, the story, the choices. It's excellent. It just people have to get over obviously the graphical aspect and it's a turn-based thing. And I get it. Yeah. Rand won't try it, but
Rand, what? Tell me more.
Rand, in Rand's defense, though, I got to give Rand. Okay. He can slander me. He can slander me. That's why he can slander. Because I was Attic was trying to get me to play it, and I was kicking and scratching. And when I was trying to play it kept crashing. So Ray was like, that game that you're capping for. But when it finally, after the updates and they got it to work, I actually loved it. But I did come in kicking and scratching. I was just like, come on, Attic, why you want me to play this thing that I want to play with Red or whatever we was doing. And yeah, so it was an Xbox Live Party. But once I got into it, I loved it. But yeah, I want to see what they're cooking. I'm going to say, I'm going to say no. I'm going to be realistic. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. Maybe like another year. But I hope I'm wrong. I want to see what they're doing. I really want to see what they're doing. But go ahead, Red. What you got to say here, sir?
inXile is one of those studios that I've never played any of their games, right? But it's one of those studios that like I kind of want to get in on, right? Like with how good everybody talks about it. So maybe Project Cobalt is that game. Like, yeah, I'm not playing Wasteland 3. I'm just sorry. It's just not happening. It doesn't matter. It's just never going to happen. Okay. But like, a new IP, steampunk, FPS. I mean, like, I could be down for that. So, you know what? I'm just going to go and I'm going to say, you know what? CGI announcement trailer.
Okay.
Yeah. No. Because I do think this game's a little bit is a 2024, 2025. So like I feel like you can CGI announcement now to let people know what you're doing, and then like 2024 you have the gameplay thing and it comes out or something like, right? I'm not against 2-year announcements where you announce it in 2022 and the game comes out 2024 or 2025. It's like the Fable announced in 2020 that's probably not releasing to 2025. Yeah. Or 2024. That's a 4-year kind of window is kind of a little bit too long in my opinion. But something that's like 2 years, and I'm interested in seeing what Brian Fargo means by Microsoft's investments. Yeah. Because that's the stuff I think about with like Hellblade COG, right? Like, how is Hellblade 2 being improved upon? How do they take advantage of the Microsoft budget to make it, okay, yeah, it was an indie game, but now we're talking like this is beyond indie. This is AAA, right? Like, so I'm kind of interested because we haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen any of Microsoft's investments in any of these studios really come to fruition. Like, I guess you can make an argument for Psychonauts 2, where they put the boss battles back in and how amazing that game was. But we haven't really seen any of the other kind of investments with like Ninja Theory or Obsidian just yet. But I think we're like right on the verge of seeing that, because I do think at the showcase, we're going to see a lot of gameplay, because I was also told that we're going to be a lot of gameplay at the show. And I think we're going to get a lot of dates where it ends like 2023. Maybe not get a specific date just yet, because we're still in that kind of
lesson learned.
We're still in that pandemic era where they're not really too sure. Sure. But I think we're about to come out the other side of it. but I do think like you're going to see a lot of 2023, where you get the sense that like, damn, Xbox got some games next year, bro. You know,
overwhelming,
hot, man.
Yeah, I remember they were hiring for Unreal Engine 5. That was back in 2020 as well. So they definitely been working on this for a decent amount of time. I could see a CGI for this. You know, that seems safe.
Give me hope. Give me some hope.
I'd love to see it. All right, this one we need some real hope for. Machine Games. Probably
I was wondering when this was coming up.
Probably the haziest studio that there is, in my opinion, underneath this entire umbrella, who's working on important games, mind you. So we know there's Wolfenstein. There's also announced at the beginning of last year, Indiana Jones. So Cameron Belgrade writes in, greetings, my Lord Dukes. Last year, after the E3 conference, I wrote in asking where was Wolfenstein 3? Now that we are almost a year removed from that and there's been no news or rumors, do you think there's any chance of an announcement at the upcoming conference? Even if it's just a 30-second title announcement, I would take it. I think the two most recent mainline entries are some of the best FPS games around. A man can dream. Thanks for the content and have a Maddie calls you at 3:47 a.m. to talk about Deathloop type of day. That's a bad day right there.
That's funny.
Again, this is one that I really am perplexed by because I look at them and you think we should have seen Wolfenstein 3 by now. I remember Pete Hines confirmed years ago. He was like, yeah, we're going to do Wolfenstein 3. And if I remember correctly, there was a Bethesda E3 conference where in the title load up before the showcase even happened, there was a Wolfenstein 3 teaser in that. So, and that was years ago. I want to say that was like 2017-ish. So this has been in the cards for a while. Next we hear from them is Indiana Jones, which we know is going to be a ways off. Now there's been talk that, Jez, this may not be exclusive. So there's a lot going around about what Machine Games is doing, what they're working on, the exclusive capacity or lack thereof of said game. So Jez, if you don't mind, I'd like to start with you on what's your read for Machine Games, what they're working on, how far along they may be based off your predictions, and do we see them at all show up at this showcase? Because I think they're due. Like I think this is one of those moments where you got to remind us you exist, right? It's been a while. So that's how I feel about it. I know they, just to, I'll pass to you after this. I know they helped with Youngblood. They co-developed that one, and that was more recent. That was alongside Arkane. But what's the read for you, Jez?
Man, Youngblood was terrible.
Yes,
but
hard agree.
But I have no inside information about Machine Games, but it's like you say, it's been a damn long time since they teased Indiana Jones. Maybe we'll move past the tease this time. Maybe we'll like get an idea of how it plays, if it's like first person or third person, or you know, what kind of game it is and what kind of scope it has, or how it looks and how it handles and stuff like that. I would hope so, you know. But ultimately, I don't know. I think it's like, I don't think Machine Games is big enough to be developing two games simultaneously. I think like they'd probably be all in on Indiana Jones. So like some of these rumors about Wolfenstein showing up is something I wouldn't subscribe to, but I could be wrong. Yeah. But yeah, I think Indiana Jones is a possibility, an outside possibility, but can't be sure, man. Can't be sure. I don't know if Rand knows more.
Well, you see, remember the first time I was on Invited to Divining Duke? Mm-hmm. I asked Maddie this question. I said, Maddie, you're the Bethesda guy. Sometimes you got sources inside the building. What is going on with Machine Games?
Yeah, because we gave you the same answer.
Because remember, I want to say, was it? Yeah, it was for 2021. Mm-hmm. We were like, everybody was expecting Wolfenstein 3 to be announced at the show and released that year.
Yeah.
Right? Everybody was like, oh, it's totally coming. Mm-hmm. And then nothing. Mm-hmm. And then like they announced Indiana Jones. And we were like, this is strange. Yeah. Right? Because like you said, Pete Hines was all out being like, yeah, you know, Wolfenstein 3 is real, blah, 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 blah. And I still sit here now. And this is one of the things I do hope is true. I hope there's this like, you know, Pete comes on stage and he pulls out like a card from his sleeve and it's like, it is real. Wolfenstein 3, here it is, baby. Machine Games roll that trailer and it launches in 4 months in October. Right? Like that would be the dream. Like Wolfenstein 3 is real and it's coming.
Okay.
Right? But there's this something that just gnaws at me is this thing about Indiana Jones, because I almost feel that they were working on Wolfenstein 3 pre-production, right? After Youngblood. And this deal came up for Indiana Jones.
Right.
And they got it. And they just kind of sidelined Wolfenstein 3 to work on Indiana Jones.
Sure.
And I kind of agree with Jez. I'm not sure they're big enough to work on two projects simultaneously. We've seen some LinkedIn profiles that say people at Machine Games are working on an unannounced project, presumably which is Wolfenstein 3.
Yeah.
So
they got to be tinkering with it at least.
They have to be, but yeah. I just don't think. I think they put it aside to work on Indiana Jones. Like I think Indiana Jones is the focus of the studio, and then once that's finished, they go back to Wolfenstein 3, or maybe they have a small team doing pre-production stuff on it now. My hope is that I'm completely wrong, and that Wolfenstein 3 shows up, and he's either releasing this year in a surprise move, which is unrealistic, but maybe launches next year. Right? That would be kind of my hope. And I've also kind of been going back and forth. We talk about what's going to start, what's going to end the show. And there's a part of me that thinks Indiana Jones could end the show.
Ooh.
You know? I don't know. I just kind of thinking of like, okay, what could end the show? Sure, Indiana Jones is already known, but like we know nothing because the trailer was like 20. It was a Twitter trailer, right? It was just 20 seconds long.
There's not even like an officially archived version of it on YouTube. Like IGN, I think, just ripped that trailer from Twitter, and that was it.
That was it. So I kind of think like, oh, what could end? It's like Starfield. I don't know, and it's just like, is anything from Xbox? It's like, well, but I was like, but Indiana Jones.
I do like that. It's a good idea.
It's like
I like that.
So I've been kind of thinking along that lines, but so I'm going to say, you know what? I'm going to say I think we do see Indiana Jones at the show.
Ooh, Red got the hype going again.
But I hope we also see Wolfenstein. I just feel like they put that to the side for now.
Yeah, this is a team that I just looked on LinkedIn, 155 employees. Smaller Swedish developer. And if there's anything that's consistent with Bethesda is that like while they're working along multiple projects, like we saw with Bethesda Game Studios, they were working on Starfield for a while and they were working on 76, and 76 was further along. So they prioritized that, finished that up, then moved on to Starfield after trying to fix the game to the best of their ability. So I feel like it could be a similar case here where they got to be tinkering on Wolfenstein 3. I'd be shocked if they just stopped that game. That whole series in the face of Indiana Jones. They have to have something going, and perhaps it was one of those situations where there was a fork in the road and they've just picked one path and they'll conclude the other later on. We'll see. But Cog, what's your feeling on Machine Games?
Yeah, man, it sucks because I think they're extremely talented, and I love those series. You know, the Wolfenstein games I love. I think Rand is onto something. I just feel that since the announcement of Indiana Jones was like a left field, but we were surprised that was something Todd and them wanted to get involved with, and that they were picked, that Machine Games were picked. Because I'll be honest, I was #just1 on that one, thinking it was going to go that route. But then I'm like, okay, Machine Guns, they really do FPS good. Let's see them get a crack at it. Let's see some what they can do with it. And yeah, and that's one of those surprise announcements that it just feels like resources may be diverted there. I hope to be wrong. I would love to see Wolfenstein because that's a great outside of Youngblood, which I don't count. I don't know where that
Machine Games fault.
Game we don't talk about that. To me, anything but this is how I look at it. Like anything you did when you were on the decline before acquisition, I absolve you. Oh. You were trying, you're throwing darts at the board, you try to keep the lights on. That's how I look at it. Of you. Yeah, that Youngblood, 74 out 76, COG act like those don't exist. Okay. But as far as what I know them to be when they're right, is Wolfenstein, BJ, Blackwood. Like that's the joint. And to see Indiana Jones. So yeah, I think that would be a cool get people excited, even if it's more of a, a CGI thing and it's, and that it's coming. So that's where I'm at with it.
I got a question for you guys. Mm-hmm. Indiana Jones. Since we talk about Perfect Dark and it was first person, right? is Indiana Jones. I kind of feel like Indiana Jones has to be third person, right?
You got to show the character. Yeah.
Right? Like
you
got to show Indy, man.
But they're bread and butter though.
I know their bread and butter is first person, but like,
and they're great at first person.
It's out the window.
I just sort of feel like Indiana Jones has to be third person, like puzzle solving, using the whip for traversal, stuff like that. Like it, I don't know. I mean, I know the Uncharted and Tomb Raider comparisons. Like, well, then it's like they copied from Indiana Jones in the first place,
right?
But like, it has to be third person, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know about you guys. I just don't want to watch here's Indiana Jones trailer. It's first person. I'll be disappointed. I'll be like, first person? Like, really?
You don't want to see just the whip?
I don't know, man. I feel like it has to be.
You don't want to see traversal through first person with a whip?
No, not really. I sort of feel like it needs to be third person.
Yeah, I would agree. I'd agree with that.
I don't know. I mean, it could work in first person, but I think because of the whip traversal, if nothing else, like it always feels. There's a bunch of games that I've like that sort of, I don't know what you call it, sort of grappling hook traversal in first person, but it always feels kind of weird to me when it's not in third person. So, but
well, we'll see when it's at the show.
We'll see.
All right, this one we're gonna dish right to Rand immediately. Ninja Theory.
Here he comes.
Oh,
here he comes.
Right. We know what they're working on.
Yep.
They got Hellblade 2, but they also have Project Mara.
Yes.
Which is kind of a spooky game set in like a house with staircase. We've seen pictures. It looks pretty realistic.
Yeah.
God, I need this to be there. I really
Don't do it, Red.
The cinematic, the trailer that we got at the Game Awards just wasn't enough to satisfy me. Okay.
Oh my god.
Because I need to see that. I need to see the combat cog.
Yep,
I need to see the improvement because as much as I love the original Hellblade and I love it, like the combat, it was very as basic as you could get.
Fair.
So like if we're talking about Microsoft's investment, you're talking about taking the next step. It doesn't need it doesn't need to be like Devil May Cry combat, right? It just needs to be a much improved, like that's what I want to see.
I think it needs to be Devil May Cry, like, you know what I mean? I think it needs to be that level of like, Sunni Legend on Twitter, like this man needs to be making combo videos of your game type good. I think he needs that. Like they need to make that type of game.
Well, when Jez talks about this, we're gonna have to yell at him because Jez definitely has an interesting take on Hellblade. So like
I can already tell you what the advancements in Hellblade 2 are going to be.
Okay, well, let me talk first. Let me get my bars off, and then you can dash my hopes and dreams after this. Okay.
Let's go with it,
Rand.
This is the one game that I hope is there above all others, and I feel like it's probably not going to be simply because they just showed it off at the Game Awards. I don't know. Like, plus, like with an XO 2022 potentially looming on the horizon that Microsoft may want to do, there's certain things they may just essentially hold off on. So as much as I want to say, Hellblade 2 is a lock because that game has to be 2023, just like alongside Avowed, right? But it's like, we don't know. So I'm just going to say the words that just kill my soul is that Hellblade 2 won't be there. But subject to change until I make my video, which then is my predictions in full, locked in.
Wow.
So as of today, June 1st, at 7:41 p.m., I am feeling that Hellblade 2 is not going to be at the showcase.
Okay. Now, Jez, your plan here was to dash the hopes and dreams of your co-host. So I want to know what you've got up your sleeve about Hellblade 2's advancements.
Yeah, Rand, like, he's really, really looking forward to Hellblade 2's advancements and seeing where that investment's gone. Well, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to walk twice as far in Hellblade 2 than you can in Hellblade 1. It'll be the ultimate AAA walking simulator.
Oh my god!
You're gonna let him talk about like Hellblade like this?
This is disrespectful.
Come on.
This is so disrespectful.
It'll have the best QuickTime events you've ever experienced in a game.
Oh no!
Oh my lord!
Not like this, Jez. Not like this.
And the most epic symbol alignment puzzle ever
Jesus.
seen.
That's good. That's good. The symbol.
Yeah, the symbol line. I'll give you that symbol
I
line.
forgot about that one. That's
They need that. Hopefully, the symbol alignment stuff is dropped.
Yeah, bro, they ran that to
Just
Jeff in the
drop
first
that.
one. Yeah.
Look,
Yeah,
I get
know
it.
that.
Like, yeah, Hellblade is a walking sim. It's like half walking sim, and you got combat, and then you stop, and then
It's
you
not
do the
half
puzzles, and
walking
you
sim.
walk. It's like,
It's not half walking sim, Rand.
Oh my God!
You know what?
I
Go-
didn't know
you
it
know
was-
what? Go play Hearthstone or something. Let the big boys talk about gaming. You know what I'm saying?
At least Hearthstone's got combat.
Damn. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm.
okay.
So
So
is it there? Is it there, Jez, or no?
yeah, I was gonna ask you.
Is it there?
No.
I think very strong.
I think they need to take more time to like work out how to handle the latest in walking simulator technology,
No.
and it might be delayed further out. You know, no.
He hit him with a
Here,
delay
Ryan,
today. He just knows.
Ryan, I'll give you some hope here. I think it's gonna be there.
Okay.
I think it's going to be there. I think this is one that, what we saw with the reveal, that I think they want this to be their next big one. Like, I think they want it almost to be I think of like Ghost of Tsushima for some reason, right? And maybe it's just because of the sword and the combat and the openness of the game, potentially, is why I'm connecting those dots. It's just kind of my feel for it, where I feel they want this to be a big one. And I think you need to keep reminding people of it. So I think you had the reveal in 2020. We just got the gameplay last year, which was really, I think, more of a showcase of how pretty the game will look. Now I think that we know how pretty it looks. We can absorb true gameplay. Like, here's what it looks like when you're in action. So I feel like this has got to be a lock. I think anything that's slated for potentially 2023 has to be there, which is why I was sort of on the fence with like Project Cobalt. The rumor was 2023. Like, I think if you're looking at 2023 games from your first party studio, which this is supposedly one, I think this is one that they gotta lock up and show at this showcase. I mean, granted, they do have the Game Awards. We've heard about the Fan Fest. I just think, I'm not. I can right now only act on the potential of Game Awards, not the Fan Fest. So to me, I think this is one that I hope to see, and I feel should be there. Personally, Cog, you're smirking.
I hate to do it to y'all, but I'm with Jez on
No,
Listen,
I'm the only one I think who
man.
said it was there. Rand, it was also
Red.
Yeah,
you're
I'm
right.
the only
Red.
one.
Yeah, you're right. But you are the correct. We've seen it. Let them work. Let them work, man. We want it. We know it. We know this is the big one. We know this is the graphic fidelity. This is the just one. This is the all hands on deck one. And I just think it's too soon still. I mean, I would be surprised. We see it again. I would be surprised. Let them work, man. Then they rent out the whole Iceland. In Iceland dance for this. Like,
there's that video of them all yelling in a valley, like to capture the sound.
Let them work. Let cinema work. I like that the British voice actor who does the really dark voice when she's talking. I love him. He gets the blood pumping. Like, let them do them. Let them work on the combat. Rand, I'm with you. You're correct. I know you need to see the combat. I know what you need. And I needed to. If it's going to drop 2023, my thought process is, why not have it at the E3 next year, on the year that it supposedly will come out? I just think it's too soon. That's just me. And I think they've showed it. I'm worried about overexposure with that game.
Okay.
Let them work. They got it. It's going to be great. I'm confident with them. Ninja Theory is my people. I like them.
Fair.
Despite
analysis.
his slander.
Pure slander.
Playground Games. They just released Forza Horizon 5, one of Xbox's biggest games of the generation so far. They're now working on Fable, which was with a separate team. Gentlemen, the big question here, and I know Lord Attic is thinking the same thing. Do we see Fable at the 2022 showcase?
Short answer, no.
I agree.
Long answer, no.
Damn.
But Playground Games will be there, though.
Oh, you think?
With the trailer for your fave, Forza Horizon 5, first
He's gonna
expansion.
jump off the seat, man. You ready?
And
I'm just saying.
they can't torch my show like that. They can't do
I'm
that.
just saying, 343 not gonna show up with Halo, but Playground's going to be bringing that first
6 to 8
expansion
minutes,
for
Maddie.
Forza Horizon. Nah, this won't be. It'll just be a short trailer. Just like, hey, first expansion's coming. Maybe like this week, maybe in July. It's time, because normally the second expansion comes out around this time, and they haven't even revealed their first. So I also think this is a lock that Playground will be there with Forza Horizon, showing off DLC. But no, I think Fable's too early. Like, but this is the thing. Like, they could when we say like these are just my predictions, it's very well like Microsoft could be like, you know what, we need to give people a taste of Fable. It's been 2 years like since we've announced it, but I'm just gonna go on a limb and be like, nah, man, Fable's not gonna be there. Not this year. Next year is gonna be Fable and Perfect Dark's year, where you finally get to see some gameplay. Not this year.
Right on.
Yeah.
All right. So Jez had to leave us. It was 2 a.m. where he was. He was getting very sleepy. He stayed with us for 3 hours. So if anyone wants to check him out, at Jez Corden over on Twitter. You can also check out his work on windowscentral.com. Give that stuff a look. Thank you again, Jez, for tuning in. His stuff will be linked down below. But we still have a ways to go here. We were talking about Playground Games. We were feeling out Fable a little bit. Cog, we never got to you and some of your thoughts. Do we feel like Fable is going to be there for the show?
I hate bringing bad news. Yeah, man. I just, it's going to be my theme, with the Starfield and Redfall announcement. My vibe is that they're going to be hesitant to show a lot of stuff that is not imminently ready. And Fable, to me, still falls in that pocket. And I know, when was the last time we saw it? We saw it
2020 in the reveal.
2020. Yeah, I would be surprised. I still think we're still a little bit away. And I think Forza is going to come outside. Forza is going to be outside. I'm 100% with Rand. They've been super quiet about content for Forza Horizon 5, which in my opinion should have been the showcase game for the remainder of the year. They were perfectly fine to sit on it. I know the temptation with Halo now, hindsight 2020, but I gotta say the Dukes did call that. We did call that, they didn't need to release because Forza really had the zeitgeist. This was the one. And I think they doubled down with whatever mode or DLC or whatever it is they have. To Maddie's chagrin, it's gonna probably have a good decent segment. And
nice.
Don't be so enthused, Maddie. You know what I'm saying? But
it'll be great.
Yeah. I just remember how the whole community came at you, how disgusted you were. Wow. But look, that's what it is. They're going to ride that train. And I think Fable's still a little bit away.
Okay. I know we got your thoughts, Rand, and I agreed with them. So with that, next up is Rare. This is an interesting one because we do have a question attached to this from the audience that I will read, but we know they're working on Everwild. They're, of course, working on Ben's favorite, Sea of Thieves.
Yeah.
Now, on a topic that's come up a couple of times this show, Rand, I'll dish it to you right away afterwards. Nicholas Brillhart writes in, greetings, spoon, fork, and potentially knife. As of next year's Xbox Bethesda showcase, Banjo-Kazooie will be turning 25 years old. Do you think this year would be the time to announce a remake or remaster of some type, or will my hopes inevitably be stomped upon? I only use a small portion of my subscription service and complain about the lack of content kinda day. Nicholas throwing some shots out there.
Pause.
Now, Rand, I want to dish it to you. You've really been on the Banjo boy train here, and I'm there with you. I've been saying Banjo remake for a while. Now, I put it in the Rare section because it is their IP. I don't think Rare will be working on it, but do we see Banjo make his long-awaited return? Because I feel like with all the remakes, he fits the bill, like what Xbox needs, but also he's got that nostalgia. A remake could do him some good. So what's the feel here, Rand? What's the feel?
And Rand has no feel.
Is Rand here?
Is Rand muted?
Oh, I was muted. My bad. My dog was barking. My dog was barking, so I kind of felt like,
no, you're good.
The audience didn't want to hear that. But I just wanted to say, first off, I'm hashtag Team Fork, by the way.
Oh, okay. See?
I don't know why anybody would eat mac and cheese with a spoon.
I just did it the other day, by the way. Throwing it out there.
This is delicious.
Tastes so good.
The listener look, I'm not a fan of banjo. Never been a fan of banjo. Never probably will be a fan of banjo. But I know a lot of people that come to listen to our podcast and my comments. They want banjo to return, and I want banjo to return for you. Even though I wouldn't care, I want everybody to be happy. I want you to get your banjo game, whether it's a remake or Banjo 3. I do sort of feel like you're not going to get it this year, though.
Okay.
I don't know, like Toys for Bob seems like the likeliest candidate to make it from the acquisition, right?
Ooh.
But like, I think they maybe still have a Crash game. We talked about the Wampa League thing earlier. Maybe that comes out and they start working on something. You know, there's rumors that Double Fine's working on a Banjo remake, but I don't know. Like Double Fine's pretty.
Didn't Tim Schafer say like if you want a Banjo game, Rare can do that or something?
Yeah, I don't think Tim Schafer is like interested in working on other people's IPs, and we know Rare is not interested in working on their older IPs. So when you talk about Rare at this show, for a while I was like, okay, Halo's going to be there because it's their big game, right? But now I'm like, I don't know if Halo's going to be there. Forza's going to be there because it's also their other big game. They got expansion, and I do think it'll be there. I was like, you know what else? Sea of Thieves, also incredibly big. So for a while, I was thinking Sea of Thieves is going to show up, but then I think they just dropped a whole bunch of stuff, trailers recently online for their next season. So I don't know if that makes sense anymore. So now I'm of the opinion that Sea of Thieves won't be there.
Wow.
So I don't think Banjo shows up yet, which is Microsoft squandered the momentum they had when they revealed Banjo-Kazooie for Smash Bros. People were so excited, and it's been 3 years now, and it's still nothing. So
yeah, I feel you.
It's like, were you really ever interested in doing a Banjo? I don't know. And as far as their other game, Everwild, I don't think that's. I don't think they show that again until they know they actually have something, because the rumors were they showed that game off when there was like nothing, and it kind of came back. This is what happens when you show games off too early. Like now, Everwild's apparently going through a reboot of some kind.
Yes,
I don't think that shows up either. So I think we're not going to be at the show.
When I agree completely. When I predicted last year Everwild would be there, I was like really hard on Everwild being there, and I had a source DM me and was like, "Yo, so watched your video, good job. That one, not even feeling 2024 on that one. So that's a ways off for sure. I would be stunned if they show Everwild. It would be foolish. I think the current Microsoft knows better. I wouldn't expect that. Sea of Thieves, though, look bigger than anyone gives it credit for. And one of the big surprises was the Pirates of the Caribbean, the Pirates Life thing. Do they announce like another Disney collab? That'd be really neat to see, because I know they said they were open to doing it more. I think they were planning on doing more. They said it in a kind of subtle way. So I think this is something that they maybe look into. We had a whole DDU about it. Sea of Ben is the name of the episode. If anyone wants to check it out. Because Ben Smith joined us for that episode, and he was great. Cog, how do you feel about Rare? Do you think they make any appearance or any Rare IP? Is there so much love for them? Like, I don't know, GoldenEye 007?
I know, right? What we want. I know, but whew, I think, whatever Wild, you know, the rumors we're hearing, they're in kind of a development change up. I'm gonna probably disagree with Rare for the first time today. I know, as much as I don't want to see Sea of Thieves, no disrespect, man, I know you love it. It is successful. I think it does. They find a way. Because I'm looking at the roadmap. It ain't got June 2022. New ways to play and progress. 3 new adventures. You know, it's doing well. I would be surprised, even if it's like a quick teaser, just to remind people, hey, we got this new thing, and let's be real, as much as we don't like this, they need to get people excited about what is actually coming this year. So to me, if it's in their best interest to kind of promote it, because as much as I'm not the biggest, it's popular, and it's one of the few bright spots they have for 2022.
That's fair.
That's where I'm at. So I think they tease it all in there, Ram, to our chagrin.
Okay.
You know, you did bring up a good thing about GoldenEye. I guess that is a rare property, so it's
That did leak earlier this year.
Yeah, I don't know if the war in Ukraine has pushed that at all, but I believe the 25th anniversary is August, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
So I guess there's a possibility it shows up at the showcase and they dated for August, right? Am I right? Is the 25th anniversary August?
Let's see here. GoldenEye.
That would be the time to release it if
release date. Hold on. Are we talking about the movie or the release date?
the anniversary of the game GoldenEye, the 60 and 64 game.
It came out in 97, but you're right, August 25th, 97. So they could still
years.
celebrate. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I mean,
Math. Right.
that's the. I mean, yeah. If you're gonna release it, why not release it on the 25th anniversary? Right?
It seems like a good window. I think you're right on the money there. That feels good. That feels really good. So I'm about that. Let's move on to Roundhouse Studio. This is another anomaly here on the list of now Xbox first-party studios. They were formerly known as Human Head, where they worked on a canceled Prey 2, but also they worked underneath another publisher, and they made Rune 2, which was quite average. And this was when they created like a shell of that company, and then they moved over underneath the Bethesda banner again, and that's where they became Roundhouse Studio. And they were able to avoid some legal trouble as they were being accused that like Rune 2 was they were taking ideas from Rune 2 to put into the next Elder Scrolls game, which is hilarious because Rune 2 is really not that great. But now Roundhouse is a part of the Bethesda, the first party fold. This could be a support studio, but again, they were originally for Bethesda working on a AAA game. Prey 2, for those who haven't seen it, it was in 2012. There was a E3 demo, and it looked really rad. Like, think of Star Wars Bounty Hunter, but evolved. Like, it was really cool looking. There was first-person parkour, again, bounty hunting, great first-person shooting for its time. Looked really cool. Some RPG elements, but another one of those games that was just shown far too early and eventually canceled. So that's a little backstory on them. This one's hard to guess around because it could be anything, but if you guys got anything to throw out there on this new Bethesda studio, I, for one, think with my prediction of the Fallout remaster, I feel like I could throw them onto it, possibly. If the teams at Bethesda Game Studios are loaded up, that would be, I feel like this could be that type of team, right? Like, hand them the small time window projects, let them wrap those up, because we saw what happened when they got to earn Bethesda's trust, right? Last time they worked with them, Prey 2 got canceled. So give them a smaller task. And to my bias, give them the Fallout remasters. Let them handle those.
Okay. I see what you're doing. I don't know enough about it. I'll jump in. I don't know enough about us. I'll probably defer to Rand here. But all I will say is that if this is going to be it's advertised as the Xbox and Bethesda showcase, right? And we figure the definites with Starfield and Redfall. It would behoove them to kind of have another title on one of them studios, to show something. I just don't know. I really don't know enough about them to know that they would have something ready. But hey, I'm for it.
This Rune 2 game came out November 2019. So stands to reason that they afterwards joined up with Bethesda. They could have cooked on something long enough to show it off, realistically.
Interesting.
Rand, what's your feel on this? I know you always defer to me on some Bethesda stuff, but do you have any feelings on them?
I don't have any idea what Roundhouse could be doing.
Okay.
This one, who knows?
Surprise us.
I have no idea. Do we see it this year? I don't know, man. I mean, you would think so. They haven't done anything, right? They haven't done anything?
Yeah, I'm looking at their release schedule here, and Ragnarok Games is the name of the publisher that I mentioned earlier before, by the way. In 2018, they did... Oh, no. Oh, no.
What? Oh, no.
They developed The Quiet Men.
Maybe they're going to keep the dev kits away for a little bit.
Yeah, they did... Survived By in 2018 as well. I don't know that. They did in 2015 Dungeon Defenders. They did. Oh my God, they've done a lot of really questionable games. Do you guys remember Defiance? That kind of TV show.
Yes, the TV. That was the name of that.
Is this the publisher or is this the Roundhouse Studios?
This is under games developed on Wikipedia. I'm sure some of these are co-developed, right? Like Brink.
Yikes.
Brink. I know that was developed by Splash Damage, but they helped on that. So I don't want to lop all of it onto them. But yeah, just they're not. That's why I said give them the smaller stuff. Give them the smaller stuff. Earn the trust. Earn the trust. All right, let's move on to one that we can all talk about a little bit more. Tango Gameworks. They just released this year Ghostwire Tokyo. They're also known for the Evil Within franchise. I think this one's a no-go. I don't think you see anything from Tango Gameworks this year. It's hard to really argue why they'd be there unless they have something brand new to announce. But given where their studio's at, I think they're probably working on an unannounced game for Xbox exclusively at this point. Hopefully, because it's like their only Japanese studio. But any thoughts on this one, gents?
I mean, the only realistically thing that could show up is they talked about how their next game from one of their directors is like as far away from horror as possibly can be, right?
Shit.
Right? Isn't that what they said?
I hope not.
That's
right.
I'm positive that's what they said.
I remember.
I forget the name of the director,
Mm-hmm.
but they said like his next game is basically as far away from horror as possible. So, I mean, that's the only thing that could probably show up, but it probably won't either.
Yes, your exact quote is correct. I'm reading it right now. It's from Shinji Mikami. Didn't provide details from the sounds of things. It's the next game. Its next game will go as far away from Tango's starting genre as possible, which was horror.
How does that make you feel?
Buddy?
That makes me clinically depressed.
Bro, as far away from horror as possible. Like, what genre would that be?
Action, which like they're going to give us Resident Evil 6 again. Like that's what's going to happen. History is about to repeat because they had nice little Resident Evil 4. They had like survival horror. Then they went as far away as possible. Now, if we get a cool little gem like Resident Evil 5, which I think is underrated, sure. But that game wasn't even supposed to be co-op at first. Like that was a messy game that just turned out. It lucked out. Really, it did. But Resident Evil 6 was as far away from the horror genre as possible. So, and look, I know 6 has its charm, but like I think that's where we're headed. Like they're gonna go all action, right? No survival mechanics, and that's a shame. Survival horror is like booming right now. You know, you look at what Resident Evil is doing, and I feel Tango could ride those coattails and do something fun. I think it's a damn shame we didn't get the Evil Within 3, but apparently Ghostwire Tokyo started off as that. So that one hurts. Hopefully we don't see that for a while because I don't think I can handle that right now.
Yeah, I think it's too early for them. They just released the game, so I don't see them showing up in any way.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, this one's a little more obvious. Turn 10. We've heard for a while. Yeah, well, what could they be working on? They announced the game in 2020. Forza Motorsport 8. Does it show its face at the showcase? And do I get the double dip of Forza? Do I get the Horizon 5 expansion and Motorsport 8? Where I will sit there just fuming over what's happening. Oh, yes, no, Maddie. You're saying,
yes, Maddie.
Perish the thought.
This is the one game that is like, if you were to say what game's coming out this holiday for Xbox, this is the Forza. One that is most likely to come. Is a Forza Motorsport launching October, you know. So yeah, you're gonna get double dose of Forza. So
if there's anybody that I don't want to show up, I'm sorry, Red. Me and you had this conversation offline. I'm sorry. I hate to be disrespectful, and forgive me, LSM fans who are the hardcore motorsport guys. Look, if you get your game, you know, God bless. You know what I'm saying? But I just don't want to see them. Like, give us another year break. Just give me another break. One more year
so
away.
Soon.
Just get it. Just let we got Horizon here. Let them do their little DUC. If I get another segment of call, like I just I know it's probably gonna look beautiful. I know it's gonna be breathtaking. Turn 10. I don't want to be Turn 10. They do their thing. No disrespect. I personally, selfish cog, do not want to see you. I just don't. I'm not. It's too soon. It's too soon. Let Playground eat. They're the kings now.
Playground eat.
Let them eat. They got their thing. They're doing battle royale. Mexico's popping. You know, and I get it. It's just, and then they gonna have the steering wheel and the thing. I'm just, I'm force it out. I'm force it out, man. That's just where I'm at.
Yeah. Of course, I get where your head's at, but I'm trying to remove as much bias as I possibly can.
I'm trying. But like, not to cut you, Matty. It's like, I just don't want to sit through this. The show's 90 minutes, right, Ram? Well, allegedly, give or take. I mean,
right? Yeah, we
added to your calendar.
At least at least 90 minutes.
Okay, so now we're gonna have a Forza Horizon 5 segment and a motorsport segment. Like, it just kills me.
It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Apologies for the Forza Motorsports fans. Apologies.
But I think it's fair because here's the thing. I'll bend the knee about being wrong about Horizon, but Horizon's appealing because it's open world. It's a little more arcadey. Motorsport is the hardcore, right? Like, that is the hardcore, and it's for an audience. And there's something that we learned with that launch with with Horizon, that there's love there. I'll be keen to see how Motorsport performs, but I think it's going to be there, Cog. I gotta crash your party, man. I think it's going to be there. I think this is much like Rand said. I'm just going to echo his sentiment that I think if you could just say, like, I'll put millions of dollars down on this game appearing, I'll literally put it on Forza Motorsport. I would be so stunned if it weren't there. I'd be like you. I'd be like, okay, that's fine. Like, I don't need another Forza game right now. I think just the timing of it all, almost people will feel like it's annualized when it's not. I know the hardcore racing junkies are like clawing their eyes in their ears right now because they're probably like, shut up. there's a difference in the treads on the tires and how it grips the ground when it's raining, when you're turning the corner. I know y'all feel those things that I can't possibly feel. I get it, but just, I'm with you, Cog, that if it doesn't show up, I probably won't even notice it. I
just got one question for Rand before we move on. Rand, like, you're pretty confident that it's coming, right? So my Forza.
I mean,
all I was going to ask you is, it just feels weird that I feel like we've gotten no indicators, nothing about it. It just feels like it's very like under the radar. But maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, but that's Forza. They don't announce the Forzas until that year, 6 months before they've been doing this forever. So
you're right.
Yeah.
I'm just being biased. I apologize.
I know. We don't.
I'm trying to will it not to happen.
The ones who don't like the simulation, you're like the Gears collect. This is your Gears collection.
This is my Gears.
I don't want it to come out this year because I don't want it. Where it's like, I don't want the Gears collection to exist because I just don't want it to be real because I don't want to play it.
You guys are funny.
And I'm wrong for the iPod. Normally, I never take people's joy away for something. This is one of the forgive me.
Yeah, no, we need. I probably shouldn't have up, but I just think that this show's got to be dominant. Like, I think you need to have a no jokes show. Like, you got to have everything. And I don't know if another Forza Motorsport is that like, oh man, they really came out swinging,
bro.
They got a Horizon expansion and Motorsport coming this fall, right? Plus a Gears collection,
double Big Mac, bro.
Yeah.
Like, no, I don't want a 2 for 2 at McDonald's. I just don't. I'm sorry.
It's possible that maybe Motorsport gets delayed to next year.
Oh, man.
But then Xbox would have nothing.
They need time. Ran any time, man. I don't want them to.
Look, Motorsport can get delayed because Avowed's coming.
Listen, they got to make space. Like they got to make space, man.
I still got the whole Avowed thing. So were you thinking that Avowed was coming out this holiday when Starfield and Redfall were scheduled?
Of course not.
Or once they got delayed, Microsoft went to Obsidian and was like, can you bring it forward?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you're like, you know what? Yes.
Like,
they're like, we can bring it forward.
Okay. If I were Phil, which I'm not, but if I were Phil and I knew my most significant games for the holiday were getting delayed, before I looked to spend any money in any place for day one Game Pass, for even exclusivity, I will look at my own house and see how things are coming along. I'd call my A-team Obsidian. I'd say, hey, how are things looking right now? You guys are doing well, right? Oh, you're ahead of schedule. How do you feel about November this year? If they say no, it's like, okay, we're not going to rush you. But I think it would be negligent to not check, right? You don't want to rush them. If they say no, that's it. End of conversation there, because we want Avowed to thrive. But if Obsidian's firing on all cylinders and this thing's ready to go, why not? Why not? That's to me, that's the perfect answer. Like, obviously in my bias, but like that is
an optimistic way. I like it.
Dude, y'all are laughing at me. Imagine the hell I will rain upon this entire audience if I'm right.
We're gonna get all the smoke.
If you're right, I'll tweet you, Maddie. But
I'll bend the knee. I'll bend the knee on camera.
Is this Maddie that wants it to be true, or is this content creator Maddie that wants it?
No, I got plenty of content this fall. Sonic Frontiers is coming out.
Really? After seeing that gameplay, I don't know.
No, yeah, it's pretty. I know. I'm actually excited for it, but yeah, it's they need some time to refine for sure.
That game needs a delay.
Time to refine.
I like that.
Next on the list, Undead Labs. They're working on State of Decay 3. We've certainly heard from Kotaku the state of the game, that it is possibly still in its pre-production phase. Depending on how far you want to run with that story, it could paint the picture on its appearance here for the 2022 showcase. This was also revealed at the 2020 showcase. Do we think that we lay eyes on some State of Decay 3 gameplay? I'm not feeling this one. I think it's a while before we see it.
I'm not feeling this one either, Maddie.
Yeah.
I'm thinking this is a 2024 title.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Punt it big time.
Yeah. Big time. Same deal.
Yeah. Let's keep rolling then. World's Edge. They just made Age of Empires 4, came out late last year. Really solid game for those who haven't checked it out. Also available on Game Pass, of course. This is another one. I just, seems very
interesting. This is interesting because I believe we are getting an Age of Empires 4 console port.
That's right.
You know what? You're thinking big. Yeah, good point.
The only question I have is whether or not it's announced at like Jeff Keighley's show on the 9th. Like Xbox could give them that small announcement, be like, "Oh, Age of Empires 4 is coming," or they could have it at the showcase,
or give them the history trailer this time around.
But there's also
return the favor.
Jim the Trebuchet.
Yeah.
There's also Project Indus. There's like one of them that's kind of like that might be kind of supervised by World's Edge. I know I'm not interested in them because like whatever, but they're not my thing. But I forget which ones. There's like two of them that I think maybe World's Edge might be overseeing. And I think one of them might be actually close, or maybe both of them might. But I think one of them, Jez has talked about. One of them's like a 4X game or something, like City Skylines ish or something like that. I don't know if maybe it's just Global Publishing and not World's Edge, but there's another one that was kind of like maybe like Age of Mythology ish kind of thing. I don't know if it's Age of Mythology or just like something on the more casual end of the spectrum of Age of Empires or something like that. So yeah, I do think they show up, and we might see the announcement of the console port and maybe one of the other projects that they're working on. Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, sounds. I'm sorry, Matt.
No. I was saying that sounds good to me. I mean, Cog, is anything you want to add to what we may see from World's Edge?
No, not much. I think Iran, definitely hit it. I forgot all about that. The console port didn't happen. So
it's easy to forget. Yeah,
and they need content this year. So it makes sense.
Yeah, just recycle what you dropped last year. That'll work.
Damn it.
All right, Zenimax Online Studios is an interesting one because there were a lot of rumors surrounding this team just a couple of months ago about a Mandalorian game. So Elder Scrolls Online is their current project, but they have made it pretty clear that they are working on a AAA game, a brand new one at that. Do we see this? Because I'm going to say yes. I think you dropped Tamriel Unlimited in 2015. It's been 7 years. You've supported ESO for about a decade almost now. And I don't think it's close to done. There's still support in that game. It's still looking great. I really like ESO. But I think you announce, and this is one of those CGI exceptions, I think you announce the next chapter of what ZeniMax is working on. I think, MMOs always got their CGs. Like, that's one place you kind of make the exception, right? You can understand the extensive, beautiful CG trailer because that's what they do for like SWTOR. Star Wars: The Old Republic has beautiful CG trailers. All these MMOs do. So I feel like this is one you can pull the trigger on and be like, here's what we're working on for our next AAA project. What say you, gents?
What you got, Rand?
You know what? I'm going to go out on a limb and say we'll see their game. CGI trailer form, kind of hiring announcement sort of thing. Mm-hmm. I don't know what it will be. I mean, I think they have said it's a new IP of some sort, AAA in scope.
Yeah.
We don't know if it's an MMO, although like ZeniMax Online, you would think it is.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? I think if it's Maddie, here's where I'm going with this. Okay.
Ooh.
Now there's been rumors that
I heard
Star Wars, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
What if it is an exclusive Star Wars game, and they end the show with that?
Let me describe to you the emotions I would experience here. Woo! Shit would enter my pants in a heartbeat.
Would you be okay if Avowed's 2023, but they end the show with ZeniMax Online making an exclusive Star Wars game? Would you forgive me for that?
Starfield could fuck off for all I care, bro. Star Wars is my heart, man. Y'all forget my favorite game of all time is Star Wars. I love Star Wars. I go hard for it, man.
You're consistent.
I will give Star Wars my time of day always. So if they're like, yo, like, here's the thing, right? When it comes to content creator, Matt, you brought that up earlier, man. Like, yeah, I got to prioritize Starfield in that instance of Star Wars and Starfield, right? I got to take Starfield's side there. But Fan Maddie is taking Star Wars all the way.
Wow.
So,
you see how quickly you betrayed me for stuff. You betrayed my Starfield like this.
No, I'm not betrayed. It's not in the picture. Joking. This is a hypothetical.
Bro, this is your love. I can tell. This is your love.
I love Star Wars. Yeah, bro. If they announce, we have a section here of like potential picks and you know guesses and we'll get to that. But I'll just say that I would be ecstatic if we saw any type of Star Wars presence here. I've gone hard. Like I know I've always said Marvel, DC, but Star Wars is like there's so much opportunity in that universe. Much of it untapped. Lucasfilms is handing out deals left and right. Xbox got to sign someone up there. That would be something I'd be all over. And yeah, if it's ZeniMax Online, I'd be thrilled. I'd love to see them work on something other than ESO because they you want to talk about a bounce back and a developer that honed their craft. Like Elder Scrolls Online is one of the most underrated bounce backs in our industry. Yeah. That game was really, it wasn't bad. It was just really mediocre, which sometimes is worse than bad when it came out. But they made it damn good. They made they kept elevating. So I'm excited, and I hope they show off what they're working on next.
If when they say like new IP, is a Star Wars game, would that fall under a new IP thing? Because I know like people kind of mince words, like you know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. I think the terminology would probably be new IP in the Star Wars universe, even if. But I think they probably wouldn't use that wording in the first place. They would say like a brand new title and an unseen part of the Star Wars universe or something along those lines. Because like that's the thing, Lucasfilm's been. I could go on, but they're just pre-announcing things. Like you look at Star Wars Eclipse, right? That's one that is taking place in the High Republic era, which we're just learning about in the books. Like that's not really a widely exposed area, and they're like, go make a game on it. That's to me crazy. So there's just so many areas that they could take the Star Wars universe and do a game with it that. You know, Xbox is sleeping on that if they have passed on any deals, which they have.
I guess so. Would you be disappointed if it's just a average run of the mill AAA new game, but no Star Wars license?
No. I wouldn't be disappointed. I like ZeniMax Online a lot, so for me, I'd be interested in whatever they're working on, unless it look bad, of course.
I guess the question is MMO or regular game.
I've never been able to solve that, right? Because they call it AAA, and I'm like, well, I guess that fits MMO because those are huge budgets, right? But you know, have we seen? Someone could answer this probably in the comments, unless you guys have an idea. But like, has an MMO developer ever transitioned and went like, we're going to make a AAA single player game next? Have we seen that before? Because I can't think of an instance with that. Like, I think of Jagex for RuneScape suddenly making a single player game, or Warcraft, I guess, maybe. I don't know.
So with that said, are we thinking multi-platform or exclusive?
That goes back to what we talked about with Phil, right? Like where, you know, he said with contracts, legacy, situations that make sense. And I think we always talked about if it's like online game of any kind, like you got to imagine it's multi-plat, right? So that would
I
be
would imagine if it's an MMO of some kind.
Yeah, if it's MMO, you cast the net as wide as you can. So I think you let that go.
And
wherever.
like we know that Bethesda was talking to Lucasfilm because they got the Indiana Jones thing.
Yes.
It's also possible they also were talking to him, and like not maybe like Phil didn't have a chance to pass on it because Zenimax Online already got the deal, right? When they alongside like Machine Games and Indiana Jones.
So long as they don't pass on that, like they passed on the remake of KOTOR. As long as they don't repeat that tragedy again, we'll be good. We'll be good. All right, that's all of the Xbox first-party studios. We still got a little bit ways to go here. We got to talk about Xbox Game Studios publishing division, right? Third-party publishing. I put a list of kind of the rumored projects here, some confirmed. Now, I know there's more pressing ones that could be closer, but I got to start off with the one that my man has been putting in every showcase that Xbox has been a part of. Cog, what are the odds we see Hideo Kojima grace the stage and say, here's my cloud video game?
I think I'm still early, but every year I'm gonna keep saying it.
One of these times you'll just get it right.
One of these times I'm in. What is it? A broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah.
That's me. One of these. It may not be this one. But letter of intent, y'all. Come on, where you at?
Yeah.
Where are you at with your intent? So I would love it. It would be fun for the industry just to see it. I still think I'm probably a little earlier, but I would keep predicting it. I would keep willing it into existence. And I spoke to Grubby. Grubby said it. That means you heard it's changed. So
you're messaging Grub on the side to make sure this is still on.
What's going on, man? Like, what's going on? Looking shaky out here. What's up? Look, man, at some point it's going to happen. It's just a matter of when, and I guess when he's ready. All I keep hearing about is Death Stranding 2 and all this other stuff. And I'm like, bruh, you got a letter of intent. I intend you get on this stage and make my prediction right. So that's where I'm at, and I'm going down with the ship every year.
I love that.
Just a quick interjection, but two things have happened recently.
Oh no!
So one, Josh Sawyer just retweeted the April announcement of the game showcase and said,
"What he said? Stay tuned. Get ready."
He said,
"Obsidian's outside. Big O
painting his nails or something."
Ooh,
I don't know.
Ready to show.
Yeah, like he's getting ready to show. He's getting ready for the showcase. So we talked about together. Well, let me see if I can bring up the tweet.
Bring up the tweet.
Do you have it?
I'm on his Twitter account. Oh, yeah, he said anyway with the paint emoji. I see this. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's there. He's there.
He's outside, Big Josh.
And the other thing is, people are telling me that
I put it in the chat.
Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer is playing Banjo-Kazooie and just unlocked his first achievement in it. Does that mean anything? Is Banjo coming back? There's 12 achievements in Banjo.
Oh,
there's 12 days to the showcase.
Oh God, man.
Is Banjo? Is he just like, okay, I'm gonna play the game that all these Xbox guys want me to bring back? Let me see.
We are in dangerous territory.
Is this a shelf moment?
Maddie, what do you think? Is this a sign? Does this mean something?
I don't know. Phil's a gamer, right? Phil's a gamer. So I'm gonna say no, it doesn't mean anything. I'm gonna keep my rational cap on as I predict Avowed 22 and Fallout remasters. I'm gonna put my rational cap on for Banjo and say that this doesn't mean anything, but I still am in the camp that says, like, I want to see Banjo. Like, I'm with you on that, Rand, bro. I haven't played or completed any of the Banjo games. I just want it for the fans, right? I want it for myself. I want to get in there and see what it's all about. What does everyone want so badly? But yeah, I think Josh Sawyer just confirmed one of our predictions, which is we're 1 for 1 right now. Good. Mm-hmm. Go us.
Could you end the showcase with the announcement of a Banjo remake?
Yes.
Could you?
I think so. I would.
Cog, what do you think? Could you end the show with the Banjo announcement? Is that big enough? He don't like it. Cog don't like that.
I mean, look, I'll take my Star Wars, my Marvel stuff. Yeah, I'll take that at the end. Maybe a big JRPG.
Fan service. You're talking about fan service ending the show with Banjo?
It is. It just, I don't know if it gonna hit at the end. Like, the end is like, I mean, it is fair. Look, taking my bias out of it, it is fan service. To Maddie's point, it is true fan service. Xbox fans do want it. I don't know. I would have to see. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe it's one of them moments when Maddie gonna make me bend the knee on the power, and people go, "Yo, that's what we talking about." I know Attic gonna go crazy. So maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, maybe it does hit. And I'm just like, okay, I misjudged it. I didn't read the room right. Okay. How much it's wanted. So I'll see.
Okay,
I'm willing to say that I could be wrong. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Next on our third party list here, outside of the Kojima game, which, by the way, what was the verdict on that? I think we got distracted. What was the verdict? Cog's willing it. You're saying no.
Yeah.
I'm saying we got to wait a little bit more. I'm thinking this is a Game Awards announcement. I think you get it this year, Cog. I just think it's a Game Awards. That's my
fair enough. It could be early. Yep, could be early.
How about something possibly a little closer? Contraband by Avalanche.
That's a lock. I think that's another lock.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I feel that's a pretty safe bet.
I think we'll get gameplay of it, and we'll get maybe not like the release date, but it'll be 2023. I feel like that's like a summer game, kind of. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Contraband summer. In fact, assuming Starfield launches in Q1, let's say Starfield launches in May, right? Hypothetically, I think Contraband's the next release after that. Yeah, I feel pretty good about Contraband showing up with gameplay, and us getting a 2023 release date.
Yeah, because it wasn't the rumor. It was just a rumor, by the way, that like it was originally going to come out in 2022, but then it got delayed to 2023. So it should have something ready to show if they were like thinking even 2022 at a certain point. Yeah. So yeah. I'm with you. I think Contraband's a lock for sure.
Yeah, it felt like it's time, and they're ready. I don't see anything else to deter me.
Okay. How about this one? Try this one on for size. We heard that Killer Instinct was something that Xbox had said that they don't have a new one because of lack of desire, but rather they're trying to find a partner. Now, I remember Jez loosely reporting, by the way, he had heard Bandai. I wanted to throw this in before we get into the litany of projects that have leaked. Do we see Killer Instinct here? My gut says no, but I would love to be wrong because that was my favorite launch game for the Xbox One.
Rand, what you think?
My gut says no as well. And on the last podcast, I don't know, you might have just missed it, but Jez doesn't think it's real.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't know. Apologies.
Jez doesn't think it's real.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
He hasn't been able to find any more info out of it, so I think he's just kind of like, you know what, I'm not sure this game actually exists. Because you never know with rumors. You know, people play games with telephone and stuff. And I think it does need to exist. I think just like Banjo, it's like Killer Instinct needs to come back.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know why.
That game is too good to just not have another entry.
It was too good. I just don't know why they dropped it. And it's just like, this is one of the things why, you know, we talk about Lord Acquisition.
Yes, that's me.
You know, why, if they're really selling off NetherRealm, that Xbox better do their best to try to get NetherRealm, or at least prevent PlayStation from getting NetherRealm. Because if rumors have it that Sony might have exclusivity on Street Fighter 6,
yeah, it's looking dire.
There goes the fighting genre on Xbox. Yeah, and if you don't got no Killer Instinct,
yeah, you gotta have an answer at some
point. Somehow Sony's like, hey, by the way, we just got NetherRealm and Mortal Kombat.
Oh God!
I mean, that's not good. That's a bad look.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, how do you not make a sequel to Killer Instinct 2, man?
All these years later, too. Yeah, we're talking 2013 when that came out, and
I mean, I know Double Helix got bought by Amazon. Okay, understandable.
We get that.
And they passed it off to
Galaxy.
Iron Galaxy.
Iron Galaxy did it, but it seems like they didn't want to do it or do a sequel. And there's not that many fighting devs out there. They're all busy, so
sure, it'd be ripe for acquisition of a fighting. I'm just saying.
My man wants purchases up the wazoo.
You know, you don't got the teams to do it. Sometimes you got to get teams that already do things in the vein.
Oh, don't worry, Cog. We got a section just for you once we wrap things up. Let's continue on with some other projects. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 projects. I'm going to list them all out here, and we'll kind of gauge the likelihood of them showing out. Project Dragon from IO Interactive, the rumored fantasy RPG with some Hitman elements. Project Belfry from Stoic Studios, the developers of Banner Saga. They are making a side-scroller beat-em-up that's had like every detail about the game reported on it. Project Shaolin. This is the kind of hip-hop fighter game, it seems like, from Brass Lion Entertainment with some ninja stuff there. It seems like COGS type of game. Yeah. Project Indus from Oxide Interactive. I think this is what you were talking about earlier, Rand, is it's the 4X strategy game that's rumored. And then Project Suerte, which is from Certain Affinity, the studio that's assisting on the development of I'm sorry, I'm blanking out the game Halo Infinite. There we go. And they're apparently working on a Monster Hunter style game. And then last but not least of the rumored games from Xbox Game Studios, a 1 versus 100 revival. So that's a whole bag of them. Rand, I want to dish it to you. What do you feel will be the project that shows up, if any?
I feel like Indus might be there. Mm-hmm. And I sort of feel like Belfry's a lock.
Ooh.
Yeah, Belfry, I'm there with you. I think Belfry is a complete lock.
I'm excited for that.
The other ones, probably not. Like, I think Project Dragon's, that's still years away. So I'm going to say no. So yeah, I'm going to say Project Belfry and Project Indus. I think the Wu-Tang game, Project Shaolin, I also think that's a little bit further out as well. So I'm going to pick those two. Would be my guesses.
Yeah, I know what my hope is. I want that 1 versus 100 so bad for some stupid reason.
I thought you were going to say Shaolin. Okay.
Of course, but I'm with Red. I just think it's way early. I'm just happy the announcement's made and they cooking that up. That'll be fire. But I think 1 versus 100 would really work in this climate, especially with cloud. Yes. And really utilizing it in all their different initiatives and getting everybody at a certain time of the day. That would be big. If they do it right with all the proper bells and whistles like they did with the 360 era, I think they got a little, and they don't have enough family friendly kind of everybody can get
guys, man. They really
like they need that. Like, and I feel like they always miss out on the Fall Guys and the Mummy. They always late. They for some reason they miss out on the finale, and that's what Sony always kind of beats them to the punch with picking those. Completely. So yeah, I want that. And I do want y'all gotta be hype on Belfry because y'all know I'm Streets of Rage and beat 'em ups, and I want to know what that is. So I'm all about what the hell that is. So
yeah, I'm right there with you. You know, I'm really curious about Suerte. I'll be honest. A Monster Hunter game has grabbed me enough to complete it and enjoy it, but like I've never got the bug. Right. So and the one that really got me out of all of them was God Eater 3. Not even because of its anime style, but because it was this very action heavy beat 'em up style. It still had Monster Hunter elements, but it wasn't all about slamming away at the tail for an hour, seeing that pop off 20 minutes later and going, oh, look at that. It was something that was, again, more action focused, and enemies went down quicker. So I'm curious to see what Suerte's is. I would like to see that. Project Dragon would be my pick here, but I'm with Rand that I think it's going to be a while. We just got Hitman 3 at the start of last year. They're expanding the Hitman 3 DLC as we saw, which was very exciting. So I think it'll be a while before we see Dragon. No rush on that. Again, Belfry, I'm with COG. I gotta lay eyes on this. This could be a hidden gem one, like throughout the whole showcase. I feel like what's been described of kind of Dragon's Crown, which that is a very underrated beat 'em up by the team that made Banner Saga. Potential multiplayer elements. I mean, there's a lot of good ideas in the mix here that I'm in on. And then we'll throw it out there, man. Project Shaolin. Show up. Show up. It's got to. Yeah, that's the one I'm hoping to really see as well. If I were to make a top 3, I'd say Suerte, Belfry, and then Shaolin.
Okay.
Shaolin just sounds way too dope, though. I think even a concept on that would do some justice to the project. But with that, gents, we only got 2 things left here. Okay. We've gone through all the studios, first and third party, rumored projects. I want to dish this one to COG right away. Lord Acquisition. We have to put a section here for this. I know they're tied up with Activision Blizzard. It's kind of a yay or nay. And if it's a yay, who you're thinking. Does Xbox come out and announce they've bought anybody during this show? Do the stars align in a 2018 like moment where they announce a bunch of teams have entered the Xbox first party studios fold?
I've said what the formula is with morale being low, but not just for morale, but just for you have to feed the beast that is Game Pass. You have to. You have to. Now, my only concern with my thing is that we have the Activision Blizzard looming over us, right? So that really puts a monkey wrench on a lot of things for them. So I can't see any type of big scale kind of thing. But yeah, I think if they were to make an acquisition, if they could, that would definitely, along with the games that's announced this year, along with the gameplay or whatever, I think it's a nice little supplementary thing. Not saying it's the end all be all. All they got to do is make an acquisition and all is right. Not saying that. All I'm saying is in conjunction with everything else. If they were to do it, and of course, what my pie in the sky is. I've been beating the NetherRealm thing down to death. I don't know how likely that is even possible. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Me and Randy talk about it. But even if it wasn't that, even if it's something smaller that we didn't, see, I don't know where IO lands these days. I don't know what's going on with them. I don't know. There's a couple of in the cut smaller, just like a smaller thing is what I'm thinking about. Sure. And if they were able to do it, yeah, if I'm going to gun in my head, I'm probably going to say no, even though I want it bad. Even though I want it bad, I'm probably going to say no just only because of Activision Blizzard. I just think maybe it just may be too soon. But man, I'll tell you this, and you quote me, clip this, whatever. If they do make an acquisition,
you are going to go on a rampage.
Y'all don't want to see me on Twitter because then I'm going to be in the streets for one day. I'll be in Twitter streets for one day.
Yeah, you got to cut the humble attitude if that happens.
It'll be over. No humility on that day because if it do happen, and depending on what it is, if anybody gets excited, I'm going to hit y'all with the I told you so. I'm going to hit you with, this is why. You know what I'm saying? So to me, it's the same vein when the Bethesda, the same vein when the 2018, there's a reason why people get excited for it because they know that there are games coming and they fill voids of franchises and things that they're excited about. Yeah. And then you're going to see it. And then I'll be on Twitter for Messy for one day.
I love it. I love the energy. I'm with you. I could see an acquisition happening. I'm going to say no. I could see it happening, though. Only reason is same thing as you, smaller one. But I just feel like with it being called the Game Showcase, I feel like spread your news days, right? And I think it could potentially, with how much it dominates the cycle, especially like Xbox, really gets a lot of attention for their acquisitions. According to stats, PlayStation gets more, but we know Xbox gets a lot. And it creates a lot of conversation and excitement for their fans where you could overshadow some potentially new reveals with the acquisition announcement. So my feeling is like if they had something in the pipeline, I'd be shocked if they weren't working on anything because with EA, I think part of that rumor was that Microsoft had checked in on that. So like, it's not like they're not picking up the phone for these types of purchases. I just don't think they can make a large scale one. But a smaller developer, I could see it happening, but I don't know if it'll happen at the showcase. Rand, your thoughts?
This is interesting. I guess the only acquisition they could make is something that wouldn't involve the FTC, that they could just pass through without any sort of review, which I think is like anything less than $100 million, if I'm not mistaken. So it would have to be a small developer. But I'm going to say no. I'm going to say that there isn't an acquisition. Okay. Yeah, because I think Activision's holding it up. I think they're doing all their due diligence. I think like they have so many people trying to do the paperwork and they're trying to rush that through as fast as possible.
Right.
It wouldn't really make sense to be like to kind of throw any roadblocks in front of it. So
sure,
unless they already have one acquired, like I said, like a certain affinity, right?
Yeah,
where it's like, okay, we don't have to have this reviewed by the FTC. And it's just like we just have them now. But I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no acquisitions. But I kind of want to see COG go off though, Maddie. I kind of want to see COG go off.
For him,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want to see if that happens. I want to see COG in the Twitter Spaces.
Oh yeah.
Oh
dude.
I don't know about this.
That's got to be the party that doesn't stop. You got to go hard for
that. No doubt.
All right. Last section here, just for fun, I thought we would do day one Game Pass picks based off games we know so far. Xbox set a precedent last year of 28 of the 30 things they showed off were day one in Game Pass. So it's definitely a standard they want to set here, I would imagine, again, and make sure they're not just showing off games, but showing off games that are going to be in their service. So I imagine a lot of what we talked about here will be day one in Game Pass, since most of it arrives in some form of a exclusive capacity. However, on the third-party front, they managed to shore up the defense with, we'll say, something like Back 4 Blood last year, an interesting fit for the service, among many other additions. Again, this can very easily be subject to change. So I want to know, gents, what is the feel on day one Game Pass picks, if any, coming this fall? Any big games standing out to you? Because I'm going to throw my pick out there right off the bat. I got to be honest. I look at some games, and I know Xbox loves to get the ones that are hurting. And I feel like with the struggling Gotham Knights, they need all the anticipation and excitement they can get. You know, it's getting rough out there. People are really tearing up the latest gameplay, comparing it to the Red Hood skin you can wear in the older Arkham games, and it's not looking good. And I'm not advocating for Xbox to go out and get bad games. Again, these are predictions. It doesn't mean sometimes what I always want, but what I see happening. And I just see Gotham Knights being that pseudo hole filled of like, look, we've got superhero content, but also a big AAA game. It has co-op. You know, there was the rumor of 4-player, but it's still staying 2-player. It's got the next gen only support. I feel like you want to just get all the people you can in right now. If you're Warner Bros, like, get some positive support. This one feels like a good flyer for me. Test it out. I know it's a big game for them, but to me, from the perspective of a consumer, I feel like this is one that could fit Game Pass quite well for day one. So that's definitely my number one pick on the top of the list. I just think these go hand in hand. I said it before the controversy. I'm saying it again. I really feel strongly about Gotham Knights and Game Pass day one.
Are we even feeling strongly that it's actually releasing this year?
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a really good question. I don't know. It didn't look buggy to me. It just looked like
it needed another pass.
The animations really were like kind of the roughest part to me. Like, it didn't have the free flow that the series, that the Warner Bros. DC games are defined by. So yeah, I mean, I would push for a delay above all. Like, everyone knows, like, before it was even a popular thing to talk about unsubscribing from Game Pass and talking about quality, I was making a video saying like Game Pass has a problem with quality checking. So I would want them to hold off on a game like Gotham Knights personally, but I just feel like it fits the mold of like, oh, big name, knockdown price, co-op, open world. Let's do this. I just feel like it fits that current mold that they've established themselves for third party. That's why I was big on Sniper Elite 5, because I was like, yo, this shit's actually really good, relatively polished, can play it in single player, save the money. Like, it's awesome. And they announced that way ahead of its launch, that it was coming day one to Game Pass. So I could see this, but I'm with you, Rand. If it could get a delay, I'd be for that.
Did either of you guys see the companion TV show trailer that dropped yesterday from the CW, Gotham Knights?
Oh, God, no.
Oh, God.
No, I did not.
I heard about it, though.
You guys have to watch it, because it is like the most awful thing I've ever seen.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's bad. It's really, really bad. But no, I mean, the Gotham Knights thing has kind of been what people have focused on, for good reason, because realistically, you look at the games that are announced for this fall, there ain't many to choose from, right? It's like Modern Warfare 2 off limits, right? Harry Potter off limits.
Mm-hmm. Harry Potter would have been the one too.
You know, Saints Row's August, so it's not really like holidays. So it's like, you look at like Sonic Frontiers, you know, you look at, Gotham Knights makes sense. Superheroes. They already have a previous relationship with Warner Brothers because they did the deal for Back 4 Blood, right?
Mm-hmm.
Co-op.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess it makes sense. I know we got one coming soon that I do think is going to be at the showcase, Maddie.
Okay.
And that's A Plague's Tale Requiem.
Oh,
there's rumors that it's that's launching in this month. And if that's the case, then I expect it to show up again at the showcase with like a gameplay trailer and a date. I don't know if there's a lot of, at least I don't know if you're going to get an announcement a big AAA game this far out from the holidays for Game Pass. I think it'll be very similar in structure to last year, where it's like, hey, we got 35 games and 32 of them are in Game Pass. But I think a lot of those games are just going to be either Xbox's own first party titles and they're like deals with third party, and like the indie titles. Simply because like when I look at this holiday, like, can you guys name more than 5 games that are currently scheduled for this fall?
Yeah.
It seems like this, like everything's next year at this point and not this year.
Fair.
So actually, I don't know if there's going to be any, Maddie and Cog. I don't think so.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I mean, that was that's why the disappointment with Starfield and Redfall really hit me, because I really looked at it objectively. What can they realistically do for 2022 to salvage it? And I couldn't come up with too much. You know what I'm saying? Acquisition, because we already talked about with the Activision Blizzard situation, limits them. And then the key titles that are dropping. Modern Warfare. To me, it's Modern Warfare and the biggest splash is in the Harry Potter. If there was any way they could have been able to finesse that those two associated with your brand in the Game Pass saves the day somewhat a little bit, because those are 2 titles. But we, like you said, you know, the Activision thing is not done, and Sony still has the rights to these things. It looks like for 2 years, right? 2 more years. So that's off. Harry Potter would have been perfect. Hashtag Just War looks great, showed well, looked great. Sony was ahead of that, got their marketing. Now it comes down to all hopes and dreams on so to speak, Gotham Knight, which I'm with Maddie. I think it does make sense, and it's to their benefit, almost like in an Outriders situation, where Outriders wasn't getting a lot of positive pub when it first got announced prior to the Game Pass deal. So it does kind of fit the mold. And it's up to, you know, like you said, Rand, they've done the deal with them in the past. That's probably like the best they could do. I just don't think it's enough. I think the only thing they can do, honestly, is from an indie perspective, you shore up the indies, you shore up global publishment, and if they got anything ready, you look at stuff like, you know, I know people don't want to hear it, like As Dusk Falls and all these other little smaller titles that they got. And it's just going to be like an overwhelming of that. And then you show the gameplay of the games that you do have ready, and the stuff like Starfield and Redfall that you know is coming next year. And that's why my expectation has been, that ain't going to be there. This ain't going to be, because realistically, their hands are tied. They're in a tough spot. And I'm mad. I'm disappointed at the delay, but I'm not mad, because what really could they do for me to go, yeah, that's it. Yeah. It's on now. Yeah. Like I just, you know what I'm saying? Like for this year, you could excite me for the future, but to Jez's point before he left, how many future stuff you going to show when you've already got the mentality is, you can't, who knows when that's going to come out? Who knows when that's the real? They're in a tough spot. That's why I hate to say it, Ray. It's like that old saying, like, gotta keep our expectations. Like I just don't. I don't want to come in. That's where I'm at.
You're clipped. They clipped you.
Oh, it clipped me. Am I completely cut out again?
No, you're clipped. They're going to clip you saying keep your expectations low.
Yeah, they're going to, and that's fine, because it's a reality to business for this year. That's just what it is. I hope I'm wrong. I hope they have some home runs, and I'm like, that was crazy. But coming in, we're going to see. And I will see. I'm very intrigued, because this will have to be the most creative Xbox will have to be coming into a showcase. And I'm dying to know what they do. Well, so that's my intrigue.
See, I also think a lot of this is a product of what's going on right now. Like, I don't really think this year has a lot of games that are releasing. So, like, you're kind of limited by what you can put in a Game Pass, right? And I don't know if you guys get the impression, but I get the impression a lot of third parties, the big publishers, they ain't down with day one releases on Game Pass.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Sure, they'll come maybe 6 months down the road, but I mean, I just saw the Take-Two CEO being like, it does not make sense for us to put our frontline games day one in a subscription service, you know, similar to what Sony's saying. So, you know, when you look at like who's got games this fall, it really seems like most of the third parties are just like, no, we're good. You know, this is your problem to figure out, right?
Yeah,
this is your problem. You need, like, and it's like, does Xbox then go overpay for Gotham Knights, Maddie? Like, where it's like, okay, well, like, can we have Gotham Knights? And they're like, no, but then do you just go there and be like, way overpay to get a game that's maybe not that good?
Yeah,
that's kind of like right out this year, right? Like,
that's a tough conversation. Is are you impulsive or not? I feel like, here's the thing. Here's how I look at it. My jokes about Avowed and possibly even, I think, a Fallout remaster. I think you need something in the heart of your holiday season because you kind of set the tempo for that last year. Like, this is what you should expect. Like, we're going to have a presence in the fall. And I feel like, to me, you have to be there, right? Like, and if you got to overpay, is that necessarily overreacting? What damage is done to your brand if God of War Ragnarok drops with PS Plus potentially doing pretty well, which is looking all right in some respects? I think it would be equally short-sighted to be like, let's do nothing. Let's just ride this out. We'll be fine next year. I think the we'll be fine attitude is what kind of killed Xbox in the Xbox One generation, with the mindset of, oh, we got a box for you. If you want to play offline, it's the Xbox 360. We'll be fine. Like, that's that kind of cockiness and comfort that does not breed a competitive brand. So I want them to get out there. I'm not advocating for them to spend a ton of money on a game that may suck, but look, they put what was the name of that game? Dark Alliance day one, and that shit was broken. So all I'm saying is, like, I don't think they quality check these games in the first place. So I don't know if they'd even be hesitant to overspend in that instance, to tell you the truth. I think, though, you have to have, the point I'm trying to make is you have to have an answer, I think, sometime in like November. Like, I think you need to have something that is a pillar that's there. Because what was exciting about last fall is, well, 2020 hindsight, we're like, well, the game wasn't that great. It was kind of cool to see, like, okay, we're going to have Forza. We're going to have Back for Blood. We're going to have Psychonauts. Right. There was like big third-party pillars in the middle of these first-party exclusives. Like, that's kind of the dream. So at least have one part of that puzzle this fall, which is the third-party day ones. And since it's a limited quantity, you're going to have to pay higher by default, for sure.
We'll see if they what their philosophy is. That's why I'm very curious to see how it pans out.
Yeah. That's everything, though. I guess what I want to do now, just to wrap up in conclusion, is
everything.
A quick. Yeah,
I can think of one more thing.
Oh, okay. Ooh. Okay. Whoa. My bad. I apologize.
Jez isn't here for this, but Jez leaked the Xbox Game Pass family plan.
Yes.
Do you think we see an announcement at the show of a family plan launching this fall, sort of thing? Give a price point.
See, I can see stuff like that, only because, again, what is realistically feasible in this time frame and availability. And one thing they can do is services and value. They have killed that. They have been on. But hey, I know Maddie ain't really.
Dude, you put that in my game showcase, I'm walking out the room. Like, you're gonna put hey, guess what? You can have a family plan. Dude, save that for an Xbox Wire post. Get out of my showcase with that, please. I'm trying to be respectful here, but no.
I feel you.
Please, God, no. Please don't do that.
I feel you.
Show games.
Show games. No doubt. I respect it.
Okay. Fair enough.
Sorry, I don't mean to be aggressive. Just like,
no, bro. That's how you feel. I love it.
It's a worse offensive.
But here's the thing. I know, even though that's how Maddie feels, I can see the wheels turning in his head. And he's probably like, I could see that being announced, though. Like,
yes, I could. That's why I'm adamant against it.
You can see the script that Phil or somebody would read where they talk about Game Pass and they say, and then also at the end of the year, introducing Xbox Game Pass for the family for a low price of this, where everybody in your family, up to 5 friends,
if
can
it's
play.
Like quick and pass. If we're talking 30-second blip.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Of course. You don't want to break down.
Yeah, and then they can go into like deeper detail interviews later.
Yeah.
But like you talk about PlayStation Plus and what they're doing, it's like, well, Xbox could come out and be like, well, for only a few bucks more, you get Game Pass and you can invite 4 of your friends to play with you. Like, what's the better deal, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. So it's just something to think about.
100%.
Right?
What's the gut check, though, is what I was going to ask you guys. Like, now that we've gone through all the predictions, I just want a brief feeling on where you're at mentally for our audience going into this showcase, because I think for them, it'll be hilarious perspective heading into our reactions potentially if things really underdeliver or overdeliver. I want to start with our guest, Ran. Ran,
Yes.
what is your gut check? What's the gut check here?
The gut check. Okay. This is all going to come down to presentation and pacing and everything. Last year's was really good because I think they finally nailed the formula of what people like.
Okay.
Right? And people's issues with it were there wasn't a lot of gameplay. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like if Xbox can present the games in the same manner, keep it really tight, have a lot of announcements, but actually go more towards gameplay and less towards CGI, even if certain games aren't there that we would want to see, like a Fable or a Perfect Dark, right? I think this showcase, I'm feeling quite good about it, honestly.
Okay.
I'm feeling quite good, even with the delays of Starfield and Redfall, even with like the idea that like Xbox doesn't have anything announced for the rest of the year. I don't know. I feel like this showcase is going to be quite good because I think it's going to deliver what people have asked for the last 2 years. Like, we want to see gameplay. I think they're going to deliver that. I think they're going to have a lot of games showing a roadmap for next year, which I think what people want as well. They want to know what's coming. So I think you'll see a lot of games that end with their trailers that say 2023. And I think it's just going to be a nice, fast-paced show with some great-looking games. I think people are going to be happy with it, you know? You just kind of got to get through this fall with your Forza Motorsport and maybe your Gears collection. You know, your what is it? Your burger, shake, and fries or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I'm feeling pretty good about it.
Okay. Cog, do you share those feelings? You feeling good?
I hate to be the bearer of bad.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man. Your face is a dead giveaway, first. I was like, he's not feeling it.
Y'all know I'm a positive person. Y'all know
not
I'm.
this episode.
I gotta be real, yo. I'm a realist. I can't sugarcoat it. Like, this is the toughest spot I've ever seen them in, and that's why Rand always, says it on Xbox too. I have it. The dual delay of Redfall and Starfield is a major blow for 2022. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Now, I'm not saying they can't do anything and this show is going to be terrible. I'm not saying that. I am just being realistic on what they can do. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. To me, it's okay. Show what can come out. This is the key. Pacing and whatever you show, like the Starfield, it has to look good. It has to showcase well. You have to showcase well. You got to get people to say, okay, this is why we're waiting. This looks good. Okay, you give a little bit of hope of the future. Okay, that looks good. But for I'm looking at it as a pure 2022 show. That's how I'm looking at it. And maybe my thought process is wrong because maybe I should be looking at the future stuff. But I think I speak for the Xbox fan that is tired of waiting somewhat, right? So I speak for the Xbox fan is, what are you giving me this year? Because over here is God of War, over here Nintendo's got all these IPs that's dropping and stuff like that. So what are you giving me this year, right? And I'm not attacking them. I just don't know how creative they could be with this year. So it's imperative that everything you show looks good, and that's it. And it's just kind of like hold the fort down as best you can, right? Until what we know is coming. So that's where I'm at with it. I'm not doom and gloom. Oh my God, Xbox's finish is going to be the worst. I'm not that. I'm just not coming in there getting mad, and I sit there and I'll be like, yo, where's Project da-da-da? Where's Project this? And when Forza Motorsport 8 come on, whatever, come on the screen and all that, and I'm like, yeah, they got to show it, right? They got to do this. Yeah. That's where I'm at. And so I hope to be pleasantly surprised. But as the saying goes, keeping expectations in check.
Okay.
I got to keep it real. That's how I feel, Red. I'm sorry.
Hey, I just want to remind you that you were the one when I would call you up and we talk about this. Right. I'd be like, Cog, what if? And you were like, I ain't having this, Rand.
You're right.
I ain't having this. And now you flip. Now you're on.
I know that flip. It's just that 2 games in 1 year is I've never seen that before, bro. Two triple A games. Could you imagine if Sony say, yo, we're not giving you God of War and we're not giving you Horizon Forbidden West in the same year?
2021 when they delayed both games.
So it's just a bad timing. That's all it is. It's not, I'm not in this mass management.
I mean, how do you think Mattyfield, they delayed Starfield?
I still hurt my shirt, man.
And I hate to bring the energy down. Listen, I'm coming in excited, but I'm coming in with realistic expectations.
Scott Howard literally gave the date and said it's written in pen, not pencil.
Remember?
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
I know.
The last thing I'll say, and I got it to edit positively. This is why I'm excited. This is why I'm showing up
for the audio listeners. He's wearing an Obsidian t-shirt.
This is who got my back every time. So this is who I'm coming for, because this is realistic. You gonna show me some Val for the most part. You gonna show me what that Pentiment is. Joshua is outside tweet. He got the nail polish. He ready to show out.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Yep. Grounded, we know is coming out. This is who I know is going to not disappoint me. So that's where I'm going with this. Batty, it's on you.
I feel good about this show.
Woo!
I feel good about this show. And I know we've joked a lot this show, but I'm not trying to say this foolishly. I think for some of the things that obviously can disappoint, but for some of the things that we believe are locks, which are Starfield, Redfall, Avowed, Pentiment, those are 4 games that I'm really interested in. Now, if all of them show off positively, sorry, what'd you say?
Contraband
as well. Yeah. Those are all games I'm interested in. And if they show up positively, that could make a great showcase on its own. But I also think a showcase is made up of surprises, right? I didn't expect that. And I want a little bit of that energy from Xbox. I really want to have that, like, oh, okay. And I know for Xbox, it's been tough to keep any secrets from Jez. But I would really like to see something from them that wows me. And this is where a Fallout remaster could be huge for me personally in my takes, because I've been really clamoring for one for years. And if they finally deliver that, I know for a lot of people, they'll laugh it off like fucking remaster as one of your big games for the holiday. But for me, like, dude, that's what I've been asking for a while. You want to talk about the perfect stopgap for a BGS game? It's give me another one. Give me a goddamn another one. Right. So, I know I joked a lot about Avowed coming out this year, but I think on its, we'll say, foundation, there are enough pieces there that should serve to make a good enough showcase. And then when it comes to the surprises, that's what's going to make or break it being really good. Because a lot of people called last year's showcase from Xbox their best one ever. I didn't really agree with that take at all. I thought it was good, but a lot of it was, I expect that. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, cool. It was a lot of that there. Not true hype. I want to walk away from a show, and obviously with the BGS game in there, I think there's a good chance of it. I want to walk away from a show hyped. I'm tired of walking away from all these showcases kind of feeling that bittersweet. It was all right. We don't have to worry about the Keeleys here with the ads all over the place. That's not going to be a problem. So this has the opportunity to really deliver. And the benefit Xbox has is of Game Pass day one surprises too. I would love to see one there. One thing I didn't mention was, like, I picked Sonic Frontiers in a previous episode as one that I could totally see them like paying a big hefty bag for. Right? Got that.
And Maddie watched the gameplay and was like, "Never mind."
Oh, I'm still all about it. No, I'm still all
He's
about it.
still in.
Give me some of that.
Hey, remember my bold prediction from the beginning of the episode? Final Fantasy VII Remake.
That would be nice.
That'd be nice. Long overdue one. Yeah, let me, of course, throw that in there.
Yeah.
What I was really thinking of, and this is where, like, Rand, you and I are really like training for our individual videos at this point. But as I refine my takes more and more, what I'm hoping for is weaknesses to be addressed, right? I would a perfect showcase to me would be, here's your gameplay for the upcoming exclusives, which is pretty much a lock, right? We're at least going to see a Starfield. We're at least going to see a Redfall, a fighter, a JRPG. You pretty much got me one over at this point. More bias towards JRPG. If you give me a JRPG, I'm fucking all in, baby. This is a great showcase. So that's where I'm at. I'm feeling good. I feel like there's enough pieces there to feel confident about it. But, of course, it can always underdeliver. Like, if they showed us like 2 minutes of Starfield, 2 minutes of Redfall, that might be a little underwhelming. I'm expecting multiple minutes of like, I'm talking 5+ for each of these. I think we need to see these extensively to be like, here's what it is. Here's why you're waiting. And I think Starfield is a game that they're calling complex, ambitious. You don't show me ambitious in a couple minutes. That needs to be brought out, spoken about. And of course, there's multiple opportunities to show it, but I could go on. I will not any longer. I'm feeling good about the show.
No doubt. Now, listen, man, if I will say this for both of you, and I like where your mindset is. I will say that this is the show for them to do it, right? This is the show.
I always said, you pre-announce anything, this is the show you do it.
This is the show to rally the troops. So I hope, because the thing I will say, Ren, and y'all got to agree, and Maddie, I've said this to you, this is my last point, and then we go along, is that I want them to have a show of wonder where you go, okay, yo. Like, I felt I haven't had one of those for them in a minute. Like when you look at the show in its entirety and you go, whoa, from a game's perspective, from a pure game, where you're like, oh my God, like they need the Xbox show of dreams for them. They need it. And if now is the time, raise the Autobot Matrix bill, do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? This is the time.
I like it. Yeah, I want a good one. I'm thinking like this could be greatness if it does deliver on all our hopes and dreams, which is what you think of every showcase.
I will give you both credit. I'll say, you guys, I kept my expectations high. You guys were the ones that were right.
Yeah. I mean, we already know, like, it could be a bad show, but if Avowed is 2022, Maddie's gonna be like the best show ever.
Fuck yeah, it will be. Bro, just on ego alone.
No doubt.
All right, well, this has been easily our longest episode to date. First off, I just want to, before shouting out our guests, shout out Ben and Dustin doing the editing. We appreciate them immensely for letting us go long and for cleaning up. We really do appreciate it. They just let us do our show, and they'll be working hard tonight after we record this. So we appreciate them immensely.
Yeah, big time.
We also appreciate Rand as well as Jez. Rand, thank you so much for joining us in again, our longest episode yet. We really appreciate having you on.
Great stuff.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. It's always great to talk to both of you. I mean, was this 4+ hours show? It seems like. I don't know what's going to get edited down to, but yeah, it was fun.
It'll likely be longer after the ads.
This prediction show is probably going to be longer than the reaction show.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
I was actually in the middle of our episode. I was like, how long was it? Our last prediction show was 340. I had Cog on his first episode of DD, and our reaction was 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
But there were comments on that saying they wish we went on in depth a little bit more. So knowing Cog and I expect 3+ hours.
Yeah, expect that.
Anyway, Ryan, where can everyone find you?
Yeah, they can find me on YouTube, youtube.com/RandallThor19, where myself and Jez Corden do Xbox 2 podcasts, usually every Friday, sometimes on Saturday. And I got some videos planned for June. Haven't really been releasing much stuff because I just haven't been feeling it. Kind of been burnt down on the YouTube grind, so just kind of just took some time for me, so
nice.
Good.
But I'm kind of feeling the hype for the show, and hopefully we got a whole bunch of new stuff to talk about because it's kind of it's been boring out there for a little bit, so hopefully spice things up a little bit. So thank you guys for having me. It's a blast.
No doubt.
Of course.
Salute Rand rocking the whole way, man. Love the take. Salute Jez for pulling up to us, staying as long as he could. And yeah, definitely the longest show going, but this was fun, man. Always a pleasure talking to my bro.
Absolutely.
The man with the million.
And of course, thank you to the audience for listening this deep. And again, a reminder for those of you who listen this deep, that this episode will be your last until the day after the showcase, where it'll go live for everyone on both free and paid feeds. So keep an eye out. June 13th will be our next episode of DD. We will not be hitting, again, let me check the calendar, June 7th for your typical Patreon uploads. So with that, thank you so much for tuning in. Here's hoping for a great showcase. We'll see you all on the other side. And with that, have a great one. Peace out.
Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is recorded from the United States of America. The show is conceived by Matthew Mr. Matty Plays Schroeder and me, Colin Moriarty, and is written and produced by Matthew Schroeder. Maddie's co-host is Barry Lord Cognito Eversley. Defining Duke's executive producer is Dustin Furman, and the show is edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's shows, including Defining Duke, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer support level on Patreon, and we're thankful for your kindness and generosity.